Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Brands Hatch Circuit here in Kent. I'm sure many of you will have heard the news of a tragic accident that occurred here at Brands Hatch during yesterday's meeting, which very sadly claimed the life of a volunteer marshal. Motorsport can be dangerous. It says that on tickets to events and on signs at events that you will all have seen. However, week in, week out, hundreds, thousands of men and women from all walks of life, up and down the UK and around the world, give up their free time as volunteers to stand trackside and make this sport happen. We could not go racing. There would be no motorsport without volunteer marshals. They're always there to assist drivers and ensure a smooth and safe running of events, rarely thinking that they might be the ones who could need assistance. And that sadly became a reality yesterday. Our thoughts go out to the family and friends of the volunteer marshal who so tragically lost their lives yesterday, and to everyone present at yesterday's event and their families and friends. And full credit to all the other officials, marshals, medics, recovery crews and so on who promptly and expertly dealt with what was a tragic and unfortunate accident. No matter what form of motorsport, marshals around the country are one big family, and tragically this weekend one member of it has been lost. The outpouring on social media and beyond has shown what a great family motorsport is. And we pay tribute to a lost member of the marshalling family, the Orange Army, here at Brands Hatch, here today. We are sure that our friend and colleague from the Orange Army would have wanted the show to go on, and therefore we continue with racing here at Brands Hatch with the British Automobile Racing Club today with a revised schedule, which will begin with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 touring cars. That's followed by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Blue Oval Saloon Series and Jaguar Enthusiasts Club. The first race for them took place yesterday. Then we have the first of two races for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship, and then the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. They'll have their 50-minute race with mandatory pit stops. And then the last race before lunch will be the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-93 touring cars and the simply serviced Pre-03 touring cars. Then a lunch break will take place for half an hour. That's followed by the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons, big grid of those. The Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. And the first race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, a single race for them today. Their qualifying session has just taken place. Pre-66 touring cars will have a second race, followed by the Kumho BMWs and a second race for the Britcar Goodyear Endurance Championship Trophy category as well. Cars coming up to the grid for race number one then, the Pre-66 touring cars. We can hand down to Ewan Dunlop in the pits, who's got some of the drivers for us.
We are here in the paddock with Alan Greenhalgh, fastest in the Pre-66. You're used to being on pole position, aren't you?
I like being on pole position. It's the best place to start from, so long as I can see the lights. You know, some of the tracks, the line is so close to the lights, and I have to duck down to see them. But yes, no, I prefer to be on the front.
Always the best place to be, and you've converted several of those this season into wins as well. You're having a great championship.
Yes, it's not going too badly, except in order to score points you have to really have 3 in the class, and so most of the season we've only had 2, so that means that you can't score maximum points. So championship is not in my grasp yet, but maybe, well, we've got 3 now, so hopefully the 3 will become regulars, and then there's a better chance.
Now tell us about this absolute beast of a car behind us.
Well, as you can see, it's about the size of a boat. It steers like a boat. It's on old cross-ply tyres, and they're all pre-66 prepared to period specification. So this actual car was built as an FIA car back in the 80s by a Finnish chap who raced it around Europe. He then sold it to an American guy, who was the CEO of, I can't remember, one of the Pepsi Cola or something or other, so he spent gazillions on it. But he turned it into a Carrera Pan America car. And he made I thought the mistake, although he's a multimillionaire, he made the mistake of selling the car in the Concours d'Elegance sale on the East Coast somewhere. I thought, well, that's an odd place to put it, but he had some other swanky $1 million thing in there. And so anyway, I bought it from there. We turned it back into an FIA car, and that was about 2015, I think. So we've been progressively getting better and better.
I know every car's got a story, but some of them are just absolutely magic. Do you make any changes between now and the race?
Well, no, we'll do a complete nut and bolt check. I was getting a bit of understeer, so we'll probably change the tyres to some that have got a bit less tread on the basis it's going to be dry tomorrow. And then that's it. All the temperatures are good, everything, hopefully, cross fingers.
I've got a feeling we'll be talking to you on the podium later. Good luck with the race, Alan.
That would be very nice. Thank you very much.
Good to hear from Alan Greenall there, and he sits on pole position for our first race of the day, the Pultec Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars, a wonderful mixture of classic machinery on the grid. Alan Greenall on pole, alongside him Robin Slater with his Ford Anglia. Second row, the first of the minis, Barry Syme, all the way from Scotland, starts alongside James Ibbotson. Great efforts in his Hillman Imp. Row 3, Little and Large, you've got Piers Grange in his Ford Mustang, alongside Neil Bray in his Mini. And then the fourth row, a pair of minis, Nathan Williams in the number 12 car, alongside number 60, which is Michael Davies. On row 5, we have Pat Keneally in the first of the Lotus Cortinas, starting alongside Kevin Swan in his Ford Anglia. Row 6, Andy Mesham Mini, Martin Reynolds Anglia. And on the 7th row, James Burrows in his Mini, starts alongside Adam Gittings in the first of the Morris Minors. The next row is row 8, which is Eric Ez Walker with his Anglia, alongside Michael Loveland in a Hillman Imp. The 9th row of the grid, Luke Wilson in his Austin A40, starts alongside Paul Cooper's Ford Cortina. Row 10, we should have seen Freddie Brown with his Hillman Imp, but he's a non-starter, I believe, due to engine problems. Starting alongside reigning champion Patrick Harris, number 1, with his Morris Minor. Good to see Tim Scott Andrews back out. He hasn't raced for a while. He's in a Ford Falcon alongside Stephen Evans in his Austin A40. The penultimate row of the grid, Nathan Beresford. He's in a BMW 1800 Ti alongside Keith Wright in his Morris Minor. David Hall, who had problems in qualifying with his Lotus Cortina, starting at the back. Alongside, in addition to the grid, Tim Dodwell with his Mini. He missed qualifying yesterday, so starts at the back. What a beautiful grid of cars we have here. A rather sombre mood here at Brands Hatch, but as they say, the show must go on. And I'm sure our friend and colleague from the Orange Army would have wanted things to go on today here at Brands Hatch. So we race on with the Pultec Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars, a mixture of little and large. We've got the big American beasts out there, the big Fords of Piers Grange, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, won that in his modified Mark II Escort, now switching to a Mustang for this season. Alan Greenall, as we heard in his interview, regular class winner in the Ford Falcon, but not in contention for the overall championship. It's the smaller classes that do that. Class A for the big machines. I don't think we've got any entries in Class B. Class C is for Minis and Anglias. Class D is Morris Minors and Austin A40s, plus the BMW of Nathan Beresford. Class E is for the Hillman Imps, and Class F for the Lotus Cortinas. Try and keep you up to date with the class leaders as the race goes on. This will be a 15-minute race around this short Brands Hatch Indy circuit, just under 2 kilometres in length. Cars come up to the grid then for the Pultec Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars, the first of 2 races for them today. Alan Greenall in pole position with the big Ford Falcon alongside Robin Slater, his best ever qualifying efforts in the Ford Anglia alongside him. Barry Syme in his Mini. The bright blue machine on the second row. Great effort by young James Ibbotson, the first of the Hillman Imps, well up in 4th overall. Piers Grange in the big Mustang in 5th on the grid alongside Neil Bray with his Mini. There's number 66 of Adam Gittings with his Morris Minor. I think that may well be the ex-Michael Foley car. Michael was supposed to be here in the Lotus Cortina this weekend, but not on the grid for this one. Tim Dodwell starting at the back in his Mini, drives his car on the road to events and has owned it from new. Great character is Tim. So once everybody is in position, the marshal at the back of the grid will wave the green flag, then the red lights will come on, and then when they go out we'll be underway over 15 minutes. Time to go racing here at Brands Hatch. Orange Army, this meeting is for you. Revs begin to rise and away we go over 15 minutes down towards the first corner. Not the best of starts by the big Ford Falcon. Robin Slater up alongside him as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Barry Syme in 3rd place in his Mini. Piers Grange with a good start in the Ford Mustang. They filter their way through Paddock Bend and the power of the Falcon tells. Takes the lead up the hill, but look at Barry Syme up the inside in the Mini. He's going to go through into 2nd place at Druids Hill Bend for the first time. 4th place Neil Bray in the Mini. That's Piers Grange. James Ibbotson 6th in the Hillman Imp as they come down the hill into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Clean start so far. The Morris Minor of Adam Gittings well up there, the black car. Side by side Martin Reynolds there in the Anglia with one of the Minis. It's Alan Greenall who will lead the first lap. Bit of understeer from the 25 there of Barry Syme. 3rd place Robin Slater in the blue Ford Anglia. They've broken away slightly from Neil Bray, who's up to 4th in his Mini ahead of Piers Grange. There's a yellow flag, so possibly somebody has gone off on the entry to Paddock Bend. We'll try and wait and see there. I saw a yellow flag as they came out of Clearways onto the start-finish straights. Yes, there's a car stopped coming off the grid. Who is that? That's the problem. There's a couple of cars that haven't come through. Andy Mesham showing has not completed the first lap, but he may not have taken the start. Nor has Michael Loveland in his Hillman Imp. They are showing as having not come through, so they may not have taken the start of the race. Meantime, the battle is on for the lead. Barry Syme in the Mini and Alan Greenall. Greenall powering down the straights, using the power of the Falcon to take the lead, but the Mini much more nimble in the corners. They swap places in the first part of the lap, the twistier part, but Alan Greenall able to power back ahead down Cooper Straights. Robin Slater's got a grandstand view of all of this in his Ford Anglia. Now watch the Falcon pull away. There he goes. Alan Greenall pulls away from the little Mini down the straights. Into Paddock Bend they go, but the Mini will have the advantage on the run through Druids and Graham Hill Bend. 4th is Piers Grange. He's got the Mustang ahead of Neil Bray. Then Ibbotson in 6th place in the Imp. Piers Grange runs a bit wide there over the curb coming out of Paddock. As we heard from Alan Greenall pre-race, these big American beasts, not the easiest cars to handle. They use their power advantage down the straights to pull away from the smaller cars. Some modern fans are amazed to learn this is what the British Touring Car Championship looked like back in the early 1960s. The Ford Falcons were run by the likes of Alan Mann Racing. Australian Frank Gardner was a leading exponent in Falcons. Of course, the Minis were handled by the likes of Sir John Whitmore, John Love, the Rhodesian driver, John Fitzpatrick as well, also famous for racing Anglias, John Fitzpatrick. Greenall pulling away at the front of the field. His lead over Barry Syme, this time through 1.8 seconds. Fastest lap of the race by Greenall, 58.967. As Neil Bray up the inside in the Mini takes the Mustang of Piers Grange. The Mustang did win the British Touring Car Championship in the early 60s. Roy Pierpoint was the driver on that occasion. First 5 have broken away. It's the number 12 of Nathan Williams up into 6th position. James Ibbotson goes down to 7th, but he's still leading Class E for the Hillman Imps. 8th place is Pat Keneally in his Lotus Cortina. Then in 9th position, it is the Davies Mini, Michael Davies driving in race 1. There's James Ibbotson, the Class E leader in his beautiful Hillman Imp, the rear engine machine. But here comes Pat Keneally, he's going through at Surtees Bend. The more powerful Lotus Cortina, one of the most iconic saloon car racers of all time. First homologation special for saloon racing. Look at it sliding there through clearways in the hands of Pat Keneally. Now, who is the car that's pulled off there? I think it's Michael Loveland, possibly in the Ford Anglia that we've lost there. You'll see the roof of it on the right of your screen there from Paddock Bend as Greenall continues to set the pace. 1.8 seconds his lead. Slater lapping quickly in his Anglia. He's second in Class C behind Barry Syme. Greenall leads Class A. Class F is being led by Pat Keneally. Class E by Ibbotson. We just saw them swap places overall. Class D is led by Adam Gittings in the black Morris Minor. There were no entries in Class B this weekend. Normally see the Everard family's Alfa Romeo in Class B. That's not here. Barry Syme flinging the Mini around. Enters a variety of classic and historic racing events in that car. Under 10 minutes to go for Alan Greenall. Plenty of battling further down the order. And there is Tim Dodwell, number 83. Note the number plates. Yes, he drives that car on the road to the race events. He's owned it since new back in the 1960s. The Dodwell family, great characters in historic racing. Battling with Keith Wright in his Morris Minor there, the Bedfordshire-based plumber. Greenall continues to lead the way. There's a nice little scrap going on. At the back of it, Luke Wilson, the former champion in his Austin A40. Sliding his way through there, Robin Slater. Dropping back a little now into 3rd place. Well, he did do a purple Sector 1 last time through. Greenall over the line, still has the fastest lap of the race, 58.967. He's coming up to lap Dodwell and Wright, who we saw earlier on. There's another of the Minis. That's Andy Mesham. We thought we'd lost him at the start of the race, just had a slow start. Greenall breezes past the smaller cars in a straight line. Barry Syme trying to charge his way through. The lead gap increased by nearly half a second on that last lap. Greenall with his headlights on, you can see to warn the back markers that he's coming, but I think they get fair warning with the sheer size of that thing in their mirrors, especially compared to that little Austin A40 that's just gone a lap down there. That's driven by Steve Evans. Brian Bedford will drive that car in race 2. There's Grange still in 4th place ahead of Neil Bray. They've been swapping places for fun all the way through this race. Nathan Williams in his Mini is next, then Pat Keneally. There is James Ibbotson in the Hillman Imp, still leading his class. Behind him is the Mini of Michael Davies. And then we've got Martin Reynolds in his Ford Anglia. He's got a couple of classic Fords that he races. He's got his much more modified Anglia here this weekend, competing in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Lead gap is up to 3.5 seconds now. Barry Syme having a more difficult time dealing with the back markers, I think. As Greenall manhandles the Falcon through Druids Bend. There's the other Falcon, Tim Scott Andrews. I saw him race in the BMW Compact Cup. Father Tony, a noted club racer as well, and an eminent motorsport lawyer, Tony Scott Andrews. There's the BMW of Nathan Beresford going a lap down. Beautiful car, that one, the BMW 1800. Greenall continues to set the pace. Barry Syme almost through the back markers now. That has Robin Slater closed in for 2nd place. We'll have a look this time through as they cross the line. There goes Syme over the line to complete his 8th lap. The gap is 3/4 of a second between the Mini and the Anglia, so Robin Slater starting to close in. The lead gap's up to over 3 seconds. There's your top three. Further back in 4th place is Piers Grange with the Mustang. Lifting a wheel there, Barry Syme through Druids Bend. This is great stuff. Mini Cooper celebrates its 60th birthday this year. There's been a racer right since it was created. Here comes the leader into Clearways. Coming up to lap the similar Falcon, and there's the reigning champion, Patrick Harris, in the maroon Morris Minor. He's won a couple of championships in this Pultec Pre-66 division. Barry Syme now passing him, and the other Falcon goes a lap down, Tim Scott Andrews. Such beautiful cars, the Ford Falcons. Robin Slater's definitely closing here. The gap's down to 0.6 of a second now between Syme and Slater. They are in the same class as well, so this is for points towards the overall championship. The two Class C cars, they've got to lap Tim Scott Andrews. Yes, he gets out of their way. Oh, a lock up there from Robin Slater. He had to avoid clipping the back of Barry Syme. Little bit over-eager there from Robin Slater, I think. I don't think they're going to catch Alan Greenall. He's starting to get away at the front now. They can have their own fight for second. They're well clear of everybody else. Piers Grange and Neil Bray's battle is well back. Oh, in fact, Piers Grange on the last lap has pulled into the pits, so the Mustang has unfortunately got a problem. We've lost Piers Grange into the pits. Out of our sight there, so it's Neil Bray up to 4th now in the Mini, but he's about 12.5 seconds down on this battle for second place, with Nathan Williams in his Mini rounding out the top 5. Here come the leaders. We can see Grange in the background there making his way back to the paddock. He is a retirement. They're coming up towards Druids Hill Bend, and Barry Syme still has the advantage for second place. Further back in the order, there's another Mini. That's James Burrows. Blew his engine at Brands Hatch in the corresponding meeting last year. He's ahead of Luke Wilson in the number 69 Austin A40. They've got one of the Cortinas behind them. That's Paul Cooper in the Cortina GT. Got 4.5 minutes of this race to go. The main focus is the battle for second. There goes Greenall. Nearly 4 seconds clear now of Syme and Slater. Mini still has second place. You can hear in the background the lovely rumble of that V8 in the Ford Falcon. 4.7 litres the engine in that car. Robin Slater still gives chase. Oh, we've got a spinner, and there's been some contact there. That's the number 26, Steve Evans, in the Austin A40. You can see damage on the rear quarter panel there, so it looks like he's been hit at Druids, unfortunately. Stuck there facing the wrong way, and the leaders are coming up past that. There'll be yellow flags out at Druids from the volunteer marshals. There goes James Burrows. Where's he running? 13th place ahead of Luke Wilson. Behind them is Paul Cooper in the Cortina. Leaders are coming up to lap them very shortly. There's Greenall in behind Cooper. And they're still nose to tail, the two blue machines, for second and third. Barry Syme, Robin Slater. Barry Syme from Glasgow. Robin Slater comes from Sudbury in the southeast. So on one of his local circuits here. Chasing the Scotsman for second place. Barry Syme began his career in single-seaters before switching to historic racing. I remember seeing him in Formula Ford a few years ago. There's Adam Gittins. He's leading Class D in the Morris Minor. Second in that class, Luke Wilson's Austin A40. There's a battle further back. James Ibbotson, after his heroic qualifying efforts, has dropped back a bit. He's down to 9th now. There's Ez Walker, who's raced saloon cars for many years, raced on the short ovals as well. He is further down the order. We'll try and pick up where he is. He's in 10th place. Here's the battle for second. 2.5 minutes to go. Alan Greenall leading by just under 4 seconds. 68 of Keith Wright. I think he's 2 laps down now. There goes the leader. We just caught a glimpse of him, and the battle for second is still close. Here they come out of Clearways. Through Clark Curve onto the Sir Jack Brabham Straights, named after the 3-time Formula One world champion, and here comes Robin Slater. He's going to go for the outside run down towards Paddock Bend. That's a brave move. He's going to get round the outside of the Mini, but who's going to break later? And the back marker there as well. I think he's got through into second place there, Robin Slater. Yes, he's done it round the outside. Excellent bit of driving by Robin Slater in the Ford Anglia. That was a very brave move, especially with the back marker on the outside as well. He threaded the eye of the needle there, and he's got second and the lead of Class C away from Barry Syme. Syme goes down to third. They're well clear of Neil Bray in his Mini in fourth place. Nathan Williams fifth, and it's Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina in sixth, leading Class F. James Ibbotson still leads Class E, and Class D is Adam Gittings, but there's just over a minute left on the clock now. We'll get, I think, 2 more laps out of this. It's going to be close as they cross the line here. Yes, exactly 1 minute as the race leader crosses the line, so we might see the checkered flag this time. We'll wait and see. Is that a bit of damage I see on the left front of Adam Gittings' car there, the Morris Minor? He may have made contact with Steve Evans in the Austin A40. There goes Alan Greenall. He's heading for victory. Yeah, Evans has pulled into the paddock in his A40. He's out of the race. Down to Graham Hill Bend comes the leader for what could be the last time. We'll wait and see if we get 1 more lap out of this. It was close as they crossed the line on time. Alan Greenall, the man from New Malden, claims the car handles like a boat, but he's handled it very nicely in this one. He's 6.5 seconds up now. 10 seconds on the clock as he comes into Clark Curve. Will it be checkered flag this time, or is the last lap board going to go out? It's going to be very close as they cross the line. Yes, the checkered flag goes out. Alan Greenall takes the win. Who's going to be second? It's going to be Robin Slater in the Ford Anglia. 1.3 seconds up on Barry Syme after that brave move around the outside into Paddock Bend a couple of laps from home. Further back in fourth place, it should be Neil Bray in his Mini, number 76. He comes across the line being chased by a Cortina there around the outside. Pat Keneally getting 5th place on the last lap there ahead of Nathan Williams, getting round the outside out of Clark Curve there. The Cortina out dragging the Mini of Nathan Williams for 6th. Further back next through we should see the number 60 Michael Davies Mini across the line for 7th place further back. 8th will go, I think, to Martin Reynolds in the Anglia as the race winner heads back into the paddock signalled by the marshals. Yes, Martin Reynolds takes 8th. James Ibbotson wins his class in 9th in the Hillman Imp, and it should be Ez Walker who will complete the top 10 in his Ford Anglia. He's across the line. Yes, no, it was Kevin Swan, in fact, who came through in 10th. There's Walker's transponder played up there, so he didn't catch him crossing the line straight away. Walker 11th. Adam Gittings wins his class in 12th. We'll confirm the full results in a few moments' time. And our Pultec Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. Greenall confirmed as the winner by 7 seconds ahead of Robin Slater. He wins Class C after overtaking Barry Syme in the first of the Minis. Neil Bray taking 4th. And Pat Keneally snatching 5th on the last lap, winning Class F in the Lotus Cortina. Nathan Williams 6th ahead of Michael Davies. 8th went to Martin Reynolds' Anglia. James Ibbotson wins Class E in 9th place. Kevin Swan 10th in his Ford Anglia. Ez Walker 11th. Adam Gittings 12th in the Morris Minor, winning Class Class D, I should say. James Burrows 13th, Luke Wilson 14th, and Paul Cooper's Cortina completing the top 15. 16th went to Tim Scott Andrews in the Ford Falcon. Patrick Harris, the reigning champion, 17th, and I think 3rd place in class. Then it was Beresford's BMW next term, then Tim Dodwell in his Mini. The final finisher was Keith Wright's Morris Minor, because we lost Steve Evans, Piers Grange and Andy Mesham. Michael Loveland a non-starter. That concludes the first race of the day then for the Pultec Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. First of our classic touring car racing club events today. We've got several more events for them a little later on. Also a revised timetable for racing today. You can find the timetable on the British Automobile Racing Club website. Live timing available online as well. Well, next up on track today, we are going to see the second race of the weekend for the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Championship and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. They're going to be up on track fairly shortly. One car to be cleared from outside the grid. That's Michael Loveland. That's where he went. He never got off the start line. That's why he didn't show on the timing as they came through. Okay, we can now hand down to Ewan Dunlop down in Parc Ferme, who's ready to talk to some of the drivers.
Parc Ferme with Robin Slater, second in the race, first in class, Robin.
Thank you very much. Most unexpected.
I don't believe that for 1 second. Talk us through your race.
Got a reasonable start. Barry clipped me on the Druids, got in front. I thought I'd just hang on, try and get rhythm. And then when the back markers started to appear, I thought now's my chance to pull up and just persevere with following everybody through, and managed to outrun Barry on the main straight. Just a little bit more grunt than his.
Now, Alan's got a beast of a car in front of us, but you've managed to sort of almost keep up with him throughout that race.
Yeah, that's a small car circuit as a leveller, for the small cars.
And how do you approach the race when there's so many cars on track, so many different classes? It does get fairly bunched up at a time. And you mentioned the back markers. Is there a tactic to deal with that?
No, most of them are good. Most of them they're blue flag, they'll move and they'll let you through. Occasionally there's somebody who doesn't maybe wants to take your line, but yeah, I'm pretty chilled about it.
And it's all about looking after each other's cars really as well, because they are beautiful.
That's the name of the game for me, is keeping the car straight.
And Robin, your car's just got about 18 inches taller. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Pleasure, I really enjoyed it.
Well done. And we've got our winner here as well, Alan. That's enough photos, Alan, come on. We spoke to you yesterday, you were fairly confident. It's a beast of a car, the number 77. Yeah. Talk us through that race, because it was fairly close actually at places.
Well, at the beginning it's always close because minis and anglers all over the place, and it takes a lot longer for these tyres to warm up. But once we got going, it was okay. But as I said to the other chap, we're just so desperately upset about yesterday, and it's a bit of a hollow victory really. But without the marshals, we wouldn't be racing at all. So condolences, and our thoughts are with the family, and
if anything puts things in perspective, that
does.
Now, you had Robin and Patrick in your mirrors throughout. Were you confident holding them off though?
Well, I just had to make sure I didn't make a mistake, and on this circuit in particular, that's quite easy because it's all over the place. There's no time to relax. People call that a straight, but it's not a straight. It's lumpy and bumpy. There's a big dip. It's a constant curve, and so if I take my eyes off the track for 1 second, I'm in the bin. So I have to be very careful.
Alan, congratulations on a great race. Enjoy your trophy behind you.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Alan Greenall. That'll give him pole position for the second race later on this afternoon. Race 2 of the day then will be for the Burton Power Products Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford, and also the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Championship. Lots of XJs and XJSs, two great British brands on the grid together then. They had a race yesterday, and the grid for this one based on the results of that first race. It was Malcolm Harding who took the win in his Zaxpeed Mark II Escort despite a spin at Paddock Hill Bend. Fought back from 5th to 1st, had a titanic battle with Stephen Goldsmith, newcomer in his Ford Anglia. They start on the front row for this race. Then we've got the first of the Jaguars. Colin Philpott will be starting alongside Tom Robinson in his supercharged XJR6. The third row, a pair of Mark I Escorts, Tony Paxman and Colin Claxton. They had a big battle yesterday as well. There's no Simon Beament, so Martin Reynolds will start alone on the fourth row. Row 5 will be Tom Lenthal in his Jaguar and Will Hunt in a Ford Fiesta ST. Row 6, the Jaguar Championship leader Michael Seaborn with his XJ40 alongside the XJS of Rick Walker. On row 7, XK8 Jaguar of Derek Pierce, Jaguar veteran alongside Sam Daffin in his Ford Fiesta. The 8th row, XJS of Daniel Stewart and XJ40 of Tim Morant. On the 9th row, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Stuart Kay, with his Ford Capri, alongside Dean Sewell in a Series 1 XJ6. On the 10th row, we have Simon Dunford, celebrating his birthday this weekend, with his XJS, alongside Peter Moffat. He's in a Mark 1 Escort. Malcolm Wise, with his Ford Sapphire Cosworth, starts alongside Michael Atkinson's Jaguar. Then we've got David Ringham's Jaguar XJS, alongside the similar machine of Cliff Ryan. Then the cars that failed to finish yesterday. Michael Holt's Jaguar, Dan McKay Ford Fiesta. Craig Owen's Sierra Cosworth starts alongside the Fiesta XR2 of James Dunkley. Then Fiesta of Anton Martin, Jaguar XK8 of Chris Boone. And at the back of the grid, it's not Guy Connew driving the 65 car this time. It will be Simon Lewis, that car switching drivers. We can head down to the paddock then with Ewan Dunlop.
He was in the boss class, and I have found Malcolm Harding yesterday, pole sitter and winner in race 1. Malcolm, tell us about your quite exciting race actually.
Yeah, it was a bit of an eventful start. Basically, we got away. It was a standing start. We got away all right. Went into first lead, about 3 laps, something like that, and then we had a little spin, a bit unexpected. I weren't sure really what happened. Someone said it was a bit of oil, but I didn't see anyone else spinning, so I don't know really. Anyway, we come back, we ended up winning the race, so it was all good really. I had a good race with the lad here next door in the Angler. It was quite good.
Fantastic. Now, what did you do overnight? Because you got pole position again for the next race coming up shortly. Same tactics, same racing strategy?
Same thing, soften the car a little bit more. Hopefully it'll be a bit more grippy today. Should be all right really.
So
hopefully
2 wins, a couple of poles, that's going to be an incredible weekend if you can pull it off.
That'd be cool if it all comes together. And we're also doing the other series after this, which is I forgot what they call it now, but yeah, doing that series as well afterwards, which we normally run. So Classic Thunder.
We'll try and grab you if we can. I know you wanted to say a couple of words as well.
Yeah, big thanks to all the marshals and everything for all the help they do, along with helping us put the meetings on and be out of race.
Fantastic.
You know, without them we couldn't do it. Thanks a lot, guys.
Absolutely right, Malcolm. Great entertainment. Look forward to seeing you racing again this afternoon. Also to Goldsmith. It was hard to get hold of Stephen yesterday, but he's promised to speak to us. Stephen, come on. It's time to have a chat, Stephen. Second in qualifying yesterday, second in the race as well. You're having a lovely couple of days.
It's been good, hasn't it? You wouldn't expect it, would you?
But it's a beautiful looking car. Tell us a little bit about it, because it doesn't look like many others on the racetrack.
No, it's built like a classic hot rod, really. Tried to keep it period for people watching. It's not until you get close to it that you see the work that's gone into it.
Can you catch Malcolm?
I don't know. He's on slicks and I'm on treaded tyres.
Why is that?
They run 2 different formulas, slicks or treads.
Okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck with race 2. We'll be watching to see if you can catch him. We'll have a chat with you afterwards as well, okay?
Yeah. I'll try.
Cars coming to the grid then for our second race of the day, the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series and the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Saloon and GT Championship, and all Ford front row. Malcolm Harding, yesterday's winner in the Zac Speed Escort, alongside the Hot Rod Anglia of Stephen Goldsmith, new to the championship this weekend. Colin Philpott, yesterday's Jaguar winner, unfortunately is a non-starter. He's not there, so Tom Robinson will start as favourite for the Big Cats alone on the second row. The third row, the Mark 1 Escorts of Tony Paxman and Colin Claxton. And then we've got Martin Reynolds' very modified Ford Anglia alongside the number 7 Jaguar of Tom Lenthal. Away they go then, racing over 15 minutes. A super start by Steve Goldsmith in the Anglia. He's got the advantage down into the first corner. We've lost somebody, I think, on the inside there. That was Will Hunt, who got squeezed to the inside in the Fiesta by the look of things. I think he bounced off the Armco. The Fiesta ST has got going again there. Your leader is Steve Goldsmith from Malcolm Harding in second, sideways in the beautiful Castrol Escort. Tom Robinson has got his supercharged Jaguar XJR 6 up into third place. And Colin Claxton with a good start, as he made yesterday, up into fourth in his bewinged Mark 1 Escort. Tom Lenthal in fifth position in the Jaguar XJS, but it is Steve Goldsmith looking for his maiden race win in the Ford Anglia, coming round to complete the first lap. Second place is Malcolm Harding. Now Malcolm had a spin while leading at Paddock Bend a few laps into yesterday's race and fought back from 5th to take the victory. Taking the fight to Goldsmith here. Tom Robinson should be clear at the front of the Jags through this one as Tony Paxman attacks Tom Lenthal there going into Paddock Bend. Side by side further back, Sam Daffin in the Fiesta and Tim Morantz. Leaders into Druids for the second time. Goldsmith with Harding right on his tail. Robinson, Claxton, Lenthal, Paxman in 6th, Martin Reynolds in 7th. With all these bewinged, almost space frame escorts and Anglias out there, it is more like a classic hot rod race on the short ovals. Where's George Polly and Barry Lee? George Polly famous for his Anglias and later his Toyota Starlets. George's grandson Ryan, now a successful circuit racer in Renault Clios. Barry Lee was famous for his escorts alongside many other things that he raced. The first two going clear. There's the Jaguar leader, Tom Robinson. Claxton is 4th, and then the battle for 5th. Tony Paxman has got back ahead of Tom Lenthal in his XJS. Martin Reynolds with his new Anglia in behind them. Harding has a look as they go into Druids for the 3rd time. It is Malcolm Harding who's got the fastest lap of the race, 54.206 compared to 54.335 for the Anglia ahead of him. A bit sideways off the curb there for the escort as Michael Holtz there, number 11, who failed to finish yesterday, making his way up from the back, chasing Daniel Stewart's XJS. Plenty of battles all the way down the order, as always. So away go the two leaders, already pulling clear of the 3rd place man Robinson. First 3 cars all leading their classes. 4 classes in the Jaguars. There's actually 5 because we've got an invitation class runner, Chris Boone, as well. Harding has a look on the outside, trying to do a Robin Slater there. Martin Reynolds having a look there further back. He's going to try and take Tom Lenthal, but meantime around the outside for the lead, Malcolm Harding very late on the brakes for Druids Hill Bend. Can he hold the lead? Yes, I think he's got it. Harding will have the inside for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, and he takes the lead from Steve Goldsmith in the Anglia. Battle is rejoined from yesterday. Here comes Goldsmith along the Cooper Straight. He's going to get the inside run into Surtees. They're absolutely side by side. Harding defends as they run through McLaren into Clearways. Great fight between the two classic Fords at the front. Plenty of more modern Fords as we've seen further back as well. Up over the line to complete lap number 4. Malcolm Harding will lead at the line for the first time. Steve Goldsmith is not letting him get away. Flash of flame from the exhaust of the Anglia. Tom Robinson clear at the front of the Jaguars in his supercharged number 4. Had a double win at the last meeting at Castle Combe, as did Malcolm Harding in the Blue Oval Saloons. He's taken 5 wins in a row in that championship now, looking perhaps a favourite for the overall title. Down into Graham Hill Bend, and he's pulled away from the Anglia of Steve Goldsmith there. Has Goldsmith got a problem, I wonder? No, he's dropped back a couple of car lengths, but he's still there. Thought we'd lost him for a second coming through Graham Hill Bend. But Harding definitely pulling away now. Through Clearways, Clark Curve, then up to the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. In the Jaguars, it's Robinson leading, Lenthal second, and Rick Walker, the Class B leader, in 3rd. 4 classes, as I said, in the Jaguars. Class A for the road standard cars, up to Class D for race modified machines. 1 invitation class runner as well, Chris Boone, the former champion. He's 14th overall at the moment. We seem to have lost Tony Paxman. His escort has disappeared, the number 57. He's dropping down the live timing, so we've lost the escort somewhere. Whether he's pulled into the pits, I'm not sure. I didn't see him pull in there, so he's disappeared somewhere out on circuit. There's Robinson in 3rd place. There's Tony Paxman. Just caught a glimpse of him. He's in the gravel at Clearways. He's gone off. There go the leaders. And the gap was 0.8 of a second last time through. It's now up to just over a second. Now, I wonder if we'll see a safety car with that car off. There's yellow flags heading into Surtees, so no passing at this point of the circuit. Tony Paxman, axle deep in the gravel, gets out of his car. That's his race over. He's not going to get out from there. Here comes Martin Reynolds challenging Colin Claxton, the 2 Norfolk-based drivers. This is the fight for 4th place. They're in the same class, so this is for second in Class B of the Blue Oval Saloons, which is led by Steve Goldsmith. Round the outside comes Reynolds, another classic hot rod style car. Martin Reynolds had plenty of success in a Mark 1 Escort last season as well, and he goes through past Colin Claxton up into 4th overall and 2nd in class. They're a few seconds down on Tom Robinson for 3rd overall though. Doesn't matter for them, they're only interested in class points. Next through, Tom Lenthal leading his class in the Jaguars, as is Rick Walker behind him. But Walker has got Michael Seaborn on his tail now, and Michael is the overall leader of the Jaguar Championship, the Castrol liveried Jaguar XJ40, so he wants to get ahead of Rick Walker and get maximum points in his class. Martin Reynolds still there in 4th place. Stunning cars in this field as always. 8 minutes of the race to go, and it's still Malcolm Harding leading with Steve Goldsmith on his tail. Pick up the leaders again in a moment. Somebody is pulling off into the paddock. I think it's Will Hunt in the Ford Fiesta ST I just caught a glimpse of elsewhere. There are the leaders. I think the yellow flag has been withdrawn there. Tony Paxman is out of harm's way. Up onto the Sir Jack Brabham straights, and Steve Goldsmith starting to fight back against Malcolm Harding. Over the line they go. Flash of flame again, spectacular from the exhaust of the Ford Anglia. Oh, and a cloud of smoke there. I thought that was the leader. It's one of the backmarkers, Dean Sewell's Jaguar XJ6 at Series 1. We saw that car smoking yesterday as well, and the blue flags waving frantically here for the backmarkers to warn them the leaders are on their tail, and Malcolm Harding is struggling to get through David Ringham in the Powerbell Motorsport Jaguar ahead of him. Moves aside now. Oh, that could have lost Malcolm Harding the lead if Steve Goldsmith had got the inside there. And the big Jaguars, there was nowhere to go for them there. They were already side by side out of Druids. And of course, they're having their own battle. There's still a yellow flag there at Clearways, I've just noticed, on the outside from the marshals. So no passing there. Goldsmith goes out wide, trying to close down Malcolm Harding. The battle of the Ford hot rods at the front of the field. Robinson still leads the Jags in 3rd overall, but he's nearly 11 seconds back on these two. And there's another Mark 1 Escort about to be lapped. That's Peter Moffat's version. It's over 6 minutes of this race to go. Well, Peter Moffat didn't see Malcolm Harding there. He turned in. That could have been nasty if Harding had tried to pass there. Be so careful with these backmarkers. They need to look out for the blue flags. Blue flag means hold your line. There's a faster car coming up on you. Peter Moffat he's not giving way here, and that's held up Steve Goldsmith. There was the yellow flag. That's why Goldsmith couldn't go through there. Apologies there. Yellow flag was still out. So Goldsmith gets through, but he's lost time there to Malcolm Harding as a result of that delay. Nothing he could do there. It is Will Hunt's car we can see in pit lane. I think he hit the barrier coming off the line, clipped the wall on the inside. That could have caused some damage there. The other car I've lost is Chris Boone in his Jaguar XK. It's pulled into the pits. There's Craig Owen being lapped in his lovely Sierra Cosworth. Good to have Craig back racing this year. Father of Alex AJ Owen, the pre-03 touring car champion. We'll see him out in his Honda Civic today as the leaders make their way through the back markers. In terms of class leaders, in the Jags, Tom Robinson leads Class D, Tom Lenthal Class C. In Class B, it's still Rick Walker, number 54. In Class A, for the road standard cars, Tim Morant. In Blue Oval, Class S is led by Malcolm Harding for the more special saloon type cars. Class B is led by Steve Goldsmith, our 2nd place car overall. Bit of damage there on Malcolm Wise's car, I noticed, the front bumper hanging loose. In terms of other class leaders, Class E in Blue Oval is led by the Fiesta we just saw there, Dan Mackay, number 59. And the other class entries, Class C, D and Class Invitation, the Jags have all retired. Classes with only 1 or 2 entries. 4 minutes to go for our race leader Malcolm Harding, looking to make it 6 wins in a row in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, supported by Burton Power Products, long-time Ford specialists. There is Dan Mackay about to go a lap down, the man from Kendal in the very north of England. Long journey to Brands Hatch today. Here's a battle in the Jags. Now this is for the lead, I think, of Class B. Rick Walker, Michael Seaborn and Derek Pearce, we saw there. Here they come. Rick Walker in the green XJS leads it, but Michael Seaborn trying to get through. And there's a car stopped, I can tell you, on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. Michael Holt has come to a stop on the inside of the run to Paddock Hill Bend. There he is. So Michael Holt gets out of his car. That's on the edge of the circuit. Now that could bring out the safety car. He's on the pit lane exit there. So I thought I saw a car pulled up there. Bit of smoke there from David Ringham's Jaguar. He's a lap down. The leader's coming up to lap, I think that's Tim Morant's Jaguar. He moves aside, the big XJ40. It's Malcolm Harding, 3 minutes to go, crosses the line. I think that car is safely far out of the way there because it's got the pit lane exit between itself and the edge of the track. We come into the closing stages now. It's looking good for an overall win for Malcolm Harding. Steve Goldsmith has dropped back by a couple of seconds. He seems to be struggling a bit to deal with the back markers. Tim Morant there, you'll notice in the colours of the old Jaguar Formula One team from the early 2000s. Great to see a few tribute liveries on these big cats. Tom Robinson in the British Racing green and white, the colours that the Jaguar Group C team used briefly before Silk Cut came on board. And creating one of the greatest racing liveries that I've seen, certainly a personal favourite of mine, the Silk Cut Jags. Daniel Stewart about to go a lap down in his XJS. Through goes Harding and Sam Daffin's Fiesta as well. Here's that battle, and Michael Seaborn's lost a place to Derek Pearce in the XK8, the newer Jag. So it could be bad news for Michael Seaborn. It might affect his overall championship lead. He lost that on the previous lap. The lead gap is now up to 2.8 seconds for Malcolm Harding, so Steve Goldsmith is definitely dropping back here. And they're nearly 23 seconds up on Tom Robinson, who's still leading the Jags. Just saw him in the background there going up Halewood Rise. That's the advantage the two Fords have got. Malcolm Wise fighting it out there with Dan Mackay. They're 12th and 13th overall. Now a lap down. Craig Owen has pulled the Sierra into the pits. Another retirement, unfortunately, for him. Steve Goldsmith, he must have been delayed somewhere. Look at the way he's throwing that Anglia out of Clark Curve there. Said it looks like a classic hot rod. He's driving it like a classic hot rod, hanging the tail out. Trying to catch back up to Malcolm Harding, but he's now over 3 seconds behind. There's yellow flags out on the run into Paddock. You can see there from the marshals on the right of your screen. Steve Goldsmith, I think, has settled for second now. He will win his class. Different class to Malcolm Harding, who has lapped Michael Seaborn. Whether he's got a problem with the Jag, I'm not sure, because he's dropped away a little from second and third. There's yellow flags at both ends of the circuit now, so not many opportunities for overtaking in these closing laps. We're going on to the final lap now, and it's Malcolm Harding in that wide-arched, bewinged Zack Speed Escort, a replica of the cars that raced in the European Touring Car Championship in the 70s. Coming up on Derek Pearce. He's 8th overall, so that's how far up Malcolm Harding is. Gets around Pearce, no problem. He's got to get past Rick Walker as well, the class leader. And Rick Walker's got to be careful. Yes, he knew that one false move and Derek Pearce would be through to take the lead of the class. Clock has counted down to 0, so Malcolm Harding will see the checkered flag this time through, and it's going to be 6 wins in succession in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Round Clearways and Clark Curve for the final time, passing Tony Paxman's stranded car, and here he comes up towards the line. Malcolm Harding takes another victory. He's dominating Blue Oval this season. Steve Goldsmith comes over in second, 3.4 seconds back, and a big cloud of smoke there. Was that tyre smoke or was it engine smoke from Michael Seaborn? I think he locked the tyres up there coming into Paddock, having crossed the line. He comes in 9th place. Third overall is going to be Tom Robinson, and he will win the Jaguar Enthusiast Club Saloon and GT Championship race. There he goes over the line, beaten by Colin Philpott yesterday. Colin a non-starter today. It'll be Martin Reynolds, 4th overall. Good run by him. And it should be Colin Claxton in 5th place in his Mark 1 Escorts. A lot of lap traffic as well. I think we only had 6 cars on the lead lap at the end of that one. There's Claxton over the line for 5th position. And it will be Tom Lenthal's Jag in a class-winning 6th place. Rick Walker 7th, then Pierce, Seaborn and Sam Daffin round out the top 10. Okay, the cars head back to the Parc Fermé area then. Signalled in by the marshals. We'll hopefully hear from some of the drivers shortly. A couple of cars to be towed in. We've got Tony Paxman's car to be extricated from the gravel at Clearways. Michael Holt's Jaguar to be towed in from the entry to Paddock Bend as well. And we can now head down to Parc Fermé, I think, and hear from our race winner. He's talking to Ewan Dunlop.
Malcolm Harding, we meet again. Congratulations.
Yeah, how you doing?
You're looking a bit sweaty.
Yeah, a little bit.
How was that race different from the first one? It's 2 wins. Any difference in the tactical?
No, we just think he got out in front of us, and yeah, we just got back on him and got by him, and off we went.
I mean, apart from you and Stephen, you are miles ahead of the rest.
Yeah, to be fair, I think the car's probably a good bit better than some of the cars out there, that being big-headed. It's on slicks and stuff like that, probably some of them aren't. So yeah.
But you know what, 2 poles, 2 wins, it doesn't get any better than that, does it?
That's all right, doing all right.
Congratulations. We're going to go and speak to Stephen behind you if he'll speak to us.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your week and have a safe journey home.
And you, take care.
Sure, we'll see you at another racetrack soon. Stephen, if he'll speak to us, look at this. This is absolutely stunningly beautiful. Stephen, are you going in? We're going to grab. Are you going in? We'll grab him, Stephen. I know you don't like your interviews, but you've got to talk to us. Boss B class, another win. 2nd in the race overall, but 1st in class.
1st in class, yeah. It was tricky. There's no tread left on the tyres. Tyres went off halfway through. Wrong compound.
Now, how do you catch Malcolm in future? Because you're only 3 seconds behind in that one, but miles ahead of everybody else on the track.
Put the same tyres as he's got on.
Is that allowed?
Yeah.
It's might cost a few quid, but it might be worth it. But congratulations on 2nd place, 1st in class. Great weekend for you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Now, I would love to find Tom Lenthal or Tom Robinson, who are in cars 7 and 4. They were the winners in the Jag C class and the Jag D class. Here we go, number 4 over here, Tom Robinson. Literally just getting out of his car. Tom, you got 2 seconds for us. Stay in the car if you like. Congratulations, winner in the Jag D class.
Thank you very much.
Talk to us about your race.
Well, I'll be honest, I was on my own for the race. It was an absolute gutter that Colin didn't start. I'm not sure what the issue was, but yeah, just kept my head down and brought it home. Yeah, really happy.
Well, look, win's a win. You've had a great weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said before, it's not a circuit that we've done well at in the past, so I'm really happy. So yeah, I look forward to coming here again.
Fantastic. I can feel the heat coming out the car, so I'm going to let you get out. Okay.
See you later.
That is in Parc Fermé. Back to your commentator, Dave Ball.
Okay, well done to our race winners there, and we'll give you the results of our 2nd race of the day in a second. Well, we get ready for the first of 2 races today for the Kumho BMW Championship. So Malcolm Harding taking the victory in the Escort, 3.5 seconds ahead of Steve Goldsmith at the flag. Tom Robinson, the first Jaguar home, in 3rd, a long way back. 4th, Martin Reynolds going well in the Anglia, then Colin Claxton and Tom Lenthal, the only other 2 cars to finish on the lead lap. Rick Walker wins Class B for the Jags in 7th overall. Michael Seaborn, the overall championship leader, only 3rd in class. He won't be too happy there, finishing behind Derek Pearce. Then Sam Daffin's Ford Fiesta, Daniel Stewart in his XJS, and then Malcolm Wise in the Sierra Cosworth. Dan Mackay was next home. Tim Morant winning Class A for the Jags, ahead of Simon Dunford, completing the top 15. Behind them we had Cliff Ryan in his Jaguar XJRS, Peter Moffat's Escorts, then Michael Atkinson, Dean Sewell, David Ringham completing the finishers, Craig Owen, Michael Holtz, Chris Boone, Will Hunt, and of course Tony Paxman failing to finish. Right, next up then we have the first of 2 races today for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. Kumho Tyres have supported this championship run by the BMW Racing Drivers Club for many years. Open to all models of BMW, and BMW Minis we're seeing racing with the series now this year as well. Cars coming up to the grid, as you can see. 4 classes in this one, and it's invitation class runner Niall Bradley, locally based racer from Chatham in Kent, who has taken pole position alongside James Card in car number 32, the man from the North Midlands. Second row, Brad Sheehan in number 28, the championship leader coming into this round, leading Class A as well. Alongside him, Jason West making a return to the series today, car number 76. Don't think we've seen him out since the opening round at Donington. Third row, ex-single-seater racer Michael Vitulli, number 89, alongside 48, Darren Morgan-Owen. Fourth row, 26, Brian Branson, 66, Paul Wood. On the fifth row, Max Walton, number 74, and 78 of Ronan Bradley. I believe he's Niall's brother. Sixth row is Kevin Denwood, number 7, and 25, the chairman of the BMW Racing Drivers Club, Trevor Ford. Seventh row, number 190 of Alan Lee in the only BMW Mini out there, alongside Cavan Granger, number 37, and number 50, Pete Miller, completes the grid. Well, the car's heading off for their green flag lap, and we can hear from our pole sitter, I believe, down in the paddock. We spoke to him earlier with Ewan Dunlop.
You're here with Niall Bradley in Parc Fermé. You've just got pole position in the BMW now. How was your lap for you?
Yeah, it felt good. New tyres. The last time we raced here, we had old tyres from like 2019. So we just got a new set on Saturday morning to try them out. The car felt good. There's a little bit more in it, but not loads. But no, it felt good. Felt really good.
So what do you do between now and the race day?
Well, I think our first race is at 11 o'clock. I'll not do very much, to be honest. It's quick torque, quick fluid check, bit of fuel. Maybe a little tweaks, but we might just leave it alone.
Now, you're here on an invitation. Talk to us about how you got here today.
Yeah, basically it's a local circuit for me. I've raced a few times now with the Kumho lads. Really like the championship. Trevor, the organiser, spot on. Really nice fella. So yeah, I normally race on BMW Car Club, which is primarily the difference between the two. Mostly is that Car Club's treaded Kumho slicks. So yeah, just jumping around, just a bit of testing and see what we think. And
fantastic. Niall, pole position, congratulations, good luck in the race this afternoon.
Thank you very much, cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good to hear from Niall Bradley, the Irish-born but locally based racer here in Kent. He'll start on pole, running in the invitation class, as we heard this weekend. That's for cars not registered for the full championship. But this championship open to any model of BMW. Class A for the most powerful cars. It's Brad Sheehan who leads the points in that division, while Class B and the overall championship is led by Kevin Denwood. There he is, the blue and orange BMW Compact running in Class B. We've got one BMW Mini out there as well, which is Alan Lee, number 190. So the cars head up to the grid then for the first of 2 races today. This will be a 20-minute race for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. Niall Bradley, number 47, the green and white M3 on pole. Most of the cars out there either M3s or E46 compacts. Watch out for Michael Vitulli on the third row of the grid, the red car, number 89. 48 of Darren Morgan-Owen, currently second in the points in Class A, ahead of James Card. James, usually one of the quickest races. He's had some mechanical gremlins. I believe it was electrical problems with this car earlier in the season, the silver machine. The second row, number 28, that's Brad Sheehan in the, I think that's a Days of Thunder inspired livery, the pink and white machine. As the last couple of cars line up at the back of the grid for this 20-minute race for the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. Look out also for Jason West in the G Sports prepared car. Good to see him back in the championship for the first time in a couple of rounds. Waiting for the red lights to come on then. This will be a 20-minute race for the big Beamers. Away they go. Decent start by Niall Bradley from pole position. A poor start by Brad Sheehan. He's gone right the way down the order as they head into Paddock Bend for the first time, and Brad Sheehan's lost about half a dozen places there off the line. Jason West on the outside there of Darren Morgano in the white number 48's car. It's Bradley who leads the way. Michael Vitulli, big lock up there. He made a super start up into second place ahead of James Card. Then it's Jason West, Darren Morgano in, and sideways there. He could have had a spin there for somebody further back in the order. I think that was Paul Wood in the black and yellow car. No, he saved it. I thought he was going to spin coming off Druids there. Good save by Paul Wood as Michael Vitulli attacks for the lead. They're all round the first half lap okay. M3s to the fore from Class A. First two breaking away a little. Niall Bradley will lead the first lap then, leading Class A. It is Michael Vitulli. He's going to try and go for the overall lead here into Paddock for the second time. Third is James Card, then it's Jason West. A cloud of smoke there as he locks up. That's Darren Morgano in fifth position. Behind him is Paul Wood in the black and yellow number 66. Began his career in a E46 compact. And there is one of the E46 compacts further back, Kevin Denwood, the number 7. Didn't get the best of starts. He's the championship leader. He leads Class B for the slightly less powerful cars. And it's Class A M3s, plus the invitation class car of Niall Bradley all the way at the front. Brad Sheehan starting to make a move there on Brian Bransom in the orange number 26 car. Didn't make it stick though. The fight is on for third place between James Card and Jason West. Such aggressive looking cars, these E46 model M3s at the front of the field. Darren Morgano in again, locking up there, maybe having some braking issues, as Brad Sheehan gets the move done on Brian Bransom in the orange car further back. The pink and white machine of Brad Sheehan. He's already taken one win from the back here at Brands Hatch this year. That was earlier this season when the BMW supported the British Truck Racing Championship. There you can see the colours used for the classes. Class A blue, Class B whites, invitation class yellow, and the one BMW Mini in pink. That's Alan Lee further down the order, currently 12th overall. But it's Niall Bradley who continues to set the pace ahead of Vitulli, Card and West. They've broken away slightly from Darren Morgano. Runs wide again there. He's got some sort of a handling issue, I think, the number 48's car, the man from St Leonards-on-Sea in Essex. Into Paddock Bend for the fourth time in this 20-minute race, and Niall Bradley leads by just under half a second. Brad Sheehan, though, has done the fastest lap of the race, a 50.966, and he has, I think, got past Paul Wood there a little further back in the order. We stay with the leaders. Niall Bradley down into Graham Hill Bend. But watch for that pink and white car, Brad Sheehan. He made a terrible start, dropped down into about 8th or 9th place off the line, and there he is. He's got ahead of Paul Wood. It wasn't Paul Wood who almost spun on the opening lap. It was Max Walter. Apologies there. There goes Jason West, number 76. Had a good run in the Classic Thunder session here at Brands Hatch yesterday, doubling up with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club this weekend. Brad Sheehan to the inside on Darren Morgano into Paddock Bend there. Has he got the move done? We'll see in the background. He's gone wide on the exit. James Card under fire from Jason West. There's battles everywhere you look in the leading positions in this Kumho BMW Championship race. I think Brad Sheehan had just about got the move done there on Darren Morgano. There go the leaders, and yes, Brad Sheehan is up into 5th position now. Behind them it is Paul Wood as Morgano fights back. They're sliding all over the place, that trio. So a group of 4 at the front, followed by a group of 3 fighting for 5th position. Brian Bransom has dropped away from them. The orange car, that's the slightly older E36 shape of M3. There's Sheehan, he's the man to watch. Did have the fastest lap of the race. That's now gone to Niall Bradley with a 50.929. slightly quicker than Brad Sheehan's 50.966. Michael Vituli still there in second, James Card third, and Jason West in fourth place. That's one of a few cars here this weekend run by G Sports, the team run by Giovanni Di Gennaro. I did say during an earlier round this season that Gary Whittaker was involved in the running of that team, but that is not the case, so my apologies to G Sport for that error earlier in the season. Jason West chases James Card for that third place. Starting to drop away now slightly from Niall Bradley, 1.3 seconds to the good after 6 laps. But Niall Bradley, of course, is not registered for the championship. He's in the invitation class, so the battle for second is effectively for the leading championship positions. Michael Vituli has the Class A lead at the moment. Class B is being led by Kevin Denwood, which will strengthen his championship position. But the man to watch is Brad Sheehan. He's just another fastest lap of the race, 50.746. That's about nearly half a second quicker than the cars ahead of him. Of course, the more they battle, the more time they're taking off each other. And Brad Sheehan's going to be able to catch them. Not worrying about Niall Bradley, the Irish-born racer out in front. Where's Ronan Bradley? He's down in 10th place, number 78. Here's the battle for the lead up towards Druids Hill Bend. And here comes Brad Sheehan. There is the distinctive pink and white machine. Very much a NASCAR-inspired paint job. You can tell from the numbers, taken, I believe, from the film Days of Thunder. He's certainly thundering back up the order here is Brad Sheehan, the man from Horsham. Starting to close in on Jason West for 4th place. Brad Sheehan went backwards off the line. Can be tricky to get the power down through the rear wheels of these BMWs. 13 minutes of the race still to go. He's got plenty of time to catch the top 4. He's done another fastest lap of the race, 50.671 for Brad Sheehan. Coming up to lap one of the back markers there, 37, Cavan Granger goes a lap down. And Pete Miller in there as well, number 50, the Sussex-based driver in his E36 M3. Moving out of the way there through Druids. Brad Sheehan will have to get past him at Graham Hill Bend. He does so. You can see he's almost up onto the tail now of Jason West for 4th place. Has the lead gap come down? Yes, it has. It's just under a second now. Next car to be lapped is going to be Trevor Ford, most experienced racer in this championship, the chairman of the BMW Racing Drivers Club. There he is, the blue and white machine, about to be lapped by Niall Bradley. It's Michael Vituli in 2nd place still, and he leads Class A for the all-important points. Bit of a lock-up there into Paddock. Now the trio who've been battling all race long are going to have to watch their mirrors. Here comes Brad Sheehan. He's going to go for the inside here, up into Druids, side by side with Jason West. Can he get 4th position? He's up on the curb slightly there. Little bit of a rub as they come through Druids, but through goes Sheehan. Well, as they say in Days of Thunder, Rubbins Racing. 1 place made up by Brad Sheehan. Next target is James Card, the man from Nottingham. His late father, Roger Card, raced in this championship for many years. Oh, somebody off there in the background. That was Pete Miller, and he's lost his front splitter as a result of going over the grass, and Brad Sheehan goes off. Sheehan goes off there, coming into clearways. Now, has he survived that? There's a great cloud of smoke as well that's going into the paddock. It's hard to know where to look here. Brad Sheehan, yeah, he went into the gravel there. He's got going again, but he's lost a lot of ground. Brad Sheehan has gone off. Meanwhile, Pete Miller has, well, whether that's a blown engine or whether he's blown the radiator when he went off onto the grass. Great cloud of smoke there. Let's hope there's no fluid down on Cooper Straight. It all happened there. It was hard to know where to look because Brad Sheehan just suddenly went wide onto the gravel coming out of McLaren into clearways, and he's lost all that ground he made up. There he is. He is behind Paul Wood. He's down to 7th place. He's got to start all over again. Brad Sheehan coming to make up a place. He's nearly boxed in by Trevor Ford there as he laps him for a 2nd time. He's already been past him once. Now he's got it all to do again. Yes, the oil flags are out. You can see there Pete Miller has blown up in number 50. There is oil on the circuit coming into Surtees, and Sheehan's off again. He's heading for the pits this time. Yeah, there's damage to the 28 car. What a shame for Brad Sheehan. All that pace to get back up the order, but it looks like he's out of the race. Meanwhile, Michael Vitulli, with half the race to go, has caught Niall Bradley. We've got to be mindful that there is fluid down coming into Surtees corner, though, from Pete Miller's car. Here comes Michael Vitulli. He's all over the back of the 47. Be on the outside for the left-hander there. They're slipping and sliding all over the place. These cars we mentioned, all rear-wheel drive. Right up with Niall Bradley. You can see there's some dirt been thrown onto the circuit there as well when Brad Sheehan went off. He seemed to go off so suddenly, and now he's pulled off into the pits. I wonder if he had something break in the steering there, possibly. Was it that little rub as he came past Jason West, I wonder? And the leaders head up into Druids Hill Bend. 3 cars line astern. Bradley, Vitulli and James Card. 4th place is still Jason West hanging on to their coattails. Then there's a gap back to Darren Morgan-Owen, who's in 5th position. It's Paul Wood in 6th. Brian Bransom's orange E36 M3 is 7th. Max Walton in the black and yellow car is 8th. Then Ronan Bradley is 9th. And rounding up the top 10, the Class B leader, Kevin Denwood, in the compact, number 7. 4 leaders almost together now. Niall Bradley trying to pull away again, but Michael Vitulli, as we said, he doesn't need really to worry about challenging Niall Bradley because he's leading his class. Just needs to concentrate on holding off the 2 behind him. But you tell that to a racing driver when there's an overall win at stake. Up to Halewood Rise, into Druids once again for the 14th time. Niall Bradley has led all the way. 13 cars still running. Of course, we lost Brad Sheehan after his charge back up the order. And Pete Miller, of course, blew his engine. There's Darren Morgan-Owen. Now, is he catching the 4 ahead of him? It's 4 seconds down at the moment. Niall Bradley's actually pulled away a little bit this time through. Jason West trying to move up to challenge James Card for a podium place. Michael Vitulli with a handy lead in Class A at the moment. The championship led by Brad Sheehan, so this could lose him the championship lead in Class A because there are 20 points for a victory in class. Just work it out for the points table. No, in fact, he will keep his lead after this race. Depends whether he gets it out for race 2 because Darren Morgan-Owen is currently 23 points behind him. 3rd in the points is James Card, who had those problems at the beginning of the season with the electronics, I believe it was, on his silver number 32. 4th position in the Class A points, Ian Crisp with his BMW 1 Series M Coupe. He's not here this weekend. Michael Vitulli, 5th in Class A. While Kevin Denwood leads Trevor Ford by 10 points in the Class B points standings. Pete Miller, 3rd in that class, but of course he is out of the race. There go the leaders through Druids once again for the 16th time. They are coming up to lap Cavan Granger, who's running at the tail of the field in 13th place. New to the championship this weekend. Michael Vitulli sliding a bit wide. He may have caught a bit of fluid there. See the line of fluid from Pete Miller's car. Cavan Granger on the inside. Michael Vitulli had to go over the dirt there on the outside now. Here's our Class B leader. We've not seen him so far. Kevin Denwood, number 7. Chasing Max Walton in the number 74 car. I think Max is a lap ahead of him, though. Yes, the Class A cars lapping the Class Bs. And Kevin Denwood has a handy lead in Class B over Trevor Ford. The other Class B runner, Pete Miller, out of the race. It's looking good for Kevin Denwood to extend his lead in Class B and in the overall championship. See the power of the Class A cars telling here. Here come the leaders along Cooper Straight. Michael Vitulli takes that slightly wider line into Surtees once again. The lead gap was 1.5 seconds last time through, so Niall Bradley trying to pull away again. James Card holding the inside and the 32 ahead of Jason West. Second half this race now, in fact, going up to 3/4 distance, 5 minutes to go in this Kumho BMW Championship, race 1 of the day. Still the battle is on for second and the lead in Class A. Michael Vitulli, James Card, Jason West. Still the red machine of Michael Vitulli. Remember him quite successful in Formula Renault, among other things, in years gone by. Chased here by James Card. The gap between them 0.3 of a second. A further 0.3 back is Jason West. And James Card had a brief look there going into Druids. He's now starting to turn up the wick on Michael Vitulli. This is for maximum points, of course, in Class A. Oh, and there's contact. Michael Vitulli into the side of the BMW Mini of Alan Lee, who didn't see him there at Graham Hill Bend. The BMW Mini spins off now. Is Vitulli damaged? Yes, he is. He's off on the inside of the Cooper Straight. So James Card takes leave. We've got somebody else off in the background there, I can see, at Paddock. I think that's Max Walton. My goodness me, it's all happened here with less than 4 minutes of the race to go. So Max Walton has gone off at Paddock Hill Bend into the gravel. James Card now leads Class A, and he's second overall. And I think Darren Morgan in through to fourth, but the red flag is coming out. Okay, with less than 3 minutes to go, the red flag is out. There's the reason. Max Walton stranded in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Now we'll have to wait and see what happens, because at the same moment Michael Vitulli hit that back marker and lost second place. Now will that be restored on countback? It happened at the same time as Max Walton went off. We know that the red flag, I'd imagine that will be a declared result, because there were just over 3 minutes left on the clock. I imagine that will mean Niall Bradley is our winner. We'll wait to confirm the rest of the results, because it may be counted back a lap. So awaiting confirmation on the result there. A rather incident-packed Kumho BMW Championship race. Yes, the checkered flag is shown on the timing screen, so I think that means result declared. It will be a win for Niall Bradley. But we'll await confirmation on second place, whether it's counted back a lap, which could save Michael Vitulli's bacon. Well, the clear-up has started then. You can see that's where Brad Sheehan went off. The Orange Army into action, sweeping away a large amount of gravel back into the gravel trap there. A thank you again to our Orange Army, especially this weekend. We could not go racing without them. It is wonderful to see them all here this weekend and see them in action. We'll give you the provisional results of that race in a moment. So provisionally, the win goes to Niall Bradley ahead of James Card. We'll await news on whether there's going to be any countback of the result there. James Card second ahead of Jason West. So Card wins Class A. Darren Morgano in fourth ahead of Michael Vitulli after his off. Then Paul Wood in sixth. Max Walton shown in seventh, but he was the cause of the red flag, so I don't think he'll be classified. Then it's Brian Bransom, Ronan Bradley, Kevin Denwood will win Class B. Alan Lee, not spun out in his BMW Mini there, but will be the class winner. And then Trevor Ford and Cavan Grange are the final finishers. We, of course, lost Brad Sheehan and Pete Miller. Okay, so the Orange Army go to work. They've got quite a bit of clear up to do after that one. Max Walton's car to be retrieved from the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, and plenty of gravel to be swept up, as we saw down at Clearways as well, where Brad Sheehan had his excursion. Quite a lively outing for the Kumho BMW Championship. They'll have another race to come later on. Now, I believe the grid for that race will be set by the result of our first race, so we'll have confirmation of that later on. And you know what that means. Brad Sheehan is once again going to have to come through from the back, just as he did at Donington Park earlier this year. He and Michael Pensavalle, who's not here this weekend, had a great battle. Well, next up on track here today, it will be the first of our Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship races, the trophy category. 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. Okay, I think we can hand down to Parc Ferme now with Ewan Dunlop, and I think he's got our race winner, Niall Bradley, down in Parc Ferme.
We are in Parc Ferme with Niall Bradley, invitation and overall winner in the race today. Talk us through your laps.
Yeah, it was all about the start really. I've had a few bad experiences starting off pole here. So yeah, once I got my nose in front and got into turn one, and I seen it was still in front, I thought, right, get your head down now. And then it was just sort of managing it from there in, to be honest. But when the fluid came out, we had a very, very big moment going in through Surtees, so I thought it was all over at that point. But yeah, we managed to hold in, but great race. Great.
And a premature end to the race. Were you aware of what was going on behind you?
No, I didn't. To be honest, I've seen some of it. It was some of the back markers I was trying to get through myself, but I didn't actually see what actually fully happened from behind me now, to be honest. But yeah, I was just trying to keep looking in front and keep my head down.
Well, it's a winning class and a win in the overall race, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the entertainment. I just want to grab James' card. He is the winner in the A class, car number 32. So I handed to him on a plate at the end of that one. James, can we grab you for 60 seconds? Is that all right? Congratulations. You weren't in the lead about 60 seconds ago. What happened?
I wasn't in the lead at all, I don't think, was there? No, we were just a train. It was just, we were all so close with this lap in such a small circuit. There's such little differences. You need a bigger gap to be able to get past somebody. So we were a brilliant race. You're constantly looking backwards at somebody right behind you, constantly looking forward to somebody at you. Oil on the tracks, but exciting, good race.
When you get oil on the track, how do you manage that as a driver?
To be honest with you, it's a bit of faith the first time, and then you see where it is, and you can usually see a little bit of a trail on the track, so you could see it, so you just next time move a little bit, and if you don't slide in it, that's your new line.
Now, Michael was having a great race, obviously took advantage of that. Did you see him go off? What was the action that you saw?
Yeah, I was just behind it. I think there was another car down into the corner which just didn't see him and turned in on him. I don't think, accidentally I think, they just clashed, which just spanned them round. I just nipped through.
Fantastic. James, a win's a win, congratulations.
I don't think I won.
Oh, we had you down as a win, sorry.
Oh, maybe it is, I don't know. I think Niall won.
We'll wait. Oh, so Niall won the overall race, you won the class. He's the invitation, yeah. So, congratulations.
No, that's good, thank you very much.
Now, I also want to find Kevin Denwood in the car number 7. He won the B class, if we can find him. If not, I'll throw back. Oh, here we go. Where's Kevin? Where is Kevin? Where's he gone? We've got his car. This is the winner of the B class. David, we might be coming back to you. I think we're trying to... Is Kevin over there somewhere? Dave, let's go back to you. If we can find Kevin, we'll get an interview with him afterwards.
Okay, well, thanks very much. The cars will be on the grid shortly for the rolling start for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category. I'm currently noting down the starting drivers, so we'll perhaps take some interviews from earlier on with Ewan.
Here in the pit lane with Simon Baker and Kevin Clark. Tell us about that flying lap, guys. Pole position.
Kev, you want to? I think it was your lap.
It's good, but it's such a small track and lots of traffic, and you've just got to try and jockey for a bit of space and give it your best shot. I was quite lucky. I did have a decent run, but you always seem to just catch a car just at the wrong time that cost you the most time. But it's good. A lot of the guys, all the guys are really good, to be fair. There's different classes, so you do get differences in speed, but they're all pretty good. They all understand endurance, and they want to keep the car in one piece.
I was going to ask the question, with such a small track and so many different classes on the track at the same time, how do you find that bit of clean air?
You're constantly in your mirrors, and you want to back up, but the last thing you want is somebody to come by you because you're dawdling around. So you have to sort of, you're jockeying for a position. You're trying to get as close as you can, then you'll drop back, and then hopefully you've got a lap before you back up behind the next car again. Now, you are championship leaders, Simon. Plenty of pole positions, plenty of wins to your name. What is a successful weekend for you guys?
Basically, we need to get points. We need to get points this weekend. So it's about keeping the car on the track, getting around the corners. That's the main thing. But obviously, the weather could play a part later. So we're not too happy about rain. But
can you tell us a little bit about your tactics later on in both races?
Yeah, just stay out of trouble. If you stay on the track and you don't hit anybody, chances are you'll be at the sharp end. But if we can win it, fantastic. If we can't, we're not going to get upset about it. We've got to collect the points and look at the bigger picture. And Simon, just tell us a bit about the car behind you as well.
Yeah, basically, the guys at Wood Road Motorsport built me this car. It took 4 years to build. A hell of a lot of time and effort, and me working 7 days a week to get this built. But now it's all coming together, and it's an amazing car. So next year we're looking at going up into endurance on a Saturday. So it's all looking good.
I think the other trophy guys will be keen to see the back of it.
I think so, yeah.
Best of luck for the race, guys.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for talking to us.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
We are here in the pits with Mark Lee. Mark, second place behind the mighty BMW. How was your lap?
Yeah, good. There's more to come, hopefully. Busy traffic. So yeah, I think it's going to be a good race.
And tell us a little bit about Brands Hatch. What is it like taking a car this around such a short track? It must be particularly exciting.
Yeah, it's quite it's physically demanding. I don't know if you can see the sweat coming, but yeah, it's great. Yeah.
And you're racing on your own mark, because most of the teams are in pairs.
Yeah, I want to become a better driver, so I'm just seat time. So yeah, it'd be nice to have a pro.
But you still have to take the 2 minute pit
yes,
stop.
I've still got to have the same. Yeah.
And now tell us about the car, because you just mentioned to me it only just squeezes into the trophy category.
Yeah, so this is a Ginetta G56 Academy car. I don't know if you know, there's a new Academy class Ginetta have brought out. So it's basically detuned G55. So it ain't got the same horsepower. It's got less horsepower, different diff, and yeah, a few other things. But yeah, the car looks the same as like a Super Cup.
Now, unlike other cars in the pits, the doors are closed, it's not up on the bricks. Is it ready to go? Do you do anything between now and the race, or are you just going to shoot out?
It should be okay, hopefully. I'll let the team do all that, yeah.
Fantastic. Mark, best of luck with the race.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, we are in the pits with the Britcar Clio pole sitters, Steve and Aaron Thompson, father and son. Talk us through your morning so far.
The points?
Talk us through your morning.
Oh, the morning, sorry. Yeah, just put a new set of tyres on, put just about enough fuel in it for the 20-minute qualifying. Aaron always goes out first because he can handle a lot better looser car than I can. Being old and my reaction time's a lot slower. But no, we went out, put 2 very good laps in, which I think secured us for the front row of our class. P12 I think is on track. So yeah, it's always difficult. It's a very tight track, but looking forward, like going into racing, it's a tight track. I think it's just about settling down in the first lap, get your position, and then try and pick them off, and then wait for them to come round and lap us.
Aaron, 3 wins, 2 seconds this season, plenty of poles as well. You are a formidable force in the Clios. How do you keep doing it?
I think it's just keeping it easy. At the end of the day, we're here because we love motorsport. We enjoy what we do. It's a thing for me and my dad to go do it together. And I think the lack of pressure, we did such a high pressure environment for racing for so many years. that edge comes off, and we just seem to sort of be in our element. Dad's raced rear-wheel drive for a lot of years, big transition from front-wheel drive with the technology the Clio has as well. It was a big sort of transitional period, but we sort of seem to settled in. We understand this tyre really well. I spent a lot of years on this tyre. It's what a lot of people are struggling with. I was talking to Anton today, he was saying he struggled with understeer. There's certain things of how the car's set up and how to sort of drive the tyre, which I think is just giving us the advantage at the minute.
With such a record of wins and podiums, I mean, how do you rate your weekend? Is 2 wins all you're looking for?
A car back on the trailer with four wheels on it is a successful weekend. I mean, we are. It's all right saying, "Oh, we're here because we love it." We want to win. I mean, a win is what we're going for. The second place is great. Can't say it doesn't stink.
Steve, father and son, who's the boss? Who's in charge?
Well, I pay the bill, so I'm in charge. No, it's not. It's just a team effort. There's, when I go out on the grid to see Aaron, it's the main thing. Just go out and enjoy it, mate. We're here for a bit of we're weekend warriors. That's all we are. Just go out, have a laugh, and if we come in and we're smiling, it was great. Yes, there'll be times when you come in where you could have done this, could have done that, but coulda, woulda, shoulda doesn't win races. It's just finish.
Well, weekend warriors, pole sitters, championship leaders, I think you're doing the best you can. Good luck for the race. We'll catch up with you later.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
So the cars will be coming to the grid fairly shortly. Good to hear from a few of our drivers there. We'll give you the grid and the starting drivers fairly shortly. I think we can hear possibly for another driver in a moment down in pit lane, about to head out from the grid. I can tell you as well, there are a few spots of rain coming down, so this is going to get interesting here. It's been changeable weather here this weekend at Brands Hatch. We're hoping the weather would hold off for our first Goodyear Britcar Endurance Trophy category race. As we say, this will be a 50 minutes race. The pit window opens after 20 minutes for the mandatory pit stop and driver change. Let's have a look at the grid then. In pole position it is the Woodrow Motorsport number 10 BMW. Kevin Clark will be starting that car. Simon Baker will take over, looking for their 5th win of the season. Alongside them 74, looking for his 1st win of the season, Mark Lee in the SVG Ginetta. The second row, 111, the Datum Motorsports Ginetta G55. I believe Axel van Nederveen is driving solo in that car. That had a double win at Silverstone. I don't think Adriano Medeiros is here this time. Alongside the BMW from Simon Green Motorsport number 40, Jasvir Sapra will start. Brian Branson takes over. The third row, number 98, the second Simon Green Motorsport car of Lee Frost and Lucky Kira. Lee Frost will take the start, starting alongside Steve Rothery in his Peugeot 308. He drives solo. The fourth row, number 2, Peter Spano will start the Ramen Racing Ginetta. Andrew Bentley takes over, alongside number 14, Terry Stevens. He's in a Peugeot 308. Row 5, the County Classics Porsche Class 2 points leader Richard Higgins starts alongside the Team Brit BMW, which is started by Andrew Tucker. Charles Graham takes over. Row 6 is the PrepTech Renault Clio, the Clio Endurance car. Ryan Firth starting. Andy Mollison takes over. Alongside them, Mac G Racing. We normally see Johnny McGregor in the Endurance Championship in Trophy with his Mazda RX-8 this time. McGregor starts. Josh Tomlinson will take over. The 7th row, number 199, which is the Invitation Class Honda Civic. Ricky Kuma taking the start, sharing with Mark Simmons. Alongside number 41, the first of the Clios. Just heard from the Thompson family. Aaron Thompson will start. Dad Steve takes over. Row 8, number 19, the Reflex Ginetta G20. Leading the points in Class 3. Steve Griffith starts. Jamie Vinall-Meyer will take over. Starting alongside Anton Spires in his Renault Clio, shared with Darren Gerhardt. Anton is going first. Row 9, the Chandler Motorsport VW Golf, number 35. That will be started by Andy Wheatley. Stephen Chandler takes over. Alongside number 27, the Vina Sports Ginetta of Charlotte Birch. Next on the grid on row 10, number 45, Arthur McMahon with his Honda Civic. Will start alongside the number 67 Clio of James Black from Westbourne Motorsport. On row 11, number 80, which is Anthony Hutchings in his Porsche Boxster, starting alongside the number 62 Clio. Tony Davies starts that car. James Colburn will take over. The 12th row, the Motus One number 11, which is the Clio of Steve O'Brien and Matt Cherrington. Steve O'Brien going first. The TSR VW Golf of Robert Taylor will be alongside him. Rob Taylor driving solo this weekend, co-driver Mark Jones not here. The 13th row, number 34, Alistair Lindsay with his Seat Leon, alongside number 47, the Reflex Racing Ginetta. Jamie Vinall-Meyer starts that car. He's driving 2 cars in this race, and Stuart Gibbons will take over that one from him. On the 14th row, the Derek McMahon Racing number 57, the Alfa Giulietta. Paul Plant starts that car. Barry McMahon takes over. Alongside Team Brits, second BMW, Luke Pound starts. It's Bobby Trundley, normally seen in the endurance category, who shares. And the final row of the grid, number 83, the Cook family in their Honda Civic. Edward Cook starts, Steve Cook takes over, and the Mazda MX-5 invitation class runner James Chase, the Paul Sheard-run car, completes the grid. Here they come then to the grid. The first 4 races of the season were all won by the Woodrow Motorsports BMW. It was beaten at Silverstone in rounds 5 and 6 by the Ginetta of Datum Motorsport. Axel van Nederveen was sharing with Adriano Medeiros, very experienced pro racer. But I don't think Adriano is here this weekend. I think I saw his name blanked out on the starters sheets. We'll have a double check of that. Yes, Adriano Medeiros not here. Axel van Nederveen driving on his own. There's that stunning Mazda RX-8. Certainly not a standard Mazda RX-8. Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson. Terry Stevens' Peugeot 308, one of 2 in this race. Steve Rothery has the other one. So they're out on their warm-up. They'll move onto the grid as directed by the volunteer marshals. To confirm, this is the trophy category, not the endurance and Praga championships that we should have seen yesterday. Now the car's pulling into line, and I believe one car received a grid penalty because the number 40 BMW, that's Jasvir Sapra and Brian Branson, starting further back on the grid. They got a grid penalty for an infringement during qualifying. So they've moved further back on the grid. Yes, they're starting from row 6, I believe. Yes, they're just behind the Preptech Renault Clio there. So the number 40 Simon Green Motorsport BMW of Jasvir Sapra and Brian Branson receive that grid penalty down to 12th place. Where's the pole sitter, the BMW? There's what the weather looks like at the moment. It's a bit iffy here at Brands Hatch. Let's hope we're not going to have a cloudburst during this race. Cars being gridded up then. There's the other Simon Green Motorsports BMW, the black and orange number 98. That's started by Lee Frost and shared by Lucky Kero. We've seen him in the Britcar Endurance Championship this year in his Ferrari. That car will fly when Lucky gets on board, and Lee Frost, a quick racer as well. He's competed in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, among other things. But on pole is that amazing BMW, the 1 Series Coupe of Kevin Clark and Simon Baker, prepared by Woodrow Motorsports. And they've built an absolute rocket ship of a car. Will it take win number 5 of the season here at Brands Hatch? The Mac G Racing RX-8 has pulled back into the pits, Johnny McGregor. So hopefully they're going to take the start from the pit lane. It's a new car for them, so probably some teething problems with it, unless they're changing tyres, of course. Where we see it in pit lane, no, it doesn't look like they are changing tyres. Looks like they've had a last-minute hitch. Interesting to see that Jamie Vinall-Meyer, we normally see him sharing with Steve Griffiths in the number 19 car. He's driving 2 cars in this race. He's starting the number 47 Ginetta. And he'll hand that to Stuart Gibbons, then jump into the number 19 car when Steve Griffiths comes in. Hope he's a fast runner. This will be a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. Some cars changing driver. And for the second race later on, the cars will, the top 3 in each class will receive a few seconds success penalty to serve at their pit stop in race 2. 15 seconds for a class win, 10 for second, 5 for third. There's Steve Rothery, number 308 on the left, ex-Clio racer, has had a go at truck racing as well in the past. Now in that lovely Peugeot 308, similar machine of Terry Stevens behind him. One car that is here that hasn't made it as far as the race, the number 20 Peugeot RCZ of Charlie Campbell and Rob Smith. I believe they had problems in qualifying and have withdrawn. Number 2 there, the Diabetes UK backed Ginetta G20, G40 I should say, of Peter Spano and Andrew Bentley. The championship currently led by the number 10 BMW, Simon Baker and Kevin Clark. Ollie Rubens also appeared in that car this season. Leading Class 2, Richard Higgins in the blue Porsche you can see in the background there. Oh, and looks like the Simon Green Motorsport BMW's got the kettle on. Oh dear, Lee Frost has boiled over. So hopefully he's going to be able to start the race. Looks like he's brewed up there. Milk and 1 sugar, please, Lee. Yes, that car is well and truly boiled over. That's a great shame. Water, water everywhere. So let's all have a brew. Okay, so there may be a delay here. That car may need to be pushed off the grid. Marshall's spoken to Lee. Is he going to risk it? Marshall radioing to his colleagues there. Let's see what's going to happen. There's water everywhere from the 98 car. And I think they're signalling him off the grid. So he's going to be pushed off the grid. You can see coolant everywhere there. The BMW has boiled over. That's a great shame. From the Simon Green Motorsport car, Lee Frost and Lucky Kira, both very quick drivers. I've seen Lucky in British GT, among other things, this season. I'm pleased to see the Orange Hearts decals on there as well. Contributes to the Orange Army. Well, now Lee Frost runs on the track and the wipers are on because the rain has started to come down. Well, it was going to be slippery on the Brabham Straight anyway. Now it's going to be slippery everywhere. This is going to be interesting. Yep, the rain is well and truly coming down here at Brands Hatch. But Lee Frost coming back to his car. Now we wait to see what's going to happen. The marshals are going to push him away. Are they push starting him or pushing him off the circuit? Pace car in position for the rolling start. You can see the rain coming down. We spare a thought for the Orange Army once again, stuck out in the rain. Now, what's going to happen here with the number 98 of Lee Frost? Yeah, he's being pushed into the paddock. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen here, whether Lee Frost will start from the pit lane or not. Johnny McGregor's Mazda RX-8 is going to start from the pit lane. I can tell you that that's there. You can just see it there alongside the Marshall centre screen. There is the Mazda RX-8. RotaryRevs.com on the side. That rotary engine car, of course. Very impressive looking machine. Let's hope it goes as well as it looks. It's going to certainly be slip and slide in the early stages here of this Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category race. Couple of gaps on the grid now. And the BMW is taken back into its garage. This is going to be an interesting one. Before all that, we were talking about the points leaders. Class 1 and overall championship led by the number 10 BMW. Class 2 is led by Richard Higgins, the blue Porsche, number 15. Class 3 by Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinol-Meyer in the Ginetta G20, number 19. As the pace car moves off. Here we go with the rolling starts. The Clio class is led by the Thompsons. And they're third overall in the championship. Into the rain they go then. This is certainly going to be an interesting one. There's Mark Taylor, Rob Taylor rather, the Black Golf. His regular co-driver Mark Jones not here this weekend. Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman, driving solo. Just trying to get some heat into their tyres here, these Goodyear tyres. Wonderful to see the variety in the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship. They are going to be running an eSports Championship Britcar as well, starting in October. Sponsored by Butt Kicker Sim Racing Systems. Yes, really. A little more info on that later on. Two separate series, one for regular Britcar drivers and one for top sim racers. There are some who do both, of course. Jimmy Broadbent. Here they come then up towards the rolling starts for Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category race number 1. Looks like we are going round for another lap in view of the conditions. The clock has started, but the pace car still out. We're starting behind the safety car for an extra lap by the look of it. Okay then, just to give the drivers a chance to get some heat into their tyres and get used to the conditions. It is only a short lap here at Brands Hatch, of course. So the clock has started. The pace car still out. They are now forming up 2 by 2, so it looks like we may go green this time. Number 10, Kevin Clark, alongside Mark Lee, number 74 in the Ginetta. Just under 30 cars out. Coming round towards the green flag this time then, this first race of the day for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. Kevin Clark in the number 10 BMW on pole, Mark Lee in the Ginetta alongside him. Just under 30 cars on the grid. The pace car is in pit lane on a very wet and slippery track here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. Axel van Nederveen lurking in his Ginetta on the second row. Peter Spano next in his Class 2 Ginetta as they come up towards the lights, and away they go down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. It is the BMW of Kevin Clark who has got the lead. Axel van Nederveen goes through into second place, and a great start by Steve Rothery up into fourth in the Peugeot 308, side by side with Mark Lee. Richard Higgins and Terry Stevens, Porsche and Peugeot, are next. Mark Lee has not got the start he wanted at all. It's Kevin Clark's BMW who leads the way. Rothery up into third place. Richard Higgins going well in the Class 2 Porsche as well. Peter Spano's dropped back slightly in his Ginetta. behind the Team Brit BMW of Andy Tucker. Slip and slide their way round. Watch for Jasvir Sapra, the grey BMW. Oh, Mark Lee spun. He's backwards in the Ginetta. Hopefully everybody is going to avoid him. Yes, the pack has got through. Mark Lee will have to rejoin at the tail of the field. It's Kevin Clark who leads. It is impossibly slippery out there at the moment. See the BMW twitching there as Kevin tries to put the power down onto the Brabham straight. It's Axel van Nederveen in second place. Third is Steve Rothery. Terry Stevens fourth. And it's the smaller front-wheel drive cars that might have the advantage here. Look at the way Ryan Firth's going in the silver Clio. He's already made up 4 places on the first lap. Gets past Richard Higgins in the Porsche. Yes, the Clio's certainly running well. Ryan Firth and Andy Mollison's Clio running in Class 2 rather than in the Clio class because it's an endurance specification Clio. Steve Rothery running well in his Peugeot here, chasing the Van Nederveen Ginetta. Now, Adriano Medeiros' name showing on the timing graphics, but I was told he's not here, so it may be Van Nederveen driving solo. We can confirm that a little later on, as Kevin Clark leads in the BMW, twitching his way round. Of course, the pit window opens after 20 minutes. Steve Rothery trying to take second place away there. Stevens fourth in the second of the Peugeots, then Ryan Firth. And another of the front-wheel drive cars going well is the Invitation Class Honda Civic there, number 199. Ricky Kumho sharing with Mark Simmons. Gets past Richard Higgins in the Porsche. They slide their way through Druids Hill Bend. Running wide there, Steve Rothery, but he's got second position ahead of Axel van Nederveen through there. So the Peugeot moves up into second place. Rear-wheel drive cars struggling in these conditions. And I think we can head down to the pits and speak to one of the drivers waiting to get going.
Okay, we are here in the pit lane with car number 98 with Lucky Kerra. Bit of an issue on the start line. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, the car overheated, and then once we've got it back to the pits, the header tank where the water's held has blown. So it's looking like race over unless we can find a header tank. And
so, I was going to ask, is that first race done? You make it up for the second race later on the
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get the car out and see if it works for the next race.
Well, best of luck, very much hope you can. Obviously lots of work to do on the car, it looks like.
Yeah.
Cheers, Lucky.
Okay.
Good to hear from Lucky Kerra there. Racer in all manner of different forms of motorsport around the UK, the West Midlands-based businessman. And that car out for this race with a blown header tank. Somebody off in the background there, that was Steve Griffiths, the number 19 Ginetta. The car that's leading the points in Class 3 has had a spin coming out of Paddock Bend. And there's cars sliding and slipping and skidding all over the place at the moment in these wet conditions. Your leader is Kevin Clark ahead of Steve Rothery. There's the Ginetta off of Steve Griffiths trying to recover. He's just about done so, got it off the grass there, side by side between Clio and Honda. That's Ricky Kumho alongside the 41 of, no, it's number 4, sorry, of Anton Spires. Similarly coloured car to the 41 of Aaron Thompson, who's behind him. So I think that's the battle for the lead, yes, in the Clio class, and they're 7th and 8th overall. It's Kevin Clark that leads in the BMW. Second is Steve Rothery. Axel van Nederveen is third. Then the Ryan Firth, Andy Mollison Clio is fourth. He's got ahead of Terry Stevens now, so the grey Clio is the car to watch at the moment. There it is, ahead of Terry Stevens. Sixth behind them is the Kumho and Simmons Honda. Then Anton Spires and Aaron Thompson in the Clios. Richard Higgins Porsche is down to 9th. And rounding out the top 10, Andy Tucker in the Team Brit BMW. Team Brit, of course, the squadron that helps those with physical and psychological handicaps to go motor racing. And the safety car is coming out. Yellow flag's out. The safety car is being deployed. Whether that's in general due to the conditions or whether somebody's gone off, I'm not sure. Clios have got past the Honda Civic there in the battle lower down the top 10. So the safety car is out. We seem to have lost, there it is, the number 62. I was just about to say we've lost number 62, Tony Davies in the Clio. He's had an off. That's coming out of Paddock Bend, and looking at the back of the car, he's gone off into the barriers on the inside. So safety car deployed due to Tony Davies' stranded Renault Clio, shared with James Colburn. Sometimes see Sarah Franklin, the leading lady of Clios, sharing that car. We now go under safety car. Now, is this going to take us to the pit window opening? I don't think so. So the BMW safety car joins the field then. It'll pick up our race leader, number 10, Kevin Clark, in the Woodrow BMW. There we are. There's one back marker between him and second place 308, Steve Rothery. The pit window opens when there are 30 minutes left on the clock. So unless we have a very long safety car period here, this won't take them into it. Steve Rothery going well in the Peugeot. I know his family are usually watching on our live streams, so hello if you're watching, Team Rothery. Third place behind them is the Ginetta of Axel van Nederveen. There's Steve Griffiths going again after his spin at Paddock. And Ryan Firth going well in fourth, the number 177 Clio ahead of Terry Stevens. And then we've got Anton Spires and Aaron Thompson, the two Clio class cars, because of course Ryan Firth's car in a different class. Okay, the Orange Army in action again, the pickup truck getting ready to tow the TerraClean sponsored number 62 Clio, run by Westbourne Motorsports, to a position of safety. Tony Davies and James Colburn out of the race. Looks like it's spun coming out of Paddock and hit the barrier backwards. The sky looking lighter here at Brands Hatch, so I think the circuit will start to dry out again a little. Kart's really lost out in the early stages. Peter Spano in the number 2 Ginetta. He's down to 25th place. Number 119 has pulled into the pits, the Mazda MX-5 there. That's of James Chase. Whether he's had a problem there, as you say, the pit window not yet open. We heard from Lucky Kera. He and Lee Frost in the BMW are going to have to find a new header tank for that car. That's the reason for the coolant being ejected on the grid. So if anyone's got a header tank for an E46 BMW M3, please go and see Simon Green Motorsport. Hopefully we'll see them back out. That's a very quick pair of drivers and a quick car. Pickup truck is making its way away from the scene up there, so it looks like the Clio is in a position of safety. So is Tony Davies. You can just see him centre left of your screen there behind the barrier. He's okay, taking his crash helmet off. Now when the lights go out atop the safety car, that means we're going back to racing. Lights are still on at the moment. There we see the BMW safety car, so we'll do another lap here. Alan's first race for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category here at Brands Hatch. They'll have another race later on in the day, with the top 3 in each class having those extra few seconds at their pit stops as a success penalty. Cars weaving to keep the heat in these Goodyear tyres. There's the Porsche of Anthony Hutchins, the Boxster. The RX-8 behind it of Johnny McGregor. He started from the pit lane, of course, already up into 16th place. Johnny Mack. Safety car still with the lights on at the moment. We'll wait to see if they go out this time around. We head along the Cooper Straight, the lights are still on. So we may not go back to racing this time. It all depends on the clerk of the course's direction, of course. Andy Mollison and Ryan Firth's Clio in the lead of Class 2. Anton Spires leads the Clio class. Who's leading Class 3? It's Andy Wheatley in the VW Golf, shared with Stephen Chandler. Safety car has come into pit lane, so we are going green this time. He left it late to turn the lights off there. We're back to green flag racing. Away goes Kevin Clark. He's off like a shot over the start-finish line. Of course, the back marker behind him slowing the pack a little. We couldn't pass him before the start-finish line there, and that's allowed Ryan Firth to come through. He's got ahead of Axel van Nederveen there, the Clio up into 3rd place. Terry Stevens' Peugeot going for 4th. Steve Rothery still in 2nd place, but using the cushion of that back marker, Kevin Clark has been able to get away. Terry Stevens all over Axel van Nederveen. That's the battle for 4th place. Both Class 1 cars. Green flags waving around the first lap of this restart here at Brands Hatch. We're going through the class leaders there. There was one car in Class 1 Invitation, which is the Frost and Cara BMW. That didn't start. And Class 3 Invitation is being led by James Chase in the Mazda MX-5. He's the only entry there, running at the tail of the field. We're told that Ricky Coomer and Mark Simmons' Honda Civic was an Invitation class car. That looks like it's running in Class 2, according to the live timing. They could be a contender to win that class. As Terry Stevens closes up again on Axel van Nederveen. There's the Honda ahead of Andy Tucker in the Team Brit BMW. There's their second car further down the order. It's in 16th place at the moment. Luke Pound at the wheel. Mark Lee fighting his way back up the order after his spin. We'll have to keep an eye out for, as well as Terry Stevens runs very wide at Druids there, trying to challenge for 4th place. He won't get through there. Oh, he's got it sideways over the curb. A little bit late on the brakes there, Terry Stevens. That's going to allow Aaron Thompson to come through. Aaron had just taken the lead of the Clio class from Anton Spires on the previous lap. Similarly coloured cars, those two. Difficult to tell them apart from a distance. It is Aaron Thompson who now leads the Clios, sharing with Dad Steve. He's got ahead of Anton Spires, and now this Peugeot is in the mix as well after that mistake at Graham Hill Bend. The more powerful Peugeot gets back ahead. Anton Spires, number 4, sharing with Darren Gerhardt. Still your leader is Kevin Clark. New fastest lap of the race, 56.317. He leads Steve Rothery by 3 seconds in his Peugeot. Further 2 seconds back is the Clio driven by Ryan Firth. He'll hand over to Andy Mollison, the ex-Ford Fiesta Championship racer, among others. He's raced on the European circuits in various saloons and GTs as well at the pit stop. Pit window opens in about 5 minutes from now. The circuit is drying out slowly but surely after that rain shower at the start of the race. Very slippery in the first 2 laps. The right decision to do an extra lap behind the safety car at the start. Kevin Clark out on his own. He's reeling off the fastest laps, 56.065 now. Lead gap up to 4.7 seconds, lapping James Chase in his Mazda MX-5. And notice the black cross on the yellow background on the back of that car. That means he's a novice. You must wear that on your car for your first 6 motor races in the UK. So James, a newcomer, is learning his craft in his Mark III Mazda MX-5. Down the hill into Graham Hill Bend comes the Woodrow Motorsports BMW. 4 wins in the first 4 races of this year at Silverstone, and Snetterton was nearly beaten by Mark Lee in the second race at Snetterton. They swapped places twice on the last bend. Then at Silverstone on the longer layout in rounds 5 and 6, it was the Axel van Nederveen Ginetta that took both wins, with pro driver Adriano Medeiros sharing on that occasion. Here's the battle in the Clios, Aaron Thompson and Anton Spires. Anton, a long-time Clio racer in the one-make Clio series for many years. Co-driver Darren Gerhardt was in that series for a few years as well. Thompson family lead the way here. Aaron Thompson in the SDT Contracts Clio. I believe that's his father Steve's business. Steve will take over at the pit stop, which could be coming up in about 3 minutes' time. Wait to see who's going to be the first to make their mandatory stop. No pit penalties for this one, of course. Through Graham Hill Bend come the Clios. The smaller, less powerful front-wheel drive cars enjoying an advantage in these conditions. They're almost keeping up with Axel van Nederveen's Ginetta, who's lost out to Terry Stevens, recovering from that moment at Graham Hill Bend. There's Mark Lee moving back into the top 10. He's on the tail of Ricky Kumho's Honda Civic. Just a couple of laps' time, the pit window will open. Team Brit also running well. Andy Tucker sharing with Charles Graham in 8th place. Mark Lee is up to 9th. Ricky Kumho rounds out the top 10, and the Mazda of Johnny McGregor is up into 11th place as well. That's come through very nicely from starting in the pit lane. Still Aaron Thompson leads the Clios. A change for 3rd as well. Terry Stevens has got through into 3rd place in his Peugeot, I can tell you, so he'll try and chase the similar car of Steve Rothery. But our leaders in backmarker traffic, Peter Spano's Ginetta goes a lap down, so does Charlotte Birch in the 27. We'll see her former class, the Junior Saloon cars, out later on for their single race of the day, the Citroen Saxos. And I can tell you that's going to be an exciting one, because the top 15 in qualifying were separated by less than a second. Kevin Clark turns his way through the left-hander, the man from Birmingham. Began his career on the short ovals. He raced Saloon stock cars, lightning rods, Eurocar as well. Remember those? The space frame Ford Mondeos. He was one of the first drivers in those. Moved into the pickup truck racing championship run by Sonny Howard as well, before moving into BMW racing. He started with a Z4 in Britcar. Simon Baker will take over at the pit stops. The pit window will be opening very shortly, so is the BMW going to be one of the first in? They've got such a healthy lead here. 53.334 seconds the last lap for the BMW. So the track is clearly drying out. That's 3 seconds quicker than just a few minutes ago, and they lead by nearly 12 seconds now over Steve Rothery. This BMW is destroying the field here. Rothery 2nd, Stevens 3rd. The Mollison and Firth Clio is 4th, Ryan Firth driving. They lead Class 2. Clio class still led by the Thompsons. Class 3, meanwhile, is being led by Andy Wheatley in the Golf, owned by Stephen Chandler's family. Steve will take over at the pit stops. There's the 2 Peugeots together now, lapping Alistair Lindsay in his Seat Leon. And also in there, Steve Griffiths. And, Steve hasn't seen Terry Stevens there, moved across him at McLaren. And a Clark curve, the Peugeot gets through, and the pit window is open. Is it going to be everybody in at the first opportunity? Or will we see them take their time? So pit window is open, and We'll hopefully see some stops this time around. Here comes Axel van Nederveen attacking the Clio of Ryan Firth there. That's for 4th place. There's the battle in the Clios. Still Aaron Thompson ahead of Anton Spires. And behind them now is Andy Tucker in the Team Brit BMW M2499i. There's the Peugeots. There's the fight for 4th, the Clio and the Ginetta. And the 2 Clios battling for 6th and 7th. Mark Lee is coming up behind them in the Ginetta, behind Andy Tucker. Back up to 9th after spinning in the opening laps and restarting last. Stevens is through into 2nd there. I missed that because the Peugeots look so similar. So Terry Stevens up into 2nd place in the battle of the 308s, but they're over 15 seconds down on the BMW, who's just done a 53.3 dead. Oh, and Rothery has a look there. Terry Stevens moves to cover, having a great fight, these two. A couple of pit callers further back. Alistair Lindsay has come in. Peter Spano has bought the number 2 Ginetta in. Andy Bentley will take over that car. So there goes Kevin Clark. In comes, I think that's the Team Brit, the 2nd Team Brit car. Yes, Luke Pound coming in to hand over to the very quick ex-carter Bobby Trundley, the autistic racer. Team Brit doing so much to help those with physical and psychological problems to go motor racing. Their leading drivers, Aaron Morgan, the driver who is disabled after a motocross accident many years ago. Seen him in Britcar Endurance Championship this year. As the BMW continues, they're now in the 52s, 52.771. Well, they're not going to bring Kevin Clark in, are they, while he's lapping this quickly? He's lapping a full second quicker than everyone else. Well, more so now with that 52.7. He's 1.5 seconds quicker than everybody else out there. Still the Peugeots 2nd and 3rd. Van Nederveen has got the Ginetta back up into 4th ahead of Ryan Firth. So 3 cars have made their stops. The 47 car of Jamie Vinol-Meyer has now come in to hand over to Stuart Gibbons. Jamie will now wait to get into the number 19 car when Steve Griffiths comes in, filling in for Derek Holden in the 47 car this weekend. There's a green flag. Is that a green flag or a blue flag waving on the run up to Paddock, to Druids there under the trees? If it's a green flag, that means there's a yellow further round, which might mean somebody's gone off at Paddock. May have been a blue flag. I could have been mistaken there. Couldn't quite see under the trees there. Yeah, blue flag being shown there to the number 40, which is Jasvir Sapra, sharing with Kumho BMW regular Brian Branson in this race. The 98 car's back out. They've repaired the cooling system, and Lee Frost is on board. Several laps down though, sadly. None of the leaders have yet made their stops. Ricky Coomer's now brought the Honda Civic in, Mark Simmons taking over. And there we see the first look at the Alfa Giulietta, number 57 of the McMahon family. Paul Plants, long-time Alfa Romeo racer, is currently on board that machine. Barry McMahon normally races an Alfa 156 and is leading the Alfa Romeo Championship, the other series at the moment. He'll take over that car. Andy Wheatley's brought the VW Golf in, Stephen Chandler taking over his car, and Steve O'Brien's Clio is in. Matt Cherrington is going to take over in that machine, former low-cost sports car champion, among other things. Just over 25 minutes of this race to go, and Kevin Clark is pulverising his opposition at the moment. He's lapping in the low 53s, everybody else in the mid 54s and 55s. Leads by nearly 21 seconds over Terry Stevens. The way he's going to be able to make his pit stop, hand over to Simon Baker rather, and they'll come out still in the lead. Such is their advantage. Thompsons have come in, and so has Anton Spires. The Clio lead battlers are in together. There is Aaron Thompson, Dad Steve ready to take over. Anton Spires is going to hand over to Darren Gerhardt. There's the O'Brien Cherrington Clio in. Matt Cherrington is taking over. They have to be stationary for a minimum of 2 minutes. There's the mandatory pit stop time. There's the slightly smoky Mazda RX-18 of Johnny McGregor. He gets out. It should be Josh Tomlinson getting in. There's a bit of smoke from that car, so there might be problems there. The Mazda RX-8s are rotary, maybe dropping some oil. They are known as consuming a fair amount of oil. There is an oil flag out there. You can see the red and yellow striped flag. That means slippery surface. So there may have been some oil drop there, possibly by that Mazda. 24 minutes of this Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category race to go. The sun is now out here at Brands Hatch. The track is dry. And Kevin Clark is flying out in front, straight between a couple of back markers there. Steve Griffiths and Richard Higgins in the Porsche. Points leader in Class 2, having to give best to Ryan Firth and Andy Mollison in the Clio so far today. Clark's now done a 52.37, lapping over a second quicker than everyone else. Total dominance from Kevin Clark and Woodrow Motorsports. Locks up a bit there though, going into Graham Hill Bend, so he's not relaxing. He's trying to build as big a lead as he can to hand over to Simon Baker. Maybe he caught some oil there at Graham Hill Bend. You've seen the oil flag out. Stevens still second, Van Nederveen third. Mark Lee has brought the Ginetta in. He'd got it up to fifth before going into the pit. Charlotte Birch goes in her Ginetta as well. Mark Lee has gone in. With the Clios coming in, Andy Tucker for Team Brit is now up into fourth place. And is Kevin Clark slowing there? He braked very early for Paddock Bend. Has that BMW got a problem? He's slowing down. Oh my goodness. The leader's in trouble. Oh, what a shame. After Kevin Clark had dominated to such an extent, the BMW has broken down on him. He needs to pull it off the track there. He's stopped dead on the run into Druids. That's a hazardous place to come to a stop. The BMW, it just suddenly slowed coming into Paddock Bend. Oh, what a disappointment for Woodrow Motorsports. Kevin Clark was destroying his opposition there. He was lapping well over a second quicker than everyone else. Is he trying to back it down to the marshal's post, perhaps? Oh, what a shame for Woodrow Motorsport. So that's going to give the lead to Terry Stevens in the Peugeot. Well, I do not know what happened there. He's trying to back it off the circuit there. The yellow flag's obviously out. He was going so well there, and then the car just suddenly slowed on him coming into Paddock. Safety car is standing by there, I can see on the left of the circuit, just in case it's needed. It hasn't been called as yet. This is close. The Golf there of Rob Taylor. The Ginetta now handled by Andy Bentley, and Richard Higgins in the Porsche, all getting past the MX-5 there of James Chase. Now, Terry Stevens has come into the pits. And Steve Rothery's been in as well, so the Peugeots, in fact, have pitted. That's given Axel van Nederveen's Ginetta the lead. Now, Kevin Clark's got going again. There's the BMW. He's coming in. Now, Kevin Clark coming in. We'll try and find out what the problem was there. Did it just need a reset or something? Can happen, an electrical gremlin just needing a Control-Alt-Delete on the number 10 BMW. Will we see Simon Baker go back out in this car, or is it game over? Jasvir Sapra's brought the number 40 BMW in as well to hand over to Brian Branson. The Woodrow Motorsport crew are not there. They weren't expecting him in. Here they come. What's the problem, Kevin? Hopefully Ewan's down there in the pit lane as well and can find out for us. There goes our dominant race leader. Andy Tucker has brought the Team Brits BMW in. So it's Van Nederveen's Ginetta that leads the way. Second now is Ryan Firth in the grey 177 Clio, sharing with Andy Mollison. Andy Tucker has brought the BMW for Team Brit in. Richard Higgins in the Porsche has come in as well. So up to third now is James Black, the number 67 Renault Clio. And somebody off, that's Steve Rothery, another of the front runners. Now it looks like his left rear tyre is off the rim there. So has he had some contact, I wonder? I saw somebody else running wide just before we went to the Peugeot there. Yeah, it's the Team Brit, number 71. That's got a problem as well. Has there been contact between those two? Number 71 driven by Bobby Trundley. I thought I saw another car. There's another car going wide there, the Alfa Romeo. There must be fluid down at Graham Hill Bend because they're all sliding wide there. Steve Rothery is pulling off into the paddock. Looks like damage to the left rear of his car. The Team Brits BMW is coming in. Has that lost a wheel? Yes, it has. Oh, look at the state of that. Meantime, number 10 is going back out. So they may have cured whatever the problem is. Simon Baker now on board. It's all happening here in this Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category race. There's Richard Higgins, the County Classics Porsche. Now here comes Simon Baker. We'll see if the number 10 BMW is okay. We'll see where it slots back in, because everybody's cycling through their pit stops at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see who is where. Well, BMW back up to speed, just ahead of Charlotte Birch in her Ginetta. That's had some damage. Well, you can see a bit of gaffer tape on the left front there. And the safety car is coming out. Safety car coming out just as Ryan Firth comes into the pits. So everybody who hasn't stopped yet is surely now going to come in. Now, who hasn't stopped? Van Nederveen hasn't stopped. And James Black hasn't stopped. In fact, they're the only two that haven't made their pit stops yet. There's the safety car. It picks up the number 14 of Terry Stevens, but I think the leader is Axel Van Nederveen. No, he's now come in, and Black has come in as well. They've dove straight in there. There is the number 71 BMW. Look at the state of that. The whole right front corner virtually is gone. That's the car of Bobby Trundley and Luke Pound. Cars in the pit lane. There's Axel Van Nederveen's Ginetta, which was leading. There's the reason for the safety car. There is the wheel from Bobby Trundley's BMW. So debris, the reason for the safety car. It's a loose wheel. That belongs to car 71. We didn't see it, but I think he may have hit Steve Rothery's Peugeot coming through Graham Hill Bend, Bobby Trundley there, unfortunately, because there was damage to Rothery's car. He has now pulled off into the paddock. So that's another of the front runners gone. Simon Baker had just rejoined from the pits in the car shared with Kevin Clark. There's the 98's car in. That's the Lee Frost Lucky Kira car. That was the last car to make it stop. Lucky will be getting in. Lee Frost gets out. There's Lucky ready to get in. The reigning Ferrari Challenge UK champion. He's also raced Porsche Carrera Cup GB. He's done Ginettas, Kumho BMWs, just about everything he's raced over the last few years as Lucky. Runs a food business in the West Midlands. Raises money for charity as well for the Birmingham Children's Hospital through his racing. And his daughter Sukmani has now started karting as well, so a very busy racing family. So lots of problems for our leading runners here. Now, with everybody cycling through their pit stops, it may take a moment for the safety car to find the race leader. The last couple of front runners to come in were Axel Van Nederveen and James Black in the Clio. And now we've got to wait to see where everybody cycles through. Van Nederveen, you can see, has been held at the end of the pit lane. The red light is on to allow the Crocodile to go past. That'll be frustration for the Ginetta. They timed their pit stop wrong there. That can happen. And it looks like it's Terry Stevens who's got the lead in the Peugeot, but we'll confirm that in a moment. It may be Andy Mollison's Clio. The safety car waving through. Yeah, Terry Stevens has been waved past by the look of it, so waiting for confirmation on who is leading here. There's nothing worse than a safety car coming out when everybody's in the middle of making their pit stops, because you've got to try and work out who's where and on what lap. And of course, when you make a pit stop on the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch, you lose the equivalent time of a couple of laps, at least. It's only a short track. Now, who's the safety car going to pick up? We shall see. Safety car driven today by John Busby. Sam Waters, the observer, alongside him. Now I think, yeah, there are the leaders. So it's Van Nederveen and Mollison who have been picked up by the safety car. Just waiting to see where the timing puts those two now, whether it's Van Nederveen or Mollison. We'll see what it shows as they come over the line here. I'll have to wait for the timing to cycle through. Well, I did say Van Nederveen had made his stop at the wrong time. I was wrong because he is showing as the leader. So Axel Van Nederveen, your leader. Leaving the stop late has proven the right decision. Andy Mollison second in the Clio. James Black in third. Terry Stevens fourth. But the car to watch when we get going again, a little further back in the order in this one, there is Mark Lee. He's fifth in the Ginetta. Now this is his opportunity to continue his catch-up. He was in last place after a couple of laps after a spin. Could he finally get his first win in that number 74, the SVG Motorsport Ginetta? Okay, we can now hand down to the pits. We're going to hand down to Team Brit and find out what's happened there, talking to you.
Is that better? 5.
In the pit lane with Bobby Trundley of Team Brit. The car behind you, what happened?
What happened was I was letting, I had a couple of faster cars go by, a Golf and a Peugeot TCR car, and I let the Golf by. The Peugeot thought it was a smart idea to try get by me and try and overtake the Golf down Grey Mill Bend, clobbered, and yeah.
So if we can just take a look at the car as well. I mean, I want to ask a stupid question, but that's your day over.
The car's done for the day, yeah, unfortunately. It is what it is. The car was strong this weekend. We don't have the straight line speeds, but we were hoping for Brands to be our strongest track for this car. You know, I'm mainly in the Aston, but it was an honour to be part with Luke. Luke did a fantastic first stint, made up 9 places, but I feel bad that it's racing, but yeah, not happy.
Yeah, so we waited for you to calm down a little bit. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
A pretty disappointing afternoon, but thanks for speaking to us.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Good to hear from Bobby Trundley, a karting ace, now moving up into cars with Team Brits. Sadly, his day is done. Collision with Steve Rothery's Peugeot, and they're both out of the race. Okay, your leader is Axel Van Nederveen in the Ginetta. 2 wins at Silverstone with Adriano Medeiros, but driving solo, we're told today. Now, where is Simon Baker? 13th place, the last car on the lead lap, that's where, after his problems earlier on. Just coming out of the pits when the safety car came out, you can see he's almost at the back of the line, so we'll wait to see if that BMW is now okay. And we can see him charge through the field. Will it be a burn from the stern, as they say in American racing? Your second place car is Andy Mollison's Renault Clio. Third is James Black in his Clio. Terry Stevens in the Peugeot is fourth. Mark Lee's Ginetta is going to be the one to watch in fifth. Sixth place, a few cars further back in the line, Richard Higgins in the Porsche. It's Arthur McMahon's green and white Honda Civic up in seventh place, and he's leading Class 3. Mollison leading Class 2. I think we're going to go back to green this time through. Yes, the green flag is out, safety car is in pit lane, and we're racing once again with just over 10 minutes of the race to go. Everybody has made their pit stops, and away goes the Ginetta, away goes the Clio, and here comes Terry Stevens, and off goes Alistair Lindsay, wallop straight in on the inside. I think he's gone into the barrier. 34 Alistair Lindsay's Seat Leon goes off on the run up Halewood Rise there. I think he's gone into the tyre wall on the inside. Unfortunately, that could breed another safety car. They say safety cars breed safety cars. We saw Alistair go sliding off there. Axel Van Nederveen going clear in the Ginetta. He's already well ahead. Look at the lead he's pulled out here over Andy Mollison. That Ginetta has checked out at the front of the field. There's the Clio in second. Terry Stevens attacking as they go into Paddock now. Has Alistair Lindsay got going again in the Seat Leon? I think he went into the tyre wall, so it's waiting to see if he's rejoined there. Terry Stevens up into second place now. Mark Lee is into fourth. James Black in the blue Clio goes down to fifth. Then Richard Higgins is sixth. Arthur McMahon seventh. Then eighth place is Steve Thompson. He's second in the Clio class. Ninth place, the McMahon and Plant Alfa Romeo. Barry McMahon now on board. And in 10th place, it is Brian Bransom in the BMW started by Jasveer Sapra. There is Bransom, the grey car, getting past the Alfa Romeo, and look at the way that Simon Baker's going. He's ahead of both of them already. Andy Mollison has dropped back into fourth place now as Van Nederveen goes clear in the Ginetta. Stevens second, Mark Lee is up into third. They've got ahead of Andy Mollison in the Clio. Now Mark Lee is going to try and go for it here. What are his lap times compared to the Van Nederveen and Medeiros Ginetta? Currently lapping only a few tenths of a second quicker. It's coming up on Terry Stevens. Mark Lee, the transport company boss, at the wheel of the SVG Motorsports Ginetta. Has a look on the inside, coming through Clark Curve. He's going to attack Terry Stevens on the run down towards Paddock Bend. Goes to the outside here. Terry Stevens in the Peugeot holds the inside. Ginetta's got the power advantage coming out of Paddock Bend. He's going to go second on the outside. He's done it. Now, what's the gap to Axel Van Nederveen? Cleared off at the restarts. The gap was just over 5.5 seconds. So the car to watch here is the number 74 of Mark Lee. Can he catch the similar Ginetta out in front? 7 minutes of the race to go. There he leads. Van Nederveen, Lee, Stevens. Fourth place, Andy Mollison. He still leads Class 2 in the grey Clio. But Richard Higgins is catching him, so we're going to have a battle to the finish in Class 2 as well. Clio against Porsche. The Clio class is led by James Black. He's the last man to make his pit stop in the number 67 car, and it worked out well for him. Able to gain time by pitting when the safety car was coming out. Class 3 is still being led by Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic. Alistair Lindsay's car, I think, is out of harm's way. It did hit the tyre wall on the inside of the exit of Paddock after spinning on the first lap of the restart. Seat Leon out of the race. They've lost quite a few cars from this one. Early retirement for the Tony Davies and James Colburn Clio, which went off at Paddock. Now the leader being held up slightly here by James Chase in the MX-5, our newcomer this weekend. That's going to lose him some time there. He's got round the outside, but look at Mark Lee coming up now. The gap was 4.1 seconds, a lot less now. It's down to 0.8 of a second. Mark Lee's eating into Axel Van Nederveen's lead here. Battle of the Ginettas at the front in the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. They're both Class 1 cars. Third in Class 1 is Terry Stevens, and there's been a change for the lead in Class 2 as well. Richard Higgins taking advantage of the power of the Porsche and the drying track to take the lead of Class 2 from Andy Mollison. Great effort by the Clio. Richard Higgins' Porsche looking to extend his Class 2 lead. There go the leaders. They've got just over 5 minutes of this race to go. James Black still leads the Clio, 6th overall, using the pit stops to score. Now Mark Lee can sense his first overall victory of the season. Meanwhile, where is Simon Baker in the BMW? He is up into 7th place. I don't think he's going to catch the two Ginettas, but he's giving it a good go. He's just another fastest lap of the race, 52.306. Leaders head up into Druids. Mark Lee is getting closer and closer. They're coming up to lap the Cook family. Steve Cook at the wheel of the Honda Civic ahead of them there. Reigning Class 3 champions. Down the Cooper Straights, Mark Lee limbering up. Just waiting for the slightest mistake from Van Nederveen, and Steve Cook trying to get out of the way there. Mark Lee is going to try and pounce at Clearways. The leader momentarily held up by Steve Cook's Honda, which now gets out of the way. Here they come towards Clark Curve. Mark Lee trying to get into the slipstream of the similar Ginetta ahead of him. Over the line they go. 40 laps completed of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. 0.4 of a second in it between the two Ginettas. Terry Stevens in third. Got to keep an eye on where Simon Baker's BMW is as well. 7th last time around. Surely going to make up another place shortly because James Black in the less powerful Clio is ahead of him. Yes, he's up into 6th. Last lap was a 54.6, so he's not really catching the two Ginettas. Brian Bransom's through to 7th as well ahead of James Black, but Black's still leading the Clio class, although the Clio of Steve Thompson is closing in on him. They're separated by about 13 seconds further back, the two Clios. And Arthur McMahon has just brought the Honda Civic into the pits, so that's our Class 3 leader possibly in trouble. If so, who'll take the lead of Class 3? His teammate, the Alfa Romeo of Barry McMahon and Paul Plant. The lead has increased a little there. Axel Van Nederveen over Mark Lee. There's the Alfa Romeo, which is now leading Class 3 with its teammate in the pits. Mark Lee trying to pull alongside. There's the... it's got a stop-go penalty. What is that for? Doesn't say on the timing screen what that was for, presumably for a short pit stop for the 45 car, the Irishman Arthur McMahon. That's lost in the lead of Class 3. There go the leaders. And car 15 under investigation for overtaking under the safety car. That's Richard Higgins, the leader of Class 2, so he could get a penalty for passing under the safety car. We'll see what happens when the officials make the decision. There go the leaders. The lead gap is now up to 1.1 seconds. It's still Van Nederveen from Lee. We're in the closing stages now. Only 2 minutes to go, so just a couple more laps after this one. Axel Van Nederveen looking for win number 3 for the number 111 Ginetta of Datum Motorsports this season. Great drive, he got the pit stop, the late pit stop, proving absolutely right because of the safety car coming out right at the end of the pit stop period. Got a couple of back markers ahead of him. Terry Stevens is still in third place, quite a long way back. Mark Lee, though, is pushing on. He's just on the quickest lap of the race, 52.086. Here comes Mark Lee. He knows there's only a couple of laps to go. He's unleashing his finishing kick here. Van Nederveen to the inside of the 47 Ginetta. And Mark Lee could be caught out by back markers here. The 47 driven by Stuart Gibbons. As Lee gets through, Charlotte Birch is between. So the Ginettas everywhere at Graham Hill Bend. Look at this. Ginettas of all different kinds and sizes. Mark Lee has been delayed slightly there. He's going to have to really push. They're coming round to start the last lap of this Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy Category Race 1. As those back markers just decided it, Mark Lee was up with Axel Van Nederveen. But he couldn't get through. There were two other cars there at Druids. I don't think he's going to do it now, Mark Lee. He seems fated not to win a race this year. If it hadn't been for that spin, he might now be out in front. Down to Paddock. Mark Lee is really keeping up the chase here. Yeah, his last lap, he lost a couple of seconds there. 1.6 seconds now the lead margin. I think Van Nederveen has done enough. Out of Druids. Two Ginettas well clear by about 8 seconds of their opposition. A great drive by Axel Van Nederveen, the Dutchman in the Datum Motorsports Ginetta. Mark Lee tried his hardest, but he's going to be frustrated again. Here they come around Clearways. Taking advantage of problems for Woodrow Motorsport. It's going to be Datum Motorsport's third win of the season. Here comes Axel Van Nederveen. There is the checkered flag. Van Nederveen wins Britcar Trophy race number 1. Mark Lee comes over in second and gets the fastest lap of the race. Third place, Terry Stevens in the Peugeot. Fourth, and the winner of Class 2 should be Richard Higgins in his Porsche. He is under investigation for a possible overtake under the safety car. In fact, did he lose that fourth place? Yes, he gets the class win, but he lost fourth. Brian Bransom gets past him on the line. Stealthily there at the order, Brian Bransom in the BMW. He takes fourth, Higgins fifth. And sixth for the Baker and Clark Woodrow Motorsport BMW. Simon Baker coming home in sixth place. Andy Mollison brings the Clio home seventh. Eighth over the line is James Black. He wins the Clio category, leading home Steve and Aaron Thompson. And rounding out the top 10, Anthony Hutchins in the Porsche Boxster. He gets third in Class 2. Class 3 is won by Barry McMahon and Paul Plant in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. Well, an exciting finish there to a rather chaotic first race for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. Several of the front runners hitting trouble. We can confirm the provisional result then of our first Britcar race of the day. Van Nederveen, I believe, driving solo today, taking the win by 2 1/4 seconds ahead of Mark Lee in a Ginetta 1-2. Terry Stevens in the Peugeot, a fine third, ahead of Jasvir Sapra and Brian Bransom, snatching fourth right at the death from Richard Higgins. He wins Class 2. Baker and Clark, who led the first half of it but suffered a gremlin, finish in 6th position. Andy Mollison's Clio 7th. James Black wins the Clio category in 8th, just ahead of the Thompson father and son pair. Anthony Hutchins rounds out the top 10 in his Porsche. Peter Spano and Andy Bentley drop back at the start in the wet but come through to finish 11th, ahead of the Team Brit BMW of Tucker and Graham. Class 3 won by McMahon and Plant in the Alfa Giulietta, ahead of Wheatley and Chandler in the Volkswagen Golf, and the O'Brien Cherrington Clio rounds out the top 15. Behind them, Anton Spires and Darren Gerhardt's in their Clio. Arthur McMahon got a stop-go penalty, I presume, for a short pit stop. He finishes 17th ahead of the Golf of Rob Taylor. Charlotte Birch 19th ahead of the Gibbons and Vin Allmeyer Ginetta, and the Griffiths and Vin Allmeyer Ginetta. Jamie Vin Allmeyer doubling up today. The Cook family's Honda was next, then James Chase in his Mazda MX-5. After that, I think we lost the Kuma and Simmons Honda Civic. They had problems further back. Frost and Kara, of course, were late starters with the problems with their BMW, and we lost Alistair Lindsay, Steve Rothery, Luke Pound and Bobby Trundley. The McGregor Tomlinson Mazda RX-8 and the Colburn Davies Clio were all casualties in that one, unfortunately. So well done indeed then to the Ginetta pilots out in front. 45 laps completed in a time of 50 minutes 21.953. Mark Lee, second again, sadly, does get the consolation of the fastest lap. Commiserations to Simon Baker and Kevin Clark as well. They destroyed their opposition in the first half of the race, but what looked like an electrical gremlin may have held them up in that one. They had to settle for 6th and 5th in class. We've got one race to go before the lunch break then. It's the Laser Tools Pre-93 and Simply Service Pre-03 touring cars. I think we can hand down into Park Ferme and talk to our winning driver with Ewan Dunlop.
Number 1, talk us through your race. You look absolutely knackered.
Yes, it was knackering. It was basically, the wet was awful in the rear wheel drives. It's basically nearly always stepping out at the back. You could see all the front wheel car drivers just drove past. But thank God once it got dry, and then I think we were lucky in terms of the timing of our pit stop as well.
Yeah.
So we then sort of made it to the finish. And it was hard because I thought Mark wasn't sure whether he was one lap behind. Whether he was one lap behind or right behind me. So then I had to push again, try to make sure he'd stayed behind me. So easy job done.
Literally just before the start of the race, showers opened. Any decision making to be made, or you just got to go with what you've got?
Unfortunately, you have to go with what you got. And we had basic testing on Friday was just as awful. I think every session that we came out, the rain started. So we had, in that sense, practice as to how not to get off. Let's put it that way, but certainly not a way to go fast.
And as the closing stages, Mark here to his left was right behind you, held him off though, looking to do the same in race number 2 later on today.
I hope so. It's going to be fun. That's very good for sure.
Go and have a rest, have a drink.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, thanks.
I'd love to get a chat with Mark actually in second place if we can. Here's his car here, the beautiful yellow and black livery. Mark, can we grab a quick chat with you? Is that all right? I'm going to hand you that to hold. Sorry to take the
Sorry,
I know you need a rest, sorry. Second place, you nearly caught Axel.
Yeah, I think few less safety cars and I might have been there, but yeah.
And there was a spin at the start as well.
Yep, just
I mean, is that a good performance? Are you happy with that, or is it more frustration?
Yeah, happy. They've said I've got fastest lap as well, so yeah, I'm happy with that going into race.
I think you got the fastest lap with about 90 seconds to go.
I did.
Yeah.
I was trying.
So what do you do differently for the second race this afternoon? Can you catch him?
Try not to spin.
That's simple.
That's it.
I think it is that simple, isn't it? Congratulations. We'll let you have a rest. Really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Cheers.
Now we need to I'd love to speak to Richard Higgins, car number 15 of the County Classics team. Qualified second in Class 2, but was your winner. In fact, he might have gone through scrutineering. In fact, it's almost empty here in Park Fair, mate. I'm going to go back to Dave. If we can find him, you can come back over to Western Park Fair, mate.
Okay, getting ready for our final race before a lunch break. 15-minute race for the Simply Serviced pre-2003 touring cars and the Laser Tools pre-93 touring cars run by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. And the grid reads as follows. Pole position is Gary Preble in his Honda Civic, and the later shaped Civic of Alex A.J. Owen, the reigning pre-03 champion, starts alongside him, continuing their rivalry from earlier this year. Second row, Don Hughes, number 148. He's in a Peugeot 306, alongside the first of the pre-93 cars, reigning champion David Griffin in his BMW. Mainly BMWs in pre-93, mainly Civics in pre-03. The third row, a pair of Civics, 108 Jamie Primet and 105 Cameron Tunio. Fourth row, another Civic, that's Ross Craig, number 169, and number 90 Ian Bowers, BMW. Fifth row, another pair of BMWs, 33 Andy Cripps, 95 Kevin Willis. Row 6, 147 Matthew Rowling. He's also in a Civic alongside a BMW of Graham Myers. Row 7, yet another Civic, Phil Wright, number 131, and treble 3 Mark Shepherd, breaking the Honda and BMW dominance. He's in a Volkswagen Vento. Row 8, number 3 Thomas Harvey. He's in a Mark 1 Escort, starting alongside the rare Rover Tomcat Coupe of David Nixon. The ninth row, 128 Daniel Stewart in his Jaguar XJS, starts alongside 111 Taylor Norton, the former karting champion. He's in a Honda Civic. On row 10, the Civic of Vic Hope, number 251, starts alongside 26 Sam Goodwin. He's in a Vauxhall Astra GTE. Row 11, 192 John Hillier. He's in a BMW E36 Touring. Yes, Touring, as in estate car. Alongside 146 Alex Stevenson. He's in a Honda Accord. ex-BTCC production category car. 12th row, 75, Trevor Kiffin with his Alfa Romeo. Alongside 114 Steve Barber, ex-Pre-05 touring car champion. He's also Honda powered. And the final row of the grid will be Jake Margulies. And number 56, not Michael Sheraton, it's Andy Sheraton driving the car in this one, Michael's father, taking the wheel of the BMW E30 alongside the similar car of Jake Margulies. So awaiting the cars, then there's a couple of cars just being cleared off circuit at the moment. Alistair Lindsay's Seat and the Clio of Tony Davies and James Colburn being towed in. So we can head down to Ewan Dunlop in the paddock, who caught up with some of the drivers a bit earlier on.
Paddock with David Griffin. David, fastest in qualifying this morning. Tell us about your lap.
Well, I think it was the only clear lap we got. There's a lot of cars out there. We're on the short Indy circuit. We kind of knew that it would be 15 minutes. You had to set a banker lap up front and then just try to get a fast one in at the end. And a little gap opened up in front of me. I think we could have gone a little quicker, but I was pretty happy to get P1 in the end.
So with a bit of clean air, I think you can go faster on the race then?
Yeah, it's one of those tracks where you've got to be a bit careful because you can be you're thinking you're going faster and then suddenly you can be off the track at Paddock or something like that. So the idea will be to get in front and then try and hold that lead on the pre-93 cars.
And how's your season going so far? Had a couple of wins, haven't you?
Yeah, we have. We're the champion from last year, so we kind of go into it with everyone watching to see what we're doing a bit. And we had a problem at Silverstone, which took us out of race 2, so we're out of the championship a bit, but we still got the speed to be right up the front, and it just depends a bit on which track we're at and how much experience I've had at it and those kind of things.
So this is the championship car from last year. Tell us a little bit about it.
So it's a pretty standard M3, I guess 1993 E36. The colour scheme that we've got on it is from Australia, which is where I'm from, and we've done that as a bit of a tribute to the way they raced these cars back in '93, back in the day. So it's I've raced it for about 8 years, and it's been getting better and better. Where Suffolk Racing run it for me, and they just do a tremendous job, and they've stuck with me through all that time.
We've had a great day so far. Best of luck with the race this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you. We'll need it.
Cars on the grid then for our race for the pre-93 and pre-03 touring cars. Mainly a mix of Hondas and BMWs out there, as you can see. The pre-03 championship sponsored by Simply Serviced, owned and run by Simon Beamont. And obviously we extend our best wishes to him after the incident yesterday. Last couple of cars coming onto the grid then. I think we can head back down to pit lane where Ewan's got hold of James Black, our Clio class winner from Britcar.
That's fine, I'll do that, it's fine, I'll show.
So here we are in the pit lane with James Black, winner of the Clio class. Congratulations, that's your first win, James.
It is, I mean, it's fantastic, you know, it's just, compared to the Gen 4, it's a little bit slower, but we proved them wrong today, managed to get the win. Changeable condition on the track, but just kept it on the black stuff, and here we are, we won the class.
Because you're qualified third, you've been on the podium plenty of times, but what does that do for your season? How does that push you on?
Oh, you know, last year in the Saxos I wasn't confident at all, but this animal has made me so much confident, so much trust in the team and the guys. Can't thank them enough and all my sponsors. And looking forward, we've got 2 more rounds left. I hope, never know, could get another win, but hope to be on the podium once more.
And just before we started, heavens opened. As a racing driver on the grid when that happens, what's going through your mind?
I was just trying to maintain tyre temperature. We're on the Dureza tyre, so we weren't on full slick, so that was a bit of a lucky thing, you could say. But just kept on the backside. The track soon dried and saw other competitors fly off, but then came in when the safety car came out and we won. It's fantastic.
So you got one more race today, just chill out for the next couple of hours?
Oh yeah, I mean, the forecast looks changeable again, so we could lock in with a wet race, we don't know. Plenty of practice on Friday, but yeah, no, just chilling now. Probably start some autograph stuff.
Brilliant.
But yeah, should be
James,
fun.
Congratulations, good luck with race number 2. Coming back to you, Dave, your commentator.
Thank you.
Cars heading round on their green flag lap then. And the rivalry between Honda Civic pilots Gary Preble and AJ Owen set to continue. Gary Preble, known as the King of Castle Combe, has won many titles down at the Wiltshire circuit in their domestic saloon series over the years with various cars. There he is in the white car, alongside the reigning pre-03 champion AJ Owen in his Honda Civic. Looks like the early 2000s BTCC cars. Pre-93 champion David Griffin, the Australian, on row 2 in the Diet Coke liveried car. Some great tribute liveries, the Castrol Civic there of Phil Wright, the rare Rover Tomcat of David Nixon, long-time saloon racer, and the Caliber Lager liveried car there. That's one of the production class cars from the British touring cars in the early 2000s. I think James Kay and Jim Edwards Jr. are among those who raced those cars in period. Cars coming up to the grid then for the combined race for Simply Serviced pre-2003 touring cars and the Laser Tools pre-93 touring car championship. Gary Preble on pole alongside AJ Owen. Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306 on the second row alongside the first of the pre-93 cars, David Griffin. One car we are missing, I've noticed, Graham Myers, number 9. His BMW is not there, so it looks like he's a non-starter, unfortunately. There's a pair of BMWs. Kevin Willis, who had a couple of wins in the previous meeting for the pre-93s at Castle Combe. Starts alongside Andy Cripps, the green number 33. Jamie Primet and Cam Tunio, both Brands Hatch experts on row 3. They could be in with a chance here. This will be a 15-minute race. It'll be followed by a lunch break of around half an hour. Mark Shepherd gets the VW Vento into position. Rare car these days, that one. Green flag will be waved at the back of the grid. Then when the red lights go out, we will be underway. Revs begin to rise in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch, and off they go. Great start by David Griffin. Great start by Ian Bauer in his BMW as well. The Castrol liveried car there coming up, but it's Gary Preble who's got it right from the inside. He'll lead the way ahead of AJ Owen. David Griffin trying to get around the outside into Paddock for the first time. They are all away cleanly. They dive down the dip into Paddock, then up Halewood Rise. Gary Preble with a clear lead. AJ Owen in second place. David Griffin side by side with Ian Bauer. Not the best of starts by Don Hughes. He's under fire from the Civics of Cam Tunio, the yellow car, and Jamie Primet in the white machine on the outside. Good move by Tunio up the inside there. Makes up a couple of places. Andy Cripps next in the order. Then behind him it's the 147 of Matthew Rowling. But Gary Preble is already pulling away at the front of the field in his Honda Civic. Not the best of starts for Ross Craig there either. He's dropped back a bit as around they come for the first time. Ian Bauer in the CBM team liveried BMW there, the navy blue, red and green car, made famous in the Italian Touring Car Championship in years gone by the likes of Emanuele Naspetti. It's Preble with a clear lead, side by side almost for second. The two champions there, Owen and Griffin together. We've already seen AJ Owen's dad Craig in his Sierra Cosworth earlier. Cam Tunio runs a bit wide there, and off goes Jamie Primet, spinning off to the inside of Halewood Rise there. AJ Owen sideways as well. He's out of shape, loses out to David Griffin. What caused that? It's rare to see AJ Owen make a mistake like that, and Jamie Primet has walloped the tyre wall there at the front of his Honda Civic. That's a great shame, because he would have been one of the favourites for some honours in this one. AJ Owen's got I think he's got a puncture, AJ Owen. Yeah, you can see on the left front there. So Owen slowing down, and that could end his rivalry here with Gary Preble early on. We normally see them inches apart for the whole race. David Griffin in second and leads the pre-93s. Cam Tunio up into third place overall. And AJ Owen is heading for the pits, surely. Side by side here, Don Hughes in the 306. Ian Bauer's BMW, they're fighting for fourth place. AJ Owen dropping down the order. We know Jamie Primet's out of the race. And it's Gary Preble out on his own. He's raced a whole variety of modified saloon cars down at Castle Combe. Don Hughes under fire from Emanuele Naspetti, aka Ian Bauer, former pre-93 champion in his collection of BMWs. Right on the tail of Don Hughes. Don, an old-fashioned club racer, races his Peugeot anywhere it's eligible. I remember him rolling that car at Silverstone a few years ago. There's a green flag out there on Cooper Straight, so whether somebody's pulled up, I'm not sure. One car we seem to have lost is Trevor Kiffin's Alfa Romeo 75 at the back of the field. Andy Cripps closing in on Ian Bauer, then it's Matthew Rowling, then Kevin Willis. Had some success recently at Castle Combe in his yellow BMW. I think that's it's possibly the ex-Ray West car, I could be wrong. Ray, based at Thruxton, has raced classic saloons for many years. Behind Kevin Willis, we have got Ross Craig in his black and white camo liveried Honda Civic. And settling down then with Gary Preble in a clear lead, nearly 6 seconds clear already. Cam Tunio in the number 105 car. Local man from Sevenoaks, lives just down the road from Brands Hatch, chased by Don Hughes. Leading the pre-93s, it's David Griffin. Second pre-93 is Bauer, and third Cripps, so BMWs to the fore in that one. Preble, Griffin and Hughes all leading their classes, as is Mark Shepherd's Volkswagen Vento leading Class C of the pre-93s further back. Pre-93 Class A led by Daniel Stewart in the Jaguar. I think he's the only entry in Class A. The pre-93 classes further back, pre-93 Class D is led by Andy Sheraton in the Laser Tools BMW. pre-03 Class C by John Hillier in the BMW estates. Jake Margulies leading Class E for the pre-93. So those are your class leaders, with just under 11 minutes of this race to go. Camtunio cutting it fine there through Graham Hill Bend, chased by Don Hughes. This is the battle for third place. Don Hughes gets the better exit. He's up alongside, goes through. Don Hughes up to third. There's Sam Goodwin, the Astra GTE. Got a glimpse of there, the maroon coloured car, the Mark II Astra. He's further back in the order. Kevin Willis coming under fire from Matthew Rowling in the black Honda Civic. Ross Craig in behind them. Willis has just made up the place there. I think, yes, he's got to head into 7th overall. There goes Don Hughes pulling away into 3rd place in the Peugeot, but he's nearly 7 seconds down on the leader. David Griffin has got the gap down to 4.5 seconds to Gary Preble at the front now. David Griffin, the leading pre-93 runner. There is the Diet Coke liveried BMW. As David explained earlier on, in the 1990s, the Australian Super Touring Championship was dominated by the Diet Coke BMWs, run by the likes of Paul Morris, Jeff Brabham as well. Craig Baird, I remember racing them at the Bathurst 1000 as well when Super Touring cars ran in that event. Now back to the Aussie supercars, of course. 3rd place is Don Hughes, then Cam Tunio. Snodhurst racing car, the local man. Racing a few different series, including the old domestic Tin Top series at Brands Hatch. Side by side here between a pair of Civics. Ross Craig trying to go around the outside of Matthew Rowling, and he's done it. Up into 8th position. Leaders getting slightly spaced out here, although Griffin took another half a second out of Gary Preble on that last lap. He wants an overall win here, David Griffin. Based in Lincolnshire, but born in Australia. Down Cooper Straight goes that beautiful BMW run by West Suffolk Racing. But 90 Ian Bauer still under fire from Cripps, and it's Kevin Willis, Ross Craig, Matthew Rowling, and it's Phil Wright in the Castrol Civic rounding out the top 10. He used to race a Honda Accord in this championship. He's competed in the Honda VTEC Challenge as well. Here comes David Griffin. He's lapping Steve Barber in his Honda Civic. That's got a BTCC tribute livery on it as well. I noticed the Lego Star Wars colours there. They were run by Tom Chilton, I remember, several years ago. Jake Margulies has been lapped as well in his lovely E30 BMW. We'll see his dad David out later on in his Alfa Romeo in the pre-83 Group 1 touring car race. So David Griffin continues to close down Gary Preble. He's lapping half a second a lap quicker than the Honda Civic ahead of him. There is the Civic. Jake Margulies running wide. The back markers being shown the blue flags here because Don Hughes is closing up on them in the Peugeot. David Griffin. Headlights ablaze on the BMW. He's going after our race leader. There's Preble. Out of Clark Curve. Here comes Griffin. Can he catch the king of Castle Combe? Over the line, there's that Caliber liveried Honda Accord. That's Alex Stevenson from Leeds. First time we've seen that car out in this championship, I believe. Where's our leader? There he is. There ahead of him, 2 cars ahead, the black BMW Touring, the estate car. Something a bit different. We've had a couple of estate cars racing British touring cars, of course. Back in the 90s there was the famous Volvo 850 estate, and Honda tried one year with the Civic Touring. So John Hillier, the BMW racer, has said, well, why can't I race an estate car then? Something a bit different. Here's the battle of the BMWs between Ian Bauer, Andy Cripps, Kevin Willis. They're being caught by Ross Craig, recovering from a poor start in his Honda Civic. Bauer to the inside, Cripps on the outside, and the Brands Hatch specialist goes round the outside in the green machine, but Bauer back up the inside, very late on the brakes there. Is he going to overshoot on the exit? Terrific fight between these two. This could almost be the mid-90s in BTCC. Joe Winkelhock, Steve Soper and company. Steve Soper still active in historic racing. This is Ford Mustangs, among other things, these days. And Kevin Willis behind them. in his E36 M3. This is the battle for fifth place overall, I should say. No, in fact, it is fourth place overall because we've lost Don Hughes. Unfortunately, the Peugeot has pulled into the pits. We didn't pick that up, so Don Hughes, last time around, has pulled into the pits, so the Peugeot has gone. It's now Cam Tunio up into third place, Bauer and Cripps fighting for fourth. Cripps snaking a bit under braking there. It's Kevin Willis in sixth position behind them, and Ross Craig seventh. And Rowling, Wright, and Mark Shepherd's Vento rounding out the top 10. Cripps getting sideways there over the curb. He nearly lost it. Good recovery, but he's lost out to Kevin Willis. He could lose out to Ross Craig as well. 5 minutes of this race to go. They're lapping the Accord there as they come down Cooper Straights. Alex Stevenson letting them through. Still Gary Preble with the lead. Now what's the gap to David Griffin? 2.8 seconds this time through. So Gary Preble has upped his pace again. He knows that Griffin is closing in. They may be in different, well, not just different classes, but different championships. But Gary Preble wants another overall win in the pre-03 touring cars, sponsored by Simply Serviced. There is Gary Preble, the number 191 machine out in front. Comes from Southampton on the south coast. And there is David Griffin in the BMW. Over the curb there at Surtees. He wants an overall win. He wants to beat the pre-03s. Gary Preble possibly a bit disappointed that the guy he battles with in every race, they're always inches apart. AJ Owen unfortunately having to retire with some what looked like some front end damage in the early stages. He's in the pits. Black and white flag has gone out for car 114 for exceeding track limits. That's Steve Barber running at the back of the field. If he does it again, he could risk a penalty. 3.5 minutes to go then for Gary Preble. The gap is now 3.18 seconds. Gary Preble has the fastest lap of the race, 54.1 seconds. David Griffin's quickest lap of the race of 54.5. So Preble's just about got the advantage here in that bewinged Honda. He's locked up a little bit there into clearways, runs a bit wide on the entry. He's gathered it up though. Coming up to lap one of the Honda Civics there. I think that's the car of Taylor Norton. Began his career just down the road from Brands Hatch at the Buckmore Park karting circuit. Won a few championships there, gets out of the way, lets Preble through. Away he goes, 191 Gary Preble. He's got the Astra of Sam Goodwin ahead of him now, and the Civic of Vic Hope, who's been racing at Brands Hatch for many years. Vauxhall Astra Mark II GTE, more famous perhaps as a rally car in the late 80s than a circuit race, although one did win the British Touring Car title in 1989 with John Cleland at the wheel. Whatever happened to him? He's been still active in historic touring cars more recently as well, in one of his old Vauxhall Vectras. CNX BTCC Vectra out today in the Classic Thunder race as well with Jason Hughes. There's Steve Barber, goes a lap down. Jake Margulies is lap for a second time as well as Gary Preble goes through. 2 minutes to go. What's the gap this time? 2.1 seconds. So that time through David Griffin able to close in a bit because Preble was dealing with back markers. Up towards Druids. Can David Griffin close the gap? Still leads the pre-93 Championship division, sponsored by Laser Tools. Where's the Laser Tools liveried car? Andy Sheraton, 16th, leading Class D. Next car to be lapped, Daniel Stewart in the XJS. Seen him in the Jaguar Championship as well this weekend. Had to change his number for this one, you noticed that, to avoid a clash with another car. Gary Preble gets past him, no problem at all. 2 laps to go this time. Just over a minute on the clock. They should get one more lap in after this one. Preble with his lights on to warn the back markers he's coming. The gap stays at 2.1 seconds. Cam Tunio still on for a podium in third place. expert on Brands Hatch. There's Phil Wright, the Castrol liveried Civic. I think he's still 9th overall. It's ahead of Mark Shepherd in that now rare Volkswagen Vento. Back in the 90s, there was a one-make series for those, and for the Rover Tomcats as well. Good to see a few of those re-emerging onto the circuits recently, the Rovers. We've seen a few in the MG Cup as well, running with MGs young and old. Nice to see that drivers are finding homes for these former one-make race cars. There used to be a series in the 90s called the Super Coupe Cup. It was basically a pool championship for different one-make series. We'd see Renault 5 Turbos, VW Polo G40s, the Rovers were in there, Honda CRXs as well. Memories of reading Autosport as a youngster back in the 90s. But anyway, enough nostalgia. We're on the last lap of this race now. It's going to be a win for Gary Preble. He's still 2.2 seconds clear of David Griffin. Griffin's going to win the pre-93 split. Gary Preble is going to keep up his run of victories in the simply serviced pre-03 Touring Car Championship following the demise of AJ Owen with some damage early on. Here he comes round the final corner at Clark Curve, up towards the checkered flag. He may be the king of Castle Combe, but today he's the king of Brands Hatch. Gary Preble comes in to win the simply serviced pre-03 Touring Car Championship. Well done to him. David Griffin comes over 2 seconds back in second. He wins the Laser Tools pre-93 Championship split. And third overall, quite a way back in the order, is going to be Cam Tunio in his Honda Civic. There he is. He just beats Kevin Willis home. Willis topping the battle of the BMWs further back ahead of Ian Bauer and Andy Cripps. 7th is Ross Craig in his Honda. He will take 3rd place behind Cam Tunio in the split for the pre-03s. Matthew Rowling behind him in 8th place. And the last 2 cars on the lead lap will be Phil Wright in his Honda Civic and Mark Shepherd in the Vento. Another victory for Gary Preble then. Congratulations to him. Winning by just over 2 seconds ahead of David Griffin. 15 minutes, 40.529 seconds, his winning time. We'll bring you the confirmed results, well, the provisional results, I should say. Gary Preble the winner by 2 seconds ahead of David Griffin. They both win their respective championships, pre-03 and pre-93. Cam Tunio taking 3rd overall, 2nd in pre-03, and Kevin Willis winning the Battle of the Beamers for 4th place ahead of Ian Bauer and Andy Cripps. Ross Craig taking 7th ahead of Matthew Rowling, Phil Wright in 9th place, and Mark Shepherd a class-winning 10th in the VW Vento pre-93 Class C, won by him ahead of David Nixon. Daniel Stewart wins pre-93 Class A in 12th overall, and Vic Hope wins pre-03 Class B, 13th in his Honda Civic. Sam Goodwin 14th, and Taylor Norton completing the top 15. Behind him in 16th was Andy Sheraton, winning pre-93 Class D. The BMW Estates of John Hillier was next home. Pre-03 Class C goes to him in 17th. Alex Stevenson next, and then Jake Margulies in his BMW, also a class winner. Steve Barber, the final finisher. We lost Don Hughes while running 3rd, sadly. AJ Owen, an early casualty. And, of course, we saw Jamie Primetz go off in the Civic. We also lost Trevor Kiffin early on in his Alfa Romeo. Okay, the results confirmed then, and that is going to take us into our lunch break here at Brands Hatch. A lunch break of about just over 20 minutes. Our next race will take place around 2:40, which is the CTCRC Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons. Get ready to be thunderstruck in that race. We will hopefully be able to hear from our race winner shortly down in the pits before we head to lunch. I think we can hand down to Ewan in Parc Fermé talking to Gary Preble.
Here in Parc Fermé with Gary Preble, qualified first and a win. What a morning for you.
Yeah, it's well, after yesterday and you know, it's a tough day yesterday. I want to dedicate this win to the marshals out there, so yeah, this one's for you guys. I knew I had to get a great start. It was a punish for me yesterday. I got a collection with AJ off the start, and
It's I thought I've got to get away well, and thankfully I did. I got a good start. Initially made some good ground, and then I just saw, I don't know if AJ had some problems, I'm assuming he did. I just saw him disappearing away in the distance. I just kept my head down and just kept it clean. I wasn't putting in the major lap times, I knew that. I was just trying to keep off the curbs and just look after the car and just bring it home.
I mean, you seem to be in complete control of the race from start to finish, but just describe, because it is hot down here, how hot is it in the cars?
Oh, it's extremely hot. You know, obviously we don't have fans in the car. We close the windows so we don't get drag in the car. Obviously, full suit, balaclava, helmet. It gets pretty warm in the cars. Yeah, you need to hydrate well before you race for sure.
Well, Gary, great win. I'll let you get your zip down and cool down. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
And I want to get a chat with David Griffin as well. He is our winner in the pre-93 class. Where is David? We had a chat with him yesterday after qualifying. We'll just keep our eyes. Here he is, he's behind us. Can we grab you straight away? Fantastic. In the Diet Coke number 34 car. David Griffin, we spoke to you yesterday. You've turned your qualifier into a win.
Yeah, we got a really good start from people. I think everyone was just so devastated by what happened yesterday that no one was really thinking that much about the race. And once we got into it, it was good fun, and there was plenty of action in that first lap.
I mean, one thing we've not really asked today, because we don't want to touch on it too much, but as a racing driver, how does that affect you getting ready for the following day's racing? Does it become less important?
Oh, totally less important. I mean, it almost makes it irrelevant. You realise there's just so much more to it than that. And the flaggies in particular, they do an amazing job here, day in, day out, in all kinds of weather. And we don't tend to think of them as being in danger, and they really are. It's a great shout out to them.
Now, Kevin Willis qualified fourth. He was the closest to you. Did you see him in your mirrors?
I saw a lot of people in my mirrors at turn 2. There were people going everywhere. And then we cleared out a little bit. I knew I had the pre-93 covered. Gary, I think, was just winding me up a bit, letting me get close a couple of times. And then we knocked the mirror off coming past some of the back markers. So there was plenty of action.
I mean, when you lose a mirror like that, does it make any difference?
Yeah, surprisingly it does, because as you're coming into corners, the last thing you check is to see if someone's on your inside. So it's a bit disconcerting, but we've driven without doors and mirrors before, so I'm used to it.
David, congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Cheers.
Dave, back to you.
Okay, so we're now heading into our lunch break, which will take about 20 minutes. After lunch, we will have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Championship. Some very impressive cars in that one. That's followed by the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Then a single race for the Junior Saloon cars, their biggest ever field here at Brands Hatch this weekend. We've got 28 cars, identical Citroën Saxo VTRs. Second race for the Pultec Pre-66 touring cars follows that. Then we've got the Kumho BMWs out again. And then a 50-minute race for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. So enjoy a 20-minute or so break for lunch. And we'll be back with you after that at around 2:40 p.m. with the Classic Thunder, our next race.
Okay, Dave, first of all, thanks for having us. I hope you're doing well. What is it about classic touring cars that makes you want to race them?
I enjoy with the classic touring cars because there's less contact, not no contact, there's less contact with that series, and just like racing cars, adrenaline.
What is it about that specifically that you like? Is it the adrenaline of maybe being successful in the paddock afterwards? Is it the closeness around the corners? Is it the start? What really gets you going, do you find?
It's always close racing, and setting the car. I know how to set the car up. I've had one for nearly 20 years now, so you know it's like putting on a nice pair of slippers. I just love the circuits they race at, in Cadwell especially, because not everyone goes to Cadwell, but they tend to. I think I've still got the lap record there in 2003 in one, and no one's beaten it yet. I keep checking it every year.
And it leads us nicely on actually to the car itself that you'll be racing. What do you like about this car, first of all?
Once you've got the car how you like it, and they are different. Not everyone likes my setup. My setup is very loose at the back, so the first 2 laps are quite exciting, but it's the only way to get the best out of the car, really.
And you told us earlier it's quite a unique vehicle as well. There's not many of them around.
No, it's one of the original Cup cars that was raced in the early 90s. I'm pretty sure it's the ex-Daily Mirror car that several raced in that series. But there was a lot damaged, so there's only about 14, maybe 16 left of the original Cup cars.
Does it take a big degree of maintenance, or have you got that down to a fine art now?
No, I tend to, after the season's finished, forget about it for a couple of months and then go and start going through everything. I rebuild the engine every year just to make it reliable. I don't like messing about with it halfway through the season. I like to be able to put it away, spanner check it and go racing again.
And obviously you've got a great deal of experience within racing. We'll talk more about that in the future. But in terms of when you first got going in the sport, what was it that drew you to it initially? And when was it, if you can tell us as well?
Karting originally in the 70s. I just always liked racing of some form. I was lucky to get a good friend of Nigel Mansell's father, Eric. He taught me how to build engines and make them reliable.
And what was the bridge between karting and then the bigger stuff?
Well, I had a small break, and then I did do banger racing for 2 years. And then I went on to race with modified Fords in 1996 in a Mark II Escort.
Which has been your fondest memory in terms of racing? Was it back at the start with the karts? Was it the 2 years of a love affair with banger racing, or is it the more recent stuff?
Yeah, no, I like the recent stuff, but I did enjoy the Escort. It was the first real sort of getting my ARDS licence then in 96. And I also did the Castle-Combe Saloon series, which I really enjoyed. I liked the circuit, but I wanted to race at other circuits, so moved on away from that and bought the Rover.
And how much have you enjoyed racing this Rover? Because I think you've had it for a little while now, right?
Well, I had one from 1999 up until 2007, when my daughter Michelle started racing in Formula Woman and the Mini Challenge, so I had a break from racing. And then I was offered this one by a friend, and so I thought I'd better buy it and go racing again.
You talked about your daughter there. It does seem to be a bit of a family affair, racing for you, from your father initially and then passed on down the generations. Talk a little bit about that, because it does seem to be a really nice thing that you all share.
Yeah, Michelle was always interested in cars and car racing, and she actually met her husband, present husband, with Mini Challenge. So, and he's always raced with Radicals originally, and now racing with the European Le Mans series in LMP3 car. So there is racing just in the family.
Do you reckon there'll be another generation below that too?
I'm sure that Michelle's daughter, Georgie, will be in a kart within the next couple of years, for sure.
She's already been helping you out at the tracks, I hear, as well, is that right?
Yeah, she likes to come along and, when she's watching, polish it and such like, and mess around and hand me tools, so, you know. I think she gets that because her dad's racing, so, you know, she goes to those races and likes to get involved.
Is it something that you particularly enjoy, perhaps with the classic touring cars in particular, because it seems to be quite a friendly circuit, that camaraderie and that sort of family feel of it as well, when obviously probably pre-COVID generation, but before that we saw plenty of paddocks with a big gathering within them. It did seem to have that family feel to it.
Yeah. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club, it's a very, very friendly series. I already know quite a few of them from previous years in it, but it's certainly a lot more friendly. There's rivalry on the track, we're not getting away from that, but very friendly in the paddock. Anyone will help anyone else.
Is that part of what helps keep you coming back?
Yeah, I think so. After the season's done, you think, cool, that was hard going and all of it, but I still enjoy it.
I was going to ask you, do you predict, have you got an exit point? Do you think, I'll give it 2 more years and that'll be me? Or do you just keep coming back year after year, keep enjoying it and just sort of see how it goes?
Yeah, I say to myself, I wonder how much longer I'll keep racing, but the day I really don't enjoy it, maybe I will stop and then maybe support Rob in his racing a bit more.
What's an average race weekend look for you? Probably, let's talk pre-COVID. What was an average race weekend look for you?
I spend a couple of days probably in the week just spanner checking everything, get the car all loaded up and trundle off on a Friday normally to miss the traffic. In case I have a breakdown, I need to be there for qualifying. But normally just get all set up with friends. Got some good friends in the Twigger family. Chris Twigger helped me a lot with settling this particular car and getting it just right. But sadly he's got motor neurone disease and he's really suffering from that. And I've always tried to help Kaylee's daughter in a bit of advice, with racing, and I've always told her when we go qualifying, just stick to the tail of my car and you'll be able to qualify well, and she can really drive well now. But yeah, the friendliness is, if you've broken something and someone's got something, they will lend you it, or help.
And it seems to be a beautiful mix in so many different ways, because you've got so many different cars, first of all, from different generations, from different eras, but so many different drivers too. You've got some young up-and-comers who are maybe competing in their first ever racing series, and the likes of yourself who've been competing for years and years and years.
Yep.
That's quite unique, I think, right?
Sure, yeah. It's you get a few that think they're touring car drivers and then suddenly calm down a bit, but I'm always going for it, but I won't drive into people to pass them. I'll certainly stick it in there and defend to the utmost. I actually learned quite a lot from following some of the original drivers how to defend, so they'll probably learn from that.
And in terms of the actual racing season last year, obviously a very, very different season for obvious reasons. How did you find it? Did you still manage to enjoy it despite missing elements of it?
Yeah, it was okay. The social side of it, obviously we couldn't get as close, and most people did actually do the social distancing correctly, and it was okay. I just got in the car, got it all ready and went racing. It was more or less the same.
And how did you find the actual racing itself, the championship overall?
Yeah, it was good. There was a reasonably big field, and I think this year there's going to be a massive field. The grids are going to be full up, absolutely full up, I think.
And in terms of your own performance?
Okay, shame the gearbox played up at Snetterton, but I won a few of my class races, and I think I was third in the points overall. Unfortunately, we had a BMW in there that was really quick and handled really well, and I can't get near him, but in my class it was good.
And you told us, I think, before we got chatting on camera about your issue with that gearbox at Snetterton. You had to have a road gearbox in at some point, didn't you?
I put a road gearbox in for Silverstone, which had no LSD in it, so it was difficult round corners, let's put it like that, but up the straight it was fast, because it was slightly higher geared.
And do you set yourself targets, thinking about the season upcoming? Do you think of events that you'd like to win, or points that you'd like to accrue, or particular people you'd like to get above if you can in the standings?
Yeah, to be honest, I never think about winning a championship anymore. I just go race from race. The minute I start thinking about points, I start to drive defensively. And that's no good for racing, you know, I just want to go for it every time. So this year I'm going to make sure I'm not going to worry about the points, I'm just going to get on, and if it works out well, it works out well, you know.
I feel like you're such a good advertisement for why people should drive in the classic touring cars. Could you put it into your own words why you enjoy it so much, and why someone who might be thinking about it should really think about giving it a go? Yeah,
I run it on quite a tight budget. And the tyres do last really well compared to the slicks we used to race on originally. I'm lucky I can fix everything myself on the car, and I keep a really tight budget on it. So I can race probably as cheap as most sports. There are people that have teams that go, but the team is me. I'm the mechanic. I'm the bloke who drives it. My wife does help and polish, and she feeds me while I'm there at the race meeting, but you know, we keep it on a really reasonably tight budget, and we can enjoy it on, you know, everyone has to have a hobby.
And in terms of the specific sort of camaraderie and the togetherness of the drivers, the friendly feel that you mentioned, that's something to be cherished in a certain type of way, isn't it? Yeah, we're always pulling one another's leg and things like that, you know, and you know, if someone goes off, you know, what were you doing going off there, you know, sort of thing. It is a really friendly series, there's no doubt about that. As I say, I've known a lot of the drivers for years, and I mean like 20 and 30 years, so, yeah. I just want to revisit a moment that you talked about before. Yeah. What would you say would be your favourite racing memory if you had to pick one?
Winning the Super Coupe Championship in 2004.
That's quite a quick answer.
There you go.
Why that one?
It was a hard series, and there was some really good racers in there. It was the 1 year I had sponsorship for my tyres, and it made all the difference. It was that half a second a lap. And I think I qualified out of 14 races on the pole for 12 for the race meeting, so I'd got the car just right. And I stupidly sold that car, but there you are, when I stopped racing.
Can you talk a little bit about what made you get back into racing? Because I know you said you stepped away for a few years, you helped your daughter build up her standing within the sport. What brought you back to it?
I just saw the car advertised and I thought, oh, that's a nice looking one. And I just rang the chap up and, you know, Pete Winston, and I said, oh, I think I better have that car, Pete. I can drive it better than you. Yeah, just went and bought it then. I thought, yeah, we'll have a go at that again.
Did you have any naysayers within the family who were like, oh, not again? Or were they very supportive?
No. You know, my wife's always supported the fact that you have a hobby. Unfortunately, at the time, I had my own plane that I fly from here, but I've actually sold that, and that financed the car racing, so I've gone back to that.
Did you ever have the chance to drive with your daughter at competition, or were you always separate?
Yeah, we raced at Snetterton in her BMW Mini Cooper, John Cooper Works, from the Mini Challenge. We raced in a 2-driver race there, which was good fun. I'd like to do that again, actually.
Think you'd have more of a chance now you're both a bit longer in the tooth?
Yeah, no, it'd be all right. I think because I know she's still got the car and it's all ready to race, and I keep being reminded of that. So we might do a few races together.
It's nice, isn't it, to be able to talk about stuff that we might be able to do in the future now with racing. It feels like we're sort of starting to think about turning the corner with the whole pandemic. Is there stuff that you have got to the point now, maybe in the last year you've had the sort of realisation when we've had stuff taken away and we've had less available to us, that you look at stuff and think, well, I'd actually quite like to give that a go that I've not tried before, or you'd like to revisit that in your motorsports career?
Yeah, I'm so good at setting this one up and getting the best out of it, really. I'd be hard pushed to come away from the Rover. I wouldn't mind racing an American car, I must admit, but it's a lot of money. I'd have to win the lottery for that one.
And just the last thing on this car, the design is quite, I'd say, unique in a way. It's very vivid. Is there any particular consideration, or is it just how it came, or is there a meaning behind any of it?
Yeah, it's very aerodynamic, but it's quite a heavy car and a heavy engine block, so you do suffer from understeer if you haven't got the car set up right. And setup is critical, and I mean attention to detail every time with it.
And in terms of the colour scheme and how it looks?
I left it white because it was a ex-Daily Mirror car. I think it was Lance Ellington who raced it in the original series. I wouldn't mind putting it in the Daily Mirror colours if they'd like to sponsor me. But no, yeah, I like red. I've got to have red on a racing car. It has to have red on it.
Old school.
Red for speed and success. That's it.
That sounds good to me. I think that's all I wanted to ask, Dave. Unless there's anything you wanted to say as part of this.
No, I've really enjoyed it. It's nice to be able to watch some of our racing on television. For the people especially that couldn't come last year and may not be able to arrive and come to the meetings, at least they can see the racing. And you can see where you went wrong and the things you've done wrong, wrong, and you'll hopefully correct next time.
Do you still do that? Do you get in the analysis booth, as it were, to watch your races back and think?
I do. I watch them back. It's important with any form of racing, I think, to watch how the car's reacting. I've always liked to watch Kaylee's GoPro footage. If she's behind me, I can see exactly how the car's, because I'm going for it because she's an extremely good driver and she keeps me honest, that's for sure. And she's got the other Rover Tomcat that's in my series.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Brands Hatch after the lunch break here on BARC TV. Coming out on the track now, the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons Championship, and the grid looks like this. In pole position, it is number 76 Jason West in his BMW, 99 Mike Saunders in a Mark 1 Escort alongside him. Second row, Andy Wilson, double winner at the last meeting at Castle Combe. He's in a Holden Monaro alongside Jason Hughes in his ex-British touring car Vauxhall Vectra. Third row, 66 Paul Wood in his BMW alongside number 20, which is Sam Wilson. He's in an Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And on row 4, we will see Andy Robinson, number 100 in his Ford Falcon Aussie supercar alongside Brian Bransom's BMW number 26. The fifth row, 69 Paul Hand in an Audi TT, and number 15 Tony Davies in his stunning Vauxhall Firenze. Row 6, 144 Rod Burley, over 600 race wins in his career, his BMW alongside the BMW M3 GT4 of Kevin Bird. Row 7 Colin Voice with his Castrol Escort and Ian Craig's BMW. Row 8 Malcolm Harding, we saw him win the Blue Oval Saloons race earlier, starts alongside Josh Ronchetti in the famous Lotus Bullet. Row 9, 74 Neil Philpotts with his Mitsubishi Starion and Clive Hainsford's Mazda RX-8. Then on the 10th row, somebody who was out just a short time ago, David Griffin with his BMW alongside Ian Bauer. And resume the Battle of the Beamers from the pre-93 race. Andy Abrams is next, number 221. He's BMW powered alongside Gareth Montgomery, the New Zealander, in number 64 with his BMW. Vic Hope in his Honda Civic alongside the Ford Fiesta of Sam Daffin. Then we've got Alan Hersey in his Reliant Scimitar. Steve Waterman's Space Frame Toyota Starlet, and Andy Cripps will be added to the back of the grid as well in number 33. We're underway then with the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons, and it is Mike Saunders, the ex-TVR racer, who has got the lead. Second place, it is the pole sitter Jason West in the BMW, Andy Wilson in third position. Then we've got Jason Hughes in the Vectra. Couple of BMWs there, Brian Branson. Big lock up there from Mike Saunders, that's stunning. Mark 1 Escort. I thought that was a lock up. No, it's not. That's engine smoke. Mike Saunders is in trouble. A great shame for that stunning car. So Jason West in the G Sport BMW is going to go through into the lead. Mike Saunders has blown up. Let's hope there's no oil down there. Andy Wilson goes through into second place in the big Monaro. He's taken a few wins this season. Up to third, Jason Hughes in the ex-BTCC Vauxhall Vectra. Jason Hughes himself an ex-touring car racer, raced an MG ZS in period. Jason Plato car in third place. Then it's the Aston Martin driven by Sam Wilson in race number 1. It's a 15-minute race for the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons. Somebody's in the gravel there at Paddock Hill Bend, and the safety car is out. Somebody in the gravel at Paddock. I think it might be Sam Daffin's Ford Fiesta possibly that's gone in there. So we'll wait and confirm that in a moment. The safety car is out. We'll pick up our race leader, which is Jason West in his BMW. Where we see Gareth Montgomery, Alan Hersey and Steve Waterman, that stunning wide arch Toyota Starlet, almost a national hot rod of the 80s and 90s, that car. The safety car will find our race leader Jason West. Reigning champion in the Classic Thunder Saloons, Andy Robinson, he's out there in his stunning Australian V8 supercar. The Ford Falcon in the colours of Craig Lowndes. That's just coming through over the start line now. So we're under the safety car here at Brands Hatch in this Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons events. And the reason for the safety car and incident at Paddock Bend, it is Sam Daffin's Ford Fiesta. Very modified Ford Fiesta that's gone off backwards there. The pickup truck is going to tow him out. Your race leader, Jason West. We've also seen him in the Kumho BMWs here today. Mike Saunders led off in his Mark 1 Escort, but unfortunately the engine let go on the second lap. So it's Andy Wilson in the Holden Monaro in second, and Jason West in third. A real variety of the most powerful cars run by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. There's the Lotus Bullet, the black and orange machine, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus-based car, driven by Jos Ronchetti. It's taken many wins of that over the years in things like Heritage GT as well as classic touring cars. There's Sam Wilson's Aston Martin, Paul Wood's BMW, Rod Burley in the black BMW M3 there. Rod Burley, who has won more than 600 races in his career. Andy Robinson quite a way down the order here. Whether he's got a problem with the Ford Falcon, we normally see him up at the front. There's that stunning starlet of Steve Waterman. You may be able to gauge that car's quite a favourite of mine. Had a few problems in qualifying. Castrol Escorts, the Mark 1 Colin Voice, the Mark 2 Malcolm Harding, has already had a couple of wins this weekend. And there's Andy Robinson with the yellow headlights. What a menacing looking car that is. The late 1990s Ford Falcon V8 supercar. It's not until you stand next to an Aussie V8 supercar you realise just how huge they are. Still under the safety car while the incident is cleared up then. Your leader is Jason West. He's fourth in this group at the moment, the big bewinged BMW. Classic and historic Thunder Saloons, harking back to the days of Thunder Saloons in the early 1990s, and before that special saloons and super saloons. Hence the historic categories out there. Old special saloon, the Vauxhall Firenze of Tony Davies, that's in there, number 15. He's in the top 10 at the moment. Plenty of different classes again in this one. Safety car hasn't waved anybody past as yet. We're already coming up to half distance in this race. It was a rolling start, which is what caught me out slightly there. I do apologise. I was expecting the cars to line up on the grid and then be taken away by the pace car the same way as the Britcars, but instead they went straight into the rolling lap. There's Andy Wilson in second place, that huge Holden Monaro. Jason Hughes behind him. Sam Wilson going well in the Aston Martin. It'll be Ricky Can, the car's owner, racing that in race 2. If we had a race 2 this weekend, of course it is just a single race now for the Classic Thunder Saloons. I believe it's Sam Wilson in that car. Ian Craig's BMW, father of Ross Craig, who we saw in the Honda Civic earlier on. And Sam Daffin trying to get the Fiesta off the circuit. He's dragging his front bumper underneath the car there. We can't stop there, that'll just prolong the safety car period. And there's Tony Davies, the blue and silver Firenze behind Brian Bransom's BMW, the orange car. Josh Ronchetti ahead of Andy Robinson. They're down in 14th and 15th. We're normally used to seeing them fighting for the lead. Andy Cripps at the back in the green BMW. As the recovery vehicle again goes to Sam Daffin's aid. They got him out of the gravel and then he promptly pulled onto the grass on the other side of the circuit. So there's only 5.5 minutes to go. We won't, I don't think, get much racing in here, sadly. I don't know why the safety car has yet to pick up the race leader. Still got Gareth Montgomery's BMW behind him at the moment. Alan Hersey in his Reliant Scimitar in the queue behind him. Then Steve Waterman and then the race leaders. Just trying to keep their tyres warm. Safety car lights still on. Well, the driver's waiting patiently. Sam Daffin's car is finally towed off circuit, so hopefully we'll go to green flag racing this time, at least get a few racing laps in. A shame if the whole race was to be under safety car for these spectacular machines. Now the safety car has waved the back markers through and has picked up Jason West, so it looks like we're going to go green this time. Lights are still on at the moment. So Alan Hersey's pulling off. He's going into the paddock. Yep, the lights go out on top of the BMW, so we're going racing this time. We're just under 4 minutes of this Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloon race to go. Jason West, your leader in the BMW. Get ready to be thunderstruck. Here we go. Up towards the line, watch for Andy Wilson down the outside in the big Monaro. He charges down the outside and takes the lead into Paddock Bend. Jason West trying to fight back side by side between Hughes and Wilson for third place. And Jason West, look at the BMW round the outside there of Andy Wilson. Can he get back ahead on the run up to Druids? That's a brave effort against such a huge car. Meantime, ahead of them, Steve Waterman and Gareth Montgomery. They've got to get past them again here. West has done it around the outside. That's brilliant by Jason West. The BMW has the lead once again. Now he's got to get past Steve Waterman in that Starlet. Here comes Jason Hughes. Whether the Monaro's tyres were colder there, I'm not sure. He got the run down the outside into Paddock Bend, but then West back around the outside of it. Third place, Jason Hughes. I wonder if Andy Wilson perhaps got ahead of West before the timing line there and gave the place back again. Wilson fourth, then Rod Burley is up to fifth. Here comes Sam Wilson in the big V8 engined Aston Martin, attacking the Super Touring Vectra for third place. Really is a massive car, that Aston Martin. Some huge machines out there, including that big Monaro. But it's Jason West, number 76, who has the lead of our sole race this weekend for the Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons. Jason West attacking for second place. Holden against Vauxhall. Australia against England for second place. Germany out in front in the shape of the BMW. Sam Wilson's Aston Martin fourth. Then it's Rod Burley flashing the lights there in fifth place. Paul Wood's BMW is sixth. Then Brian Bransom, Tony Davies in the Forenza is eighth. Kevin Bird's BMW GT4 is ninth. Rounding out the top 10, I think, is Malcolm Harding in the Escort. Less than 2 minutes to go now. Here comes Sam Wilson again, trying to get a run on Jason Hughes for third place. Locks a wheel there, Jason Hughes, the XPTCC driver. And Jason West has been able to get away at the front of the field in the Underscore sponsored G Sports Run BMW. Down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. Andy Robinson's made up a couple of places further back. He's got ahead of Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi Starion. Through to complete another lap. I think it will be last lap this time for Jason West. He's got the best lap of the race, 51.907. Over a second quicker than everybody else. The battle is still on for second. Wilson, Hughes, then Sam Wilson. Believe no relation to Andy, and he's going through into third place. He's past the Vectra. The Aston Martin goes up into third position. And Rod Burley is fifth. Here comes Jason West. 40 seconds on the clock, so I think he's on his last lap now. Andy and Sam Wilson second and third in the Holden and the Aston Martin. The race sadly blighted by safety car. Looks like it is going to be a win for Jason West. Here comes the number 76, the man from Guildford in Surrey. Will it be checkered flag this time, or will we get one more lap out of this? We've got 12 seconds on the clock as he comes onto the Brabham Straights. We might get one more lap out of this, you know. Over the line he goes. Yep, the checkered flag hasn't come out. He was just a few seconds too early there. He's already over 4 seconds clear of Andy Wilson. Sam Wilson third. Rod Burley going through into fourth ahead of Jason Hughes. Top three cars all leading their classes. Jason Hughes, a class leader as well, leads Class C. It's the Class B car of Jason West that leads. Class A led by Wilson. The historic class by Sam Wilson in the Aston. It'll be checkered flag this time. Rod Burley wants to get on the podium here in his BMW. Brian Bransom battling with Paul Wood. He's got through into sixth position. It's going to be a win for Jason West in the BMW. Up towards the checkered flag he comes. Started from pole. Lost out briefly on the restart to Andy Wilson. But Jason West comes in to take the win in his BMW in our Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder race. Andy Wilson comes over in second. Sam Wilson's Aston Martin is third. Then Rod Burley fourth, Jason Hughes fifth, Brian Bransom sixth, then Paul Wood. Then a gap back to Tony Davies. Good result for the Firenze in eighth place. winning Class H3. 9th goes to Kevin Bird, and Malcolm Harding just held off Colin Voice in the Battle of the Escorts. And Andy Robinson, a very subdued run from him to 12th place. Rest of the pack across the line. Just a couple of retirements there. Mike Saunders in the Mark 1 Escort. So we lost Sam Daffin, of course, and also Alan Hersey's Reliant. Congratulations to Jason West. Drivers giving the marshals a wave, saying thank you to the Orange Army, especially this weekend. We confirm the results of that one then. The win going to Jason West by nearly 4.5 seconds ahead of the Wilsons. Andy ahead of Sam, all winning their classes. Rod Burley taking 4th ahead of Jason Hughes. He also took a class win. Then Brian Branson, Paul Wood. Tony Davies, the winner of Historic Class 3. And Kevin Bird and Malcolm Harding round out the top 10 just ahead of Colin Voice. Andy Robinson down at 12th ahead of Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi. Joss Ronchetti wins his class in 14th ahead of Ian Craig in the BMW, completing the top 15. David Griffin, a subdued race from him that time, down in 16th ahead of Clive Hainsford in the Mazda RX-8s. Then it was the 221 of Andy Abrams, Paul Hand's Audi TT and Vic Hope's Honda Civic. Steve Waterman, Gareth Montgomery and Andy Cripps all finishing a lap down. And of course we lost Alan Hersey, Mike Saunders and Sam Daffin. Cars heading back into the paddock then. Hopefully we'll be down there shortly to catch up with our race winner. Right, we can now hand down to Park Ferme and hear from some of the drivers with Ewan Dunlop.
We are in Park Ferme with Andy Wilson, second in the race, first in class.
Well, thank you very much.
How was the race for you?
A little bit subdued, a little bit awkward with the long spell behind the pace car.
So with the safety car,
Yep.
I mean, it bunches things up, but it makes for quite an exciting finish to the race.
May look exciting, but it doesn't give you enough laps to actually figure out a strategy or anything like that. And a bit of an anticlimax, to be fair, but you know, happy with second and a tight, twisty track like Brands Hatch. Can't use all the power, and it's a bit of an handful.
I mean, you like it is tight and twisty, but there's some silver on top of your car now to your left-hand side.
Yep.
So we can let you calm down, let you cool down, grab that, and congratulations on second place and first in class.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
Now, Jason West has run off to be interviewed by the paddock. So what we're going to do, come with me, we get Samuel Wilson, the car number 20. He was first in the H1 class, third in the race. Sam, qualified 6th, third in the race, first in class. That's a good day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not bad. Hot.
How was the race for you?
Good, yeah, really good. Managed to get a really good start. Fortunately, this is fast in a straight line. So stick it around the outside and kind of hope for the best.
I mean, tell us about the car. It's absolutely beautiful.
Oh, I know, absolutely stunning. Yeah, it's an old 79 Vantage V8. Heavy, very heavy, but very fast. And like I say, beautiful car. Very lucky.
And with the obviously the safety car, how does that back things up? Does it make it exciting as a racer?
Yeah, it does. It makes it exciting, especially with some oil on the circuit. That makes it a little bit fruity, but yeah, it's always nice for a bit of variety.
I like it described as fruity. Congratulations, pick
Thank
up
you
your
very much.
silverware. We'll see you later.
Absolutely, cheers, thank you.
Buddy. Now let's try and get Jason West in the car 76. Is he back yet? Jason? is Jason. Dave, we might come back to you, otherwise we can grab Jason, but here's the silverware for the first place on top of his car. They got a nice paper envelope as well. Dave, back to you for the time being. We'll grab Jason if we can.
Very much, Ewan. We're just having a little bit of a clear up at the moment before we get underway with our next race. The Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, some very lovely cars in this next race indeed. Pole position will go to Mike Luck, the reigning champion, in his BMW E21 323, alongside Mark Osborne, the Welshman, in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Second row, multiple champion Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escort, alongside the similar machine of number 18, Mark Lucock. Third row of the grid, Thomas Harvey in his Mark 1 Escort starts alongside Mark Chollerton in his Mark 2 Escort. And another Mark 2 and RS2000 for Steve Cripps on row 4 alongside the Jaguar of David Howard. Fifth row, Stuart Kay with his Capri, number 44, starts alongside the similar machine of Malcolm Best. On row 6, David Margulies with his Alfa Romeo, starting alongside Carl Shreve in his Dolomite Sprint. Row 7 is number 22, which is Sam Wilson. He's in a Rover SD1. Very beautiful car indeed, that one. I think that's the same Sam Wilson we saw in the previous race in the Aston Martin, so he's had to dash off to change cars. He will start alongside Bradley Bosdetz, who's racing a Ford Escort. Row 8, Anton Martin's Ford Fiesta and H. Harvey in an Escort Mark 1. Row 9, Ray Kirschberg in his Metro and Mark Bevington. He's in a Toyota Celica. Jake Margulies, son of David, is next. And he's in a BMW, starting alongside Alan Wayman, celebrated his birthday yesterday, racing his Chevrolet Camaro. Colin Claxton is next on the grid. We've seen him in his Mark 1 Escort earlier this weekend. He's now in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint, starting alongside Phil Waller in his Hillman Avenger. At the back of the field, we have Keith Evans at the wheel of his Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud. Well, before we get underway with the green flag lap for this one, we can hear from our pole sitter, Mike Luck.
With Mike Luck. Nice to have a little sit down, nice to have a bit of a calming down after a great qualifying session, Mike.
Yes, thank you. I must admit I wasn't that confident during qualifying, a bit slippery and plenty of traffic, nice busy grid today. But no, pleased with pole.
And it's somewhere you're used to being as well at the front.
Yeah, I've raced for a good few years, and the little BMW's. It really is quite a nice little car to drive, and yeah, I can got the measure of it now. So yeah, we can keep up there.
But it's not just qualifying where you're excelling; you're having a great season in terms of wins as well.
Yeah, we've had a few wins. People have been pushing us, but I've managed to give a few wins away. We had a misfire and. One thing or another, but no, we've brought it home in first place a few times now.
Now the car behind, we're just looking inside. It looks absolutely immaculate. Tell us a little bit about the BMW behind us.
Well, we got here an E21, 1978. It was a car that I built. Well, a group of us built when I had a preparation business, a good few years ago for a great client and friend, and. Yeah, it was built with just about every bit of experience and knowledge that we'd got. That the client wanted the best, and we gave it to him. So yeah, she's getting on nearly 6 years old now, but she still looks nice. We built, it's one of these things you build it right in the first place, and they stay right.
And you're definitely getting the best out of it. Best of luck with the race today as well.
Thank you very much.
Cars on the grid then, ready for our pre-83 touring car race, sponsored by Shell Oils. It is Mike Luck in pole position, the former Clubman sports car racer in that beautiful orange BMW, alongside the black Dolomite Sprint of Mark Osborne, a former champion. One car getting a push there. Problems for Bradley Bosdet with his Mark II Escort. He's hit problems on the grid, so there may be a delay here. And pushed to in between David Margulies in the Alfa Romeo and the number 14, that's Carl Shreve in what I think is the Tony Crudgington Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Ford Escort's the most popular choice. We've got Stephen Primet, former champion, and Mark Lucock. Bradley Bosday has got the Escort going, just needed a push start there. Tom Harvey in his Shell Sport liveried number 3 there. We've got H. Harvey back on the grid as well in the number 47. That's the white car going through there. Rare Toyota Celica, more famous as a rally car, of course. Mark Bevington at the wheel of that one. Al Wayman's out there. He had problems with his fuel pump in qualifying. Good to see that the birthday boy has made it out. We won't reveal his age. We'll just say he is certainly one of the most experienced drivers on this grid in the Chevy Camaro. 86 Colin Claxton back there with him with his dolly sprints. There's the Jaguar of David Howard, the XJ12. Stuart Kay with the Triple X Capri is out there. David Margulies in the Andy Rouse replica Alfa Romeo. And Andy won the British Touring Car Championship in a car same as that in 1983. Cars making their way to the grid then for the Shell Oils pre-83 Touring Car Championship race. One car hitting trouble, Bradley Bosdead. We saw him getting a push start on the grid. The car's given trouble again on the green flag lap, the Mark II Escort. So he has pulled off on Cooper Straight. That might lead to a delay to the start while he's removed. In pole position, it is Mike Luck in his BMW, alongside Mark Osborne from North Wales in his Triumph Dolomite Sprints. Then a whole clutch of Ford Escorts, 5 of them in fact. Stephen Primetz, Mark Lucock, Tom Harvey, Mark Chollerton. And next in the order is Steve Cripps. We'll see his son Matthew out in the junior saloon cars as well. David Howard's Jaguar, Stuart Kay in the Triple X Capri. Malcolm Best in his red and white Capri, been racing Capris for many years. David Margulies in the Alfa Romeo, and Carl Shreve in the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. And maybe a brief delay to the start here because Bradley Bosdead's car is just being towed off the Cooper Straight where it came to a halt. This will be a 15-minute race for the Shell Oils pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Mike Luck, Mark Osborne, Stephen Primetz, the main contenders for victory. See what David Howard can do. Although that Jaguar does seem to like to cook its brakes, unfortunately, so he may fade as the race goes on. Yeah, there we see Bradley Bosdead's car just being towed into the paddock. Car giving up halfway round the green flag lap, unfortunately. So just a short pause here while we get the rest of the grid into line by the look of things. Things have been slightly thrown into confusion by the absence of that car. I don't think Anton Martin is there either, car number 6 with his Escort, the former Bangor racer. Pack moves off. I think we're going to do another green flag lap. Yes, green flag's waving, so it's another formation lap. There's Bradley Bosdead's car, you can see there, being towed into the tunnel into the paddock. He is a non-starter. There's Al Wayman, there's Phil Waller. Previously raced a Peugeot 206, now in a Hillman Avenger. Keith Evans at the back in the little Alfa Sud. One car that I don't think is there, unfortunately, is Ray Kirschberg in the Computer Vision Metro, the Group A Metro replica. Raced in period by Steve Soper, among others. The original of that car now campaigned by Patrick Watts, the former BTCC man, among other drivers. No, Ray Kirschberg in the Metro is not there, sadly. H. Harvey in the Escort. Cars coming up to the grid then for the Shell Oils pre-83 Group 1 touring car race. Mike Luck's BMW, the reigning champion, on pole. Mark Osborne in the Triumph alongside him. Then a quintet of Ford Escorts. 3 Mark 1s, 2 Mark 2s, including that Droop Snoot RS2000 of Steve Cripps. David Howard's Jaguar is next, then a pair of Capris. This is how saloon car racing looked in the late 1970s, the early 80s here at Brands Hatch. Great names took part like Andy Rouse, Jerry Marshall, Colin van der Velde, Jonathan Buncombe, and many more. Last few cars coming into line at the back. The green flag will be shown when the red lights come on, and off they go. And a poor start by Mike Luck. It's Mark Osborne who goes into the lead. Stephen Primmett coming through in a second. Terrible start by the pole sitter. He's going to be down to about 5th place as they go into Paddock by the look of things. Everybody away well from further back on the grid. And well, yes, Mike Luck is down into 5th from pole position. It's Mark Osborne in the Dolomite that leads the way. Mark Lucock up into 2nd place. Now, he was quickest for most of qualifying, was usurped at the end of the session by a couple of runners. 3rd place is Stephen Primmett. Then it's Mark Cholerton, the Norfolk driver in the Mark II Escorts. Through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Tom Harvey going well in the Shell Sport liveried number 3 Escorts. Mark Lucock could take the lead here as they come into Surtees. Yes, he's got it. Stephen Primmett trying to come through as well. Mark Lucock into the lead in the Olympic Blue Mark I Escorts. A lot of understeer there through Clearways. They ran out very wide. Osborne's back into 2nd place. This is close as they come round to complete lap number 1. It's Mark Lucock with the lead. He really has bolted in the early stages here, and Mike Luck, I don't know if he's got a problem. He's going backwards here in the BMW. David Howard now comes through. They get round Thomas Harvey in the number 3 Escort though. Side by side there for I think that's 4th and 5th position between Luck and Howard. It's Lucock that leads from Osborne. Primmett, then it's Mark Cholerton. Mark Lucock really pushing his Escorts hard here. David Howard on the outside line there through Druids. Down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. 2nd place Mark Osborne under threat from his seemingly perennial rival Stephen Primmett in the Escorts. The cream-coloured number 67 Escorts. Repaired after an accident at Silverstone last season. Check out the various classes as well. Class A for the biggest cars, then B, C, D, and, well, nobody in Class E because the only entry in Class E was Ray Kirschberg and he was a non-starter. Side by side there as they come through. Tom Harvey and David Howard having a good scrap. The Jaguar's power tells on the straight. He pulls ahead. That's a Class A car. David Howard leading Class A. Mark Lucock overall leader in Class C. Class D is led by Tom Harvey, the smaller engined Escort, 1600cc. David Margulies in the Alfa Romeo leads Class B for the over 2 litre cars. So they file their way through Druids Bend. Mark Lucock still the leader from Mark Osborne, who's under threat from Stephen Primmett in the Mark I Escorts. Certainly Ford's the dominant mark in this series. Mark Cholerton there in 4th, returns to racing over the last couple of years after a few years away building up his business. See the understeer there, really understeer to oversteer as he comes through Clearways the leader. A bit of understeer from the big Jag as well of David Howard in the old British Leyland colours. That was originally on the XJ Coupe back in about 1980. Mark Osborne in the Dolly Sprint there in 2nd place. The first car ever sold with a 16-valve engine. There's Steve Cripps in the RS2000. David Margulies with the Alfa Romeo. His son Jake further down the lineup. He's in 15th in his BMW. Still a long time to go in this one. Just under 12 minutes to go out of the 15. In this Shell Oils pre-83 touring car race. Mark Lucock led by half a second at the end of the previous lap, but Mike Luck has now done the fastest lap in 5th place in the BMW, so he's starting to get into his stride now after a struggle around the opening lap. Leader again torturing his tyres there through Clearways. Mark Osborne taking the tighter line side by side with Primmett, who tries to go around the outside. Cholerton in behind them. Here comes Primet, gets the cut back onto the inside on the run to Druids. I think he's going to go through on the inside here into second place, Stephen Primet. Yes, he's done it. The Escort goes up into second place. It's forwards 1 and 2. Triumph in third place, then another forward, that of Mark Cholerton. And then Mike Luck, the reigning champion in the BMW. Now, where's he in his class? Yeah, they're all Class C cars, the top 5. David Howard, the first Class A car, in 6th place. Seventh place is Tom Harvey, the smaller engined Escort. He's going great guns up there in 7th. That's only a 1600 power plant in that Escort. All the others are 2 litre. 10 minutes to go. We reach 1/3 distance in this Shell Oils Pre-83 touring car race. Mark Cholerton under fire from Mike Luck in the BMW. Stephen Primet has just done the fastest lap of the race, 57.526, and he's closing on our race leader, Mark Lucock. It's the battle of the Mark 1 Escorts out in front. Mark Cholerton is all over the back of Mark Osborne there, and in turn under fire from Mike Luck in the BMW. Down the hill, Osborne pulls away a little bit in a straight line. David Howard wants a bit of this as well in the Jaguar. They're coming up to lap Phil Waller in the Hillman Avenger. It was Bernard Unett who won a couple of British touring car titles in an Avenger in the 70s, in the smaller classes, when it was a multi-class discipline in British Saloon Car Championship as it was known then. The halcyon days of the Tri-Central era. Over the line they come, and Stephen Primet has caught our race leader. Another fastest lap, 57.503 this time by. He's going to go for the lead on the inside here. No, he's not going to get through at Paddock Hill Bend. Mark Lucock holds him off. Very experienced racer in his Mark 1 Escort, has campaigned this car for many years. Holding off Stephen Primet, the Bedfordshire driver. Mark Lucock from Buntingford in the south of England. Nose to tail as they head through Graham Hill Bend. Still third is Osborne. Next Cholerton, Luck, Howard, Harvey in the number 3 Escort 7th, and a small gap back to Matthew Cripps in 8th place. And a bigger gap back to 9th place, which I think is still David Margulies in the Alfa Romeo. And Carl Shreve now up into 10th in the Dolomite. What's Stephen Primet going to do here? They come down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's in the slipstream. Which side's he going to go? Mark Lucock moves to the inside to defend. Primet's going to try and go around the outside. They're side by side on the entry to Paddock Hill Bend. This is close. Again, Lucock later on the brakes. He holds him off. This is good driving by Mark Lucock to hold off the multiple Pre-83 champion. Mike Luck trying to go round the outside of Mark Cholerton's Escort, and he's done it up into 4th position. So that BMW could come into play here as well. He's got a glimpse of them in the background. It's one retirement so far, apart from Bradley Bosday, who failed to start. Colin Claxton has pulled the Triumph Dolomite into the pits. Along Cooper Straight into Surtees. Pressure still on from Primet on the back of Mark Lucock. Just a couple of Escort lengths in it there as they come through clearways into Clark Curve, and Primet able to close up again. He seems to be slightly stronger in a straight line, the 67 car. Mark Lucock able to brake later for Paddock every time. They're really close here as they go down towards Paddock. He's going to try the outside again, Stephen Primet. They're almost touching their inches between the two of them. That was very close. Almost a bit of rubbing there. They avoid each other, and still Lucock leads. Coming up to lap Keith Evans in the Alfa Romeo as Primet has a look to the inside at Druids. He won't get through there. Really soaking up the pressure here, Mark Lucock. This is a great dice between the two experienced Mark 1 Escort racers. Through Graham Hill Bend for the 9th time. Primet still has the fastest lap of the race. And Mike Luck has got through into 3rd while that was going on as well. The BMW up into a podium position. Now he'll go after the Escorts. Lucock doesn't want to understeer wide there again. He gets a little bit of a slide, a little bit of oversteer there through clearways. Mark Lucock defending again. What's Primet going to do this time? Can he get the inside line away? Again, Lucock moves across him. He's right in the slipstream there. Almost an 8-wheeled Mark 1 Escort down towards Paddock Hill Bend. This is terrific racing. Now Primet has a look on the inside as they lap Keith Evans. No, not going to get through there. A little bit of a slide there from Stephen Primet. It's battles further down the order, but it's all about this lead fight at the moment. They're side by side on the run through Druids. Now Primet trying to get a run on the inside for Graham Hill Bend. No, you don't, says Mark Lucock. Moves out to take the line. Oh, this is superb racing between these two. Just under 6 minutes of this race still to go. The lead battle of the weekend so far here at Brands Hatch. Oh, a spin there, David Howard has gone. Now I wonder if that's braking problems. We said that Jaguar likes to use up its brakes quickly. David Howard has spun. Meanwhile, Primet had a look there, coming through clear ways. Doesn't manage to get up alongside Lucock. Lucock's run a bit wide though, coming out of Clark Curve as David Howard rejoins in the Jag. The leaders are heading up towards Paddock Bend once again. They're still side by side, but again, Primet was on the outside coming into Halewood Rise, and it's still Lucock who's got the lead. Here they come into Druids. They've got Jake Margulies in the BMW ahead of them there, and the Celica being lapped as well of Mark Bevington. I can tell you Stuart Kay has retired his Ford Capri further back. That car rebuilt after a shunt at Silverstone at the start of the season. Primet had to go round the outside there, Jake Margulies at Graham Hill Bend. That's lost him a couple of lengths. Blue flags being waved by the marshals at the back markers to tell them the quicker runners are coming through. Mike Luck has just done the fastest lap of the race. Can he catch these two and make it a three-way lead battle? You can see Lucock again a bit wide there through clearways. He always does there. Here they come then. Just over 4 minutes to go. What can Stephen Primet do to try and dislodge Mark Lucock? It's a long time since Mark Lucock has taken an overall win, and Primet throws it up the inside into Paddock. Can he make the move? No. Lucock defends. This is brilliant racing. This is worthy of modern day British touring cars. Superb stuff from the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars sponsored by Shell Oils. A slide there from Primet again. They're really pushing these escorts to their absolute limits. Primet again quicker in a straight line down into Graham Hill Bend. They've got to be mindful that Mike Luck is closing as well. The gap last time through was 2 seconds between Primet and Luck. But of course, the harder they fight each other, the two escorts, it's allowing Mike Luck to close in. He's got clear of Mark Osborne now. Phil Waller's Avenger goes a lap down. Now, what can Primet do this time? Can he get into the slipstream on the run into Paddock? Here he goes. He's going to try again. Closes right up on Lucock. Can he get the inside this time? No, he's going to force him to go the long way around. He's going to have to be very late on the brakes here, Stephen Primet. He's tried this several times already, and again it doesn't work. Great driving by both of these racers. You want to award the race jointly to them. Luck has closed in again. That time through, he's got the gap down to 1.5 seconds between Primet and Luck now. But I think Mike Luck is going to need a slice of luck if he's going to get past these two. Nothing is getting past Mark Lucock at the moment. Into Surtees again. Here comes the BMW as well. Soon going to be 3 for the lead. Here they come into clear ways. Primet still trying to pressure Mark Lucock into a mistake. 2.5 minutes to go. Closest race of the weekend so far. What's Primet going to do this time? This is where he's stronger. Down the straight, he can slipstream Mark Lucock. Which side's he going to go? He's going to the outside. You have to be so brave on the brakes to try and go around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. Again, Lucock holds the lead. Primet gets the cut back to the inside. Can he get up the inside on the run to Druids? No, again, Lucock defends, but look who's behind them. Here comes the BMW. He's almost with them now. Can Mike Luck steal this? Made a poor start from pole position, dropped back to 5th, but he's fought his way back into the lead battle. Blue, white and red. If they were minis, they'd be the other way round, wouldn't they? Red, white and blue. 4th place, the Dolomite there a bit sideways. Mark Osborne still ahead of Mark Chollerton. It's all about these 3 for the lead. Mark Lucock understeering a bit again there into clear ways. He's pushing so hard, right on the limit of adhesion there. A bit wide through Clark Curve as well. And here comes Mike Luck. That BMW looks very rapid here. Now Primet goes for the inside. He won't get it there. Again, Lucock takes the line. They've got to be mindful that Luck is there as well. Sideways there from Stephen Primet. Still Lucock has the lead. This is an absorbing battle for the front. Just over a minute to go, so I think there'll be 1 more lap to go. Still Mark Lucock has the lead. Coming up to lap Al Wayman in the Chevy Camaro. Oh, this is going to be so tense. There'll be one more lap to go this time. Can Mark Lucock hang on? They'll see the last lap board and it'll be like a red rag to a bull for the two pursuers. They know they've got to throw everything they've got at Mark Lucock here. Here we go. Mike Luck takes the high line down the Brabham Straight. He could go for second here if he gets his braking right. Primet's having a look on the inside. Here comes Mike Luck. He's going to throw it up the outside. They're 3 wide. That's distracted Mark Lucock and he almost let Primet up the inside. But he defends again. This is terrific racing. We're on the last lap now. Into Druids for the final time. Lucock, Primet, Luck almost as one. Wayman lets them through in the Camaro. It's Mark Lucock. Has he done enough? Down to Graham Hill Bend. Stephen Primet is throwing his Mark 1 Escort around like a rally car. Thinks he's Hanu Mikkola. Here they come up towards Surtees for the final time. Mike Luck looking on from third place. It's all on the last couple of turns. The only hope Primet has got now is to slipstream Mark Lucock on the final straight. And I don't think he'll have enough room before the start-finish line. Here they come. The clock has counted down to 0. They're going for the checker flag. Oh, Lucock puts a wheel on the dirt. This could be Primet's opportunity. Here they come. Is he going to get there? Look, Primet closes, but it's too late. Mark Lucock wins an incredible race for the Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars, and Mike Luck right behind them in the BMW. What a magnificent race. A stunning defensive drive by Mark Lucock in car number 18, and he is elated. That is the race of the day. Stephen Primet second, Mike Luck third, the three of them covered by 0.8 of a second. Mark Osborne takes fourth in the Dolomites, slowing after the line there. Fifth place goes to Mark Chollerton. It was Steve Cripps who came through for sixth ahead of Tom Harvey. Tom Harvey wins Class D. Great effort overall by him. The Class B win goes to David Margulies in 8th place, and David Howard got going again after his spin. He wins Class A in 9th overall. I don't know about the drivers. I'm out of breath after that one. What a magnificent race. Well, I hope we can hear from all three of them. Let's have a look at the result then. 0.846 of a second covering the top three. Mark Lucock the winner ahead of Stephen Primet and Mike Luck, with Mark Osborne in the Dolomite in fourth. Mark Chollerton fifth ahead of Steve Cripps in number 40. Class D goes to Tom Harvey in seventh. David Margulies wins his Class B in eighth. David Howard wins Class A in ninth, and Malk Best rounds out the top 10 in the Capri. H. Harvey 11th in the Mark 1 Escorts. Then Alan Wayman 12th overall, celebrates his birthday with a decent result in 12th. Jake Margulies 13th, Mark Bevington 14th, and Keith Evans 15th in the Little Alpha Sud. The only other finisher was Phil Waller in the Hillman Avenger, a couple of laps down. We lost Carl Shreve into the pits, along with Stuart Kay and Colin Claxton all pulled off. Bradley Bosday, of course, was a non-starter. Well, we'll shortly be able to hand over, hopefully, to Parc Ferme to talk, hopefully, to all of our top three there. But for now, I need a cold shower. Let's head down to Ewan in Parc Ferme then and hear from our top three in that magnificent race.
Well done, buddy. I'm in Parc Ferme with Mike Luck, third place. Wow.
That was great fun. That really was. I made a right mess of my start and just had to watch everybody go by and set about picking them off. But I desperately wanted to get into their little party, but there wasn't quite enough time.
I think you were part of the party. I mean, the three of you out front, that was great entertainment. I mean, that is what British motorsport is all about, right there.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, as close as you want to get without making a contact anywhere. And I think everybody thought they could get a bit of the action. But no, they did great, the pair of them. You know, they were dicing, but they were still keeping a good pace up, you know.
Fantastic. Well, there's a trophy on the roof behind you. I think that is one very, very well-earned piece of silverware. Congrats on not the result you wanted, but the result everybody wanted in terms of a race.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it's been said before, but we really are thankful to the marshals, and great job.
Fantastic. Thanks for the entertainment, Mike.
You're
well
welcome.
done. Now, I would love to speak to Stephen Pimmett. He's in the car here. He was part of that trio of racers right at the front. Stephen. First of all, well done. Thanks for the entertainment. How was it from your point of view?
Frustrating. Yeah, it's great, brilliant, really. Best result of the year. I've had a tough year, so yeah, very pleased with that. I was desperate for the win, but I couldn't make it stick.
I mean, you tried everything so many times down that final straight. You sort of tucking in behind, couldn't quite get him on that first turn.
No, I was getting a full overlap, but I'm on the outside. We protected the inside. What can I do?
And then you got the guy behind you as well, Mr. Luck.
Then Mike comes, and then he got back and the front. So but yeah, that's good.
That's good. Well, I think you need to go and speak to the marshals behind you, a bit of a grouping behind, but congratulations on a fantastic weekend, and thank you for the entertainment.
Cheers, mate.
So there is a driver's briefing right now. If you come back to us, we're going to try and speak to Mark Lockhart, the winner of the race, also that trio. Wow. Dave, back to you for now.
Okay, cars coming up to the grid then for our next race, which is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's a record-breaking race for them. 28 cars on the grid. Their biggest ever entry in the history of this series. Identical Citroën Saxo VTRs, 1600cc engines, drivers aged 14 to 17. And on the grid, the top 15 covered by less than a second. This is going to be awesome. Pole position, 54, Harvey Caton, alongside the championship leader, number 55, Charlie Hand. Second row, number 600, Ruben Hage, starts alongside 80 of Aaron Walker. Row 3, 754, Alfie Jeekins, winner of the last round at Knockhill in Scotland, starts alongside 260 of James Wallace. Row 4, 322, Jamie Petters, 42 of Will Redford. On row 5, Ashley Gregory, she got her first win at Knockhill in the 22 car, starts alongside Oliver Cotton. Row 6, Matthew Cripps, familiar name, we saw his dad in the previous race, starts alongside Tommy Gillam, son of Tony Gillam, the boss of Team Hard. Row 7, Jack Meakin alongside Scott Sumpton. The 8th row, Louis Hansel and Harvey Dent. On the 9th row, Harry Hickton, son of David, the long-time saloon car racer. Reese Blakely completes the 9th row. The scholarship winner for 2021 is on row 10. That's Chloe Grant from Scotland. She starts alongside Ollie Handley. The 11th row, Jacob Heap and Adam Harding. Then Arwen Graham starts alongside CJ Morgan. The penultimate row, Travis Chapman and Ben Carter. Adam Parker and Jack Ruddell round out the 28 car field. Cars on their green flag lap. This race is 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So 15 minutes plus 1 lap, I believe this one is. So once the clock counts down to 0, then the last lap board goes out to make things a little bit more interesting. Well, looking at the points chart, it's a fairly clear lead in the championship of some 39 points for Charlie Hand, who's second on the grid. He's done the majority of the winning this year, had a win at Cadwell Park on opening weekend, couple of wins at Snetterton, then another double, the second visit of the series for Snetterton, but a non-finish in one race at Knockhill. Knockhill saw Alfie Jeekins and Ashley Gregory take the wins, and there was a win on opening day at Cadwell Park for Harvey Caton, who sits second in the championship in the Maximum Motorsport car. He's on pole here in the green and white machine. They may be young, these racers, but they've been racing from an even younger age, most of them in karting. Some have come from a short oval background as well. One or two even from junior rallycross. Alfie Jeekins began his career in rallycross in a Nissan Micra. Up to the grid then for the single race this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. A record-setting field of 28 Citroën Saxo VTRs. Biggest ever field assembled by Junior Saloon Cars. Harvey Caton, the number 54, on pole alongside the championship leader Charlie Hand in 55. Ruben Hage in 600 on the second row alongside the white number 80 car. That's Aaron Walker. 15 minutes plus 1 lap this race. Alfie Jeekins, row 3 of the grid, looking for his second win of the season. Starts alongside the 260 of James Wallace in the black and yellow car. Another graduate of the short ovals. Jamie Petters on row 4 in the blue and Dayglow machine alongside the 42 of Will Redford. Revs beginning to rise then from these 1600cc engines, and off we go for 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Side by side between the two front row men as the young guns go for it into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. One car hasn't got away at the back. It does so now. Somebody stalling on the grid there, but we're all away. And they charge their way through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. The 42 of Will Redford running a bit wide onto the curb there. It's Harvey Caton just with the lead ahead of Charlie Hann. Ruben Hage in third place. Side by side for fourth position. They start to sort themselves out. Alfie Jeekins getting up onto the curb there, trying to get past Aaron Walker in the number 80. He goes through into fourth place. Number 98 behind that's Oliver Cottam as Jamie Petters puts a wheel onto the grass there. His brother Dan racing at Mallory Park today in the pickup truck racing championship. Somebody slowing in the pack there. Was that a car with some damage I saw? I'm not sure, as Harvey Caton gets sideways on the run into clearways. Could lose his lead here to Charlie Hand. Yes, Charlie Hand up there on the inside. Ruben Hage tucked in on the inside line as well. They'll be absolutely together over the timing line. Harvey Caton just with his lead. Ruben Hage tucked in on the inside in third place. It's Charlie Hand is going to get through on the inside. Yes, he's got the lead. Hage trying to follow him as they go up towards Druids. And it's Charlie Hand, the championship leader, who takes up the lead, looking for win number 6 of the season. Ruben Hage through into second place. He sits fourth in the points at the moment behind Alfie Jeekins. Harvey Caton, second in the championship, goes down to third. They may be as young as 14, these drivers are. There's the car we saw that had got some damage. Who's that? It's Arwen Graham, number 23, the young Scottish girl. She's out of the race. One of a few ladies in this championship. The leading lady, Ashley Gregory, took a win at Knockhill. There she is, the blue and pink car, in about 6th or 7th place. 3 leaders have broken away slightly. It's Charlie Hand in the orange car from Ruben Hage. Harvey Caton. Oliver Cottam going well. He's up into 4th place ahead of Aaron Walker. Will Redford. Gregory 7th. Jamie Petters in 8th place. Great racecraft on show here as the 3 leaders break away. Top 15 covered by less than a second on the starting grid, showing how evenly matched these 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs are. Many drivers have gone on from this starter formula onto great things, including some British touring car races. I remember Antwort Neals winning the title in this series a few years ago. As Ruben Hage wide onto the curb there, but he holds second place from Harvey Caton. Cottam 4th, Walker 5th, Redford 6th. Charlie Hand on the brakes there, takes it nicely through clearways. Starting to break away just a little now. Best lap of 1 minute, .24 so far. Ruben Hage on the inside. Caton on the outside. Almost side by side across the line. Harvey Caton trying to go round the outside. We have a safety car. Safety car is coming out and Harvey Caton backs off. Abandons that overtake there, I assume, because of Arwen Graham's stranded car. Yes, there on the Cooper Straight you can see damage to the front end. Didn't see what caused that, but Arwen out of the race. And the safety car is out. So we're under the safety car once again here at Brands Hatch for a stranded car on the Cooper Straight in our junior saloon car race, their single race this weekend. Charlie Hand about to be picked up by the BMW safety car. They form up into the Crocodile. Ruben Hage in second place, Harvey Caton is third. And we've got Cottam in fourth place. Charlie Hand looking to keep his lead in the championship here. Harvey Caton's only 5 points ahead of Alfie Jeekins and Ruben Hage, so it's going to be even closer for second place if it stays like this. Where is Alfie Jeekins? He's not further down out of the front runners. Yeah, he's down in 11th place, so he's made a mistake somewhere and dropped back. Hope he hasn't done any rally crossing. There's 63 Chloe Grants, the scholarship winner, the black and green car. Harvey Caton was just about to attack for second place when he saw the safety car boards, so backed off into Paddock and stayed third. There's Matthew Cripps, number 40, similar colours to his dad's Escort. Staying firmly together. It's the safety car coming in this time. They're picking up their pace. Yes, safety car is coming in. We're going to go back to green flag racing this time. We didn't see the yellow lights go out on top of it, but we're back to racing. Charlie Hand gets a great restart down towards the first corner. Pulls away from Ruben Hage in second place. They can't overtake until the timing line, of course. Aaron Walker attacking there on the inside. Up the inside of Oliver Cottam into Paddock. Goes through up into fourth place. Now, can he hold it on the run up to Druids? Cottam fights back on the inside. Smoke coming off the brakes on a couple of these cars. They're really braking hard. Aaron Walker holds that fourth place, number 80. The man from Hinckley in Leicestershire, driving for Chandler's Motorsport. Stephen Chandler, who we've seen in Britcar Trophy, a graduate of this series. 42 of Will Redford closing up as well. Newcomer for Westbourne Motorsports from Cheshire. Then Ashley Gregory behind them, the leading lady. Still Charlie Hand with the lead then. Harvey Caton will now get back on the attack for second place on the back of Ruben Hage. First three again starting to break away as the battle continues between Walker and Cottam behind them. What's Harvey Caton going to do this time? Try an outside run into Paddock. I don't think he'll get round Ruben Hage there. Doesn't want to brake too late, else he'll be in the gravel. Good driving by Harvey Caton, his second season in the championship. Charlie Hand, one of the most experienced JSCC drivers. No wonder he's leading the title race, looking for win number 6 this year. Down the hill, Caton tries again. He's forced to the outside there, defensive driving from Ruben Hage. Throws the block on him, as they say in NASCAR racing. So the Maximum Motorsport car moves back to the right. Side by side with Ruben Hage. On the outside for Surtees, but on the inside going into Clearways. Charlie Hand still leads. Caton up the inside, he goes through up into second place. Good switch back there by Harvey Caton, and he's into second. Aaron Walker still holding off Oliver Cottam for fourth place, chased by Will Redford. Ashley Gregory in seventh. Now she's got the windscreen wipers going, so are there a few spots of rain coming down? I don't think so. Ashley Gregory under fire from Jamie Petters. Leaders, 3 cars, line astern. Up towards Druids, and Harvey Caton is in attacking mode. He wants a second win this season. He won the opening race of the year at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. And he wants another win here, wants to beat Charlie Hand in a straight fight. Down Cooper Straight they come. 6 minutes plus a lap to go. And running wide there, Aaron Walker onto the grass. Now, is that just a mistake there, or has he got a problem? Now he's pulling off. Aaron Walker in trouble. That's a shame. He's running well in fourth place, battling with Oliver Cottam. So Cottam now fourth. Ashley Gregory moving up to try and challenge him, I think, and Will Redford in there as well. Yeah, Redford, I think, has lost out to Jamie Petters. Yeah, Petters has got through the blue and yellow car. This is the fight for fourth. Oliver Cottam in car number 98 from Telford in Shropshire. It's Ashley Gregory looking for her second win of the season. She's back in fifth at the moment. Leaders still line astern. Still Harvey Caton trying to wrestle the lead away from Charlie Hand. Didn't take him long to take the lead from pole sitter Caton at the start. These cars so evenly matched. Caton's got the fastest lap of the race, 59.629. 4 cars have lapped under 1 minute in this race so far, and Charlie Hand isn't one of them. We've got a green flag there on the Cooper Straight. That means yellow was at the previous post, so maybe something's happened at Graham Hill Bend there. I'm not sure. Have we lost somebody else? We know Aaron Walker's pulled off. Maybe it's for his car. Over the line they go. 3 leaders still line astern. Harvey Caton looking to attack. Can he get him on the brakes into Druids this time? Up the hill to Druids. Caton positions himself to the inside, but he's not close enough this time through. He's got to be mindful that Ruben Hage is right there behind him as well in the number 600 car. Down the hill they come, into the left at Graham Hill Bend. Steady, controlled racecraft here from these youngsters. Oliver Cottam still 4th ahead of Ashley Gregory, side by side for 5th between Petters and Redford into Surtees. Petters got the inside, then it's Cripps in 8th place. And Alfie Jeekins back up to 9th. He's got ahead of Tommy Gillam, famous father in the world of touring car racing. Tony Gillam, owner of Team Hard, seem to have cars in just about every form of racing these days. Harvey Caton, which side's he going to go? He's going to go to the outside. That's a brave move into Paddock. It isn't going to work. Charlie Hand holds him off. 3 minutes 20 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. Caton sticking to the outside. He's trying to get the shuffle into Graham Hill Bend, I think. Try and get on the outside of Charlie Hand so he can force his way down the inside into Graham Hill Bend. It doesn't work. Hand moves across on him. Caton has to take to the curbs. And now Ruben Hage is going to have a look as well. It's getting closer and closer between these 3 for the lead. Charlie Hand, Harvey Caton, Ruben Hage. Great fight between these 3, and the wipers are on a few of these cars now. I think there's a few spots of rain coming down. Charlie Hand still with the lead, but Harvey Caton is putting him under all sorts of pressure, saying, well, if Mark Lucock and Stephen Primet can do this in their Mark 1 Escorts, we can do it in our Saxos. Playing the role of Mike Luck from the previous race is Ruben Hage. He's dropped back a couple of lengths there down the pit straights, the Sir Jack Brabham straight, as Caton again goes to the outside. Whole phalanx of cars for 4th. Oliver Cottam, Ashley Gregory, Will Redford. Then Petters, Cripps, Jeekins, James Wallace is in that battle as well. He's got ahead of Tommy Gillam as round the outside comes Caton again. This time he might have a run into Graham Hill Bend. Yeah, he's got the line away there. Hand tries to squeeze him. He's got the inside here, Harvey Caton, for Graham Hill Bend. He's going through. Great move by Harvey Caton. Now, can he keep it ahead down the Cooper Straight? Hand's going to have the inside for Surtees Bend. They're absolutely side by side. Terrific scrap between these 3. And Charlie Hand's going to retake the lead. Harvey Caton couldn't quite get the complete overlap there out of Graham Hill Bend. And Charlie Hand retakes the lead. Now Ruben Hage is going to try and get a piece of this as well. Caton goes a bit wide, trying to get up alongside through clear ways towards Clark Curve. There's definitely a bit of rain in the air here at Brands Hatch. We've got 90 seconds plus a lap to go, and Caton's trying to out-drag Hand here into Paddock Bend around the outside. Can he get him on the brakes? I don't think so. I think Hand will have the inside, and Ruben Hage trying to force his way up the inside as well. They're almost on top of each other, these 3 now. Side by side on the run up to Druids. This could be good. Hage is going to go to the inside. They can't go 3 wide into Druid. Surely something's got to give here. That something was nearly Harvey Caton. Hands caught in the middle, and Ruben Hage has taken the lead. Oh, brilliant. I thought surely there was going to be contact there. They've somehow survived that, and Charlie Hand's down to 3rd because Harvey Caton's come through as well. This is brilliant stuff. Ruben Hage into the lead with less than a minute left on the clock. There'll be a couple more laps to go in this one, I think. Ruben Hage, car number 600, looking for his first win of the season. Harvey Caton wants his 2nd win of the season, and Charlie Hand, the championship leader, down to 3rd. 3 wide into Druids. I thought it was all going to end in tears. They made it work, and Ruben Hage lucks in to take the lead. Now, here comes Harvey Caton. Well, if I can get past Charlie Hand, I can get past Ruben Hage as well, he says. Going for the outside on a slightly slickening track. Fight is on for 4th as well, but it's all about the leaders at the moment. Up to 4th now is Ashley Gregory. She's got ahead of Oliver Cottam. I don't think they'll catch these 3. They're about 4 seconds down. There they are in the background as Ruben Hage continues to lead. The clock about to go down to 0, so the last lap board will be out this time around at the start-finish line. Can Ruben Hage hang on? The wipers going on the 600 car. He's got to be careful here because the track's starting to get slippery. Harvey Caton in the Maximum Motorsport car. He's not finished yet. It's going to take maximum effort here for him to overhaul our leader. And one false move and Charlie Hand will be through like a shot as well. Caton goes to the outside as they come into clearways. Ruben Hage continues to hold the lead. Ashley Gregory still fourth now. Here comes Caton. Can he get a run down the outside here? I think he might get the overlap on the brakes. He's not going to wait until Paddock bend. He's gone round the outside into the lead as they start the final lap. Harvey Caton takes the lead. He leads at the line. Ruben Hage trying to fight back. Charlie Hand has dropped back just a little by about 0.3 of a second. That time through. We're on the last lap now of this magnificent race for the junior saloon cars. Almost a repeat of the pre-83 touring car race in terms of a three-way battle at the front. Can Harvey Caton hang on? What can Ruben Hage do? Is he going to slipstream him on the final straight? Harvey Caton's going to have to be careful here. The track is slippery. We can see rain coming down. Oh, Hage has gone a bit wide onto the grass there. That could have lost him his chance. The rain coming down more heavily now as we come to the conclusion of this race. Here they come into clearways for the final side. Oh, they both go over the grass. They've hit the rain, and they're going to save it here. Caton sideways, rallycross style. He could lose the lead here. Hage up the inside. They're going to finish side by side. Hage goes into the lead. Oh, my goodness, what a finish. Harvey Caton, can he get it back again? Can he slipstream in before the line? I don't think he's going to do it. He's up alongside. It's going to be a photo finish, I think. Ruben Hage is just going to hang on for his first win of the season. My goodness gracious me. Caton second, Ham third. What an incredible finish. Well, they hit the rain coming into clearways. They both went over the grass. I thought they were going to go straight on into the gravel. How Harvey Caton in particular saved that, I do not know. He should get a career in rallycross started. But it's Ruben Hage, a first win of the season. Absolutely brilliant. Look at the rain coming down now. I said I needed a cold shower after the previous race. Are they trying to kill me? That was incredible. We'll give you the full results as soon as we can. Ruben Hage, the winner by 0.176 of a second. Well done, Ruben. He is absolutely elated. Charlie Hand takes third, then Ashley Gregory in fourth place. Oliver Cotton fifth, ahead of Will Redford. And it was Jamie Petters seventh, ahead of Alfie Jeekins. Number 40 of Matthew Cripps dropping to ninth. James Wallace rounding out the top 10. There was a great fight further back. We just couldn't look away from the leaders there. Louis Hansel in 11th place, ahead of Jack Meakin. 13th for Harry Hickton, ahead of Tommy Gillam, who dropped back a bit in the closing stages. And Rhys Blakely completing the top 15. Beyond that, it was 16th place for the number 333, which is Adam Harding. 17th place went to number 77, which is Travis Chapman. Chloe Grants, the scholarship winner, was 18th. 19th place going to the number 58 of Harvey Dent. Rounding out the top 20, number 66, Ollie Handley. Jacob Heap, number 16, was 21st. Then CJ Morgan, Ben Carter, Ashley Parker, Adam Parker, number 92. And newcomer number 9, Jack Ruddle, the final finisher. We lost Scott Sumpton at the end of that one, and of course retirements for Aaron Walker and Arwen Graham. Well, let's head down to hear from race winner Ruben Hage in Parc Ferme while I get my breath back.
We are in Parc Ferme with Ruben Hage. Well done. What a sensational race.
Oh no, it's brilliant. I mean, got a good start off the line, managed to get up to second pretty early on. Dropped back to third for most of the race, just trying to hang on to the back of him. Then two started battling in front. Managed to get into the lead, dropped to second. This rain started coming down the last lap and managed to utilise it.
You spent a bit of time on the grass on the last lap as well.
Yeah, the grid just went from all to nothing. So this came just at the right time.
And the penultimate lap, Caton, he took over you on the start-finish line, so you needed something to happen and it did.
Yeah, definitely. It's perfect time in that rain. Definitely wouldn't have got him if not. Yeah, brilliant first race. Just like to thank the sponsors, Gardex, Astor and Handler for making this possible.
And so it was the big hand clap you gave to at the end of the race as well, saw you over the barrier here.
Yeah, that was just all the marshals, after what happened yesterday. it's really good of him to come back out and put on a show.
Absolutely brilliant. Congratulations, well done. Again, 2 races that are absolutely thrilling. Really appreciate it. Great effort.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
See you.
Right, now let's try and get in the rain Harvey Caton, who was second. I think he's been taken already, so if we could get Charlie Hand would be perfect. His car's over here. Charlie, how you race? What a ridiculous race.
Oh yeah, no, it was so good. It's some of the best racing we've had this year, so yeah, just really competitive obviously. It's quite a short circuit, hard to break away, so yeah, no, really good.
I mean, it very quickly became just a race of you 3 guys, and I think at one point all 3 of you were in the lead. Sort of just talk us through how sensational that must have been. Young guys going around these great little cars around Brands Hatch, iconic circuit.
Oh yeah, no, it's so good to have this kind of competition, so it's not just like one car's out ahead and everyone's just following behind him. It's proper good racing, so yeah, it's amazing.
Fantastic, well done, thanks for the entertainment and good luck at next race as well.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Right, we would love to grab Harvey Caton, but I think he's been taken away, so I'm going to throw, we might come back to Harvey, but at the moment, back to you, Dave.
Hang on, just getting my voice back after the last 2 races. Sorry, everyone. Bear with me just a moment. Our next race is the Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. That will be on track in just a moment. Okay, let's have a look at the grid then for our Pre-66 touring cars. It'll be earlier winner Alan Greenall in his Ford Falcon on pole, alongside Robin Slater in the Ford Anglia. This result based on the grid based on the result of the first race, I should say. Barry Syme and Neil Bray in their Minis on row 2. And row 3, Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina and Nathan Williams in his Mini. Row 4 is the Davies family Mini. It'll be John Davies driving this time, alongside Martin Reynolds in his Anglia. Row 5, James Ibbotson, Hillman Imp, Kevin Swan, Anglia, Eric Walker's Anglia, Adam Gittings, Morris Minor. Row 7, it is James Burrows' Mini, Luke Wilson, Austin A40. Row 8, Paul Cooper's Cortina, though I think I saw that car on the trailer earlier on, so he may not be out in the Cortina GT, alongside Tim Scott Andrews in the Ford Falcon. Row 9, Patrick Harris, Morris Minor, Nathan Beresford, BMW. On the 10th row behind them, we should see Tim Dodwell in his Mini, late addition to the programme, so not on our grid sheet. Keith Wright will be alongside him in the Morris Minor. Then row 11, we have the cars that didn't finish race 1. It'll be Brian Bedford taking over from Steve Evans in the Austin A40. Piers Grange in the Mustang, seen him in the assembly area, so he will be out in this one. Andy Mesham's Mini, Michael Loveland, who failed to get away in his Hillman Imp in race 1. Freddie Brown will not be starting, his engine failed in qualifying. While David Hall also had problems in qualifying, and I don't think the Lotus Cortina is going to be out, unfortunately. We'll wait and see, though, when the cars go to the grid in just a moment on a decidedly wet and slippery Brands Hatch. We once again say a huge thank you to most of all the volunteer marshals, but also the medics, recovery crews and other officials here at Brands Hatch this weekend on what has been very difficult circumstances. And thanks to all those who joined us for the very special tribute this morning after the events of yesterday. Our thanks to the Orange Army for continuing their volunteer duties in certainly difficult circumstances here this weekend. We thank each and every one of them. Not just here at Brands Hatch, but around the UK and around the world. Without marshals, there would be no motorsports. Looking at the remaining races, then 2 races to come after the Pre-66 touring cars. Got the second race for the Kumho BMW Championship, and then another 50 minutes for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category with Axel van Nederveen. Without the assistance of pro driver Adriano Medeiros this weekend, but still a winner, his 3rd win of the season. He'll aim to make it 4 in a row later on. But will we finally see Mark Lee take a win in his Ginetta? It's all coming up later. Pit stop penalties to consider as well. Have all the data for that one for you when the race gets underway. The next up it is the Pre-66 Classic Touring Cars, sponsored by Pultec Classic Race Engines. Green flag lap is underway then, on a very wet and greasy track for the CT CRC Pultec Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. This will be a 15-minute race. And this time it may be the smaller cars that have the advantage here. Making a break to get my voice back after the two sensational races we've just enjoyed. So hope you've enjoyed the action so far. I know I said I needed a cold shower, but I didn't want rain to come down like this. It's Tim Scott Andrews, the Big Falcon. BMW of Beresford. Piers Grange in the big Mustang. We'll see if he can come through from there. Missing one or two cars from the back. No Freddie Brown, no David Hall. Don't think Michael Loveland's there either. The Imp breaking down at the start of race number 1. This is going to be an interesting one because Alan Greenhall is not going to have the advantage that he did in race 1 on a wet track. It's a great leveller between these cars, and the smaller cars could well be in contention for overall victory this time. Cars coming to the grid then for second race for the Pre-66 touring car, sponsored by Pultec Classic Race Engines. Alan Greenhall on the front row in the big Ford Falcon alongside Robin Slater in the Anglia. And the minis could be the ones to watch here. Barry Simon, Neil Bray on row 2. Patrick Keneally on row 3 in the Lotus Cortina. I think the minis are going to be the ones to watch here in these wet conditions. Is this going to be as close as the last two races you've seen? The Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars and the Junior Saloon cars. Some quite stunning racing. The rain shouldn't dampen things too much here. We'll see plenty of sideways action. That's what these cars were in some cases designed for, especially the Lotus Cortinas and the Minis. Looking to see if there are any gaps on the grid here. Paul Cooper is not there in his Cortina. I don't think Patrick Harris is there with the Morris Minor either, unfortunately, further back. No Freddie Brown, his engine failed in qualifying. So it's the big Falcon on the front row. And an Anglia and a pair of minis, a Lotus Cortina and another mini. In for an interesting battle here, or a little bit of creeping there at the starts. Now we get underway. It's slip and slide. Watch for the minis coming through. Look at Neil Bray up the outside. Superb start. He's going to go from 4th to 1st, or is he? Because Barry Syme is there on the inside. Impossible for Alan Greenhall to get the power of the big Falcon down onto the wet tarmac, and away goes Barry Syme into the lead ahead of Neil Bray. Robin Slater hanging on to the outside in the Ford Anglia, side by side in the run up to Druids Hill Bend, and it is the 25 of Barry Syme, the Scotsman, trying to justify his long journey down here with a victory. Down into Graham Hill Bend. Look how sideways Neil Bray is through Graham Hill Bend there. Robin Slater getting the Anglia sideways. Well, Pat Keneally runs wide, and also running well, James Ibbotson. Now that car could be quite unwieldy here with the engine in the back, but he's made a great start up alongside Nathan Williams. I think as in one of the minis. It might be John Davies, though, in his mini up there alongside him. Similarly looking cars. It's Barry Syme and Neil Bray in their minis out in front ahead of Alan Greenhall. Neil Bray understeering like mad there through clearways. You can hear the wheel spin. Oh, look at Ibbotson's sideways rally style through clearways there. Barry Syme leads as they complete the first lap. 1.3 seconds in it between the two of them. Greenhall in 3rd place, then Robin Slater. It is John Davies in his mini up into 5th position. Then James Ibbotson. Watch for the Hillman Imp. I think the rain may have eased off very slightly, but it's still very slippery on the circuits. Down the hill they come, 87. Look at Ibbotson, how sideways that imp is. Fantastic to watch. It won't help his lap times. Behind him is Nathan Williams, I think that is. Certainly not slowing them down, though, as Barry Syme continues to lead in his classic mini. He's contested a number of different historic events with this car over the last couple of years after lovingly restoring it. Neil Bray up there in second. He's previously raced on the short ovals. He's raced more modern saloon cars as well. You can see they just cannot get the full power down. He's so greasy out there. Away goes the 25 of Barry Syme. Sky looks lighter here, so I think things are going to clear up again. The weather can't make up its mind here at Brands Hatch today. Third place is still... In fact, it looks like it's John Davies. Yes, has come through for third, so it is Minis 1, 2 and 3 as I thought may happen. Down to fourth goes Alan Greenall. Through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Rather subdued pace, of course, in these conditions. There's the two front row men, Greenall and Slater. Ibbotson dancing the Hillman Imp around on their tails. Then we've got Nathan Williams, Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina leading his class. Still leading Class A, of course, is Greenall for the big cars. Where is Piers Grange? The Mustang started from the back. He's already up into 11th place. So he could be one to watch in the closing stages as Greenall under fire from James Ibbotson. Now look at the way that Hillman Imp is going. He may be sideways on every turn, but it's not slowing him down. He's up into, I think it's 4th place now as they cross the line. Yes, James Ibbotson. Could we see an overall win for a Hillman Imp? It's normally Freddie Brown who's on top in the Imp class, but unable to race this weekend with engine damage. It's Barry Syme continues to set the pace, although fastest lap for Neil Bray in car number 76. Sideways there through Graham Hill Bend. Many years of minis going sideways like that in the 80s when Brands Hatch staged Rallycross. Neil Bray trying to attack for the lead. John Davies in third. Davies family newcomers to the Pre-66 this season. Now there's Piers Grange. He's got the headlights on the Mustang. He's going sideways on every corner as well, but it's the momentum carrying him forward. Trying to get the power of the big V8 down onto this wet tarmac. Over the line go the two minis. What's the gap this time? 0.658 of a second. So Bray is closing in on the mini of Barry Syme ahead of him. Immaculate looking cars, both of them. It's all a question of who can get the power down the best here. A little bit of a slide there from Barry Syme. Nathan Williams has got ahead of Robin Slater, so more passing from the minis. Further back in the order, Andy Mesham's moving through from the back as well. The car to have in conditions like this definitely is a mini. They run 1, 2 and 3. Now where's that Hillman Imp? Oh, look how sideways Ibbotson is there. An impossible angle. That's how Bill McGovern used to drive them in the early 70s, the Bevan Imps in the British Saloon Car Championship. Won 3 titles in those machines. There's Robin Slater being chased by one of the Lotus Cortinas. That's, I think it's Pat Keneally. Chased by Piers Grange, who's mastering the monster Mustang. Here he comes up the outside, side by side with Pat Keneally. Tries to overhaul the 201. You can see the Mustang's power telling there, straight past the Anglia Robin Slater as if he's standing still. Piers Grange could be up with the leaders by the end of this one. Let's have a look at his lap times. He's lapping in the 1:15s, so a little bit off the minis. But he's got Greenall in his sights. If he can take Greenall, he'll be in the lead of the class. Greenall passed by James Burrows there, so Alan Greenall, he says the car handles like a boat, so it should go well in wet conditions, but he's falling back down the order here, and his class rival is now behind him. They are 7th and 8th overall. Neil Bray trying to close the gap to leader Barry Syme up front. There's Andy Mesham, started further back, a Mini Racing veteran in the number 5. Chasing down Robin Slater, and he goes past the Anglia. Robin Slater certainly struggling with the conditions here. You can hear the wheel spin in the background. They just can't get any grip at all. Piers Grange going well. Can he catch our leaders? Andy Mesham is gobbling up the opposition from the back of the field. The Mini's so much more effective here. Mini and Lotus Cortina together, an iconic shot. Oh, and off goes Andy Mesham. Straight onto the grass there on the run up Halewood Rise. Lucky not to hit the tyre wall. Would have been a shame if he'd crashed the Mini. Now he's lost a couple of spots as a result of that. He's back behind Robin Slater now. Nice save though. Bit of grass tracking. Meantime up front it's still Syme from Bray. And James Ibbotson in 4th has just done the fastest lap of the race as Robin Slater goes off. Slid too wide there. Now James Ibbotson, how far behind the Minis is he? Yeah, a couple of seconds off John Davies. And there's been a change for the lead in Class A. Piers Grange has got the Mustang past Alan Greenall. Mustang and the Falcon. There's the leader, Barry Syme, ahead of Bray. Further back in the order, John Davies. Now where's Ibbotson? There he is. He's almost caught John Davies for 3rd, but these two are a little further up the road. They're 5 seconds clear of the battle for 3rd. Wonderful to see Barry Syme out in front. Got a lot of history, this beautiful blue Mini. The Cooper Straights. Coming up to lap Keith Wright in the Morris Minor. Who's leading his class? Class D. Is it Beresford? No, it's Luke Wilson in the Austin A40 leading their class. Through clearways and onto Clark Barry Syme increasing his lead slightly now. They're doing personal bests, the top 10 or so, all the time, so the circuit is drying. 5 minutes to go. Over the line goes the 25 of Barry Syme. Now the lead up to 1.2 seconds now over Neil Bray. It's just between these two for the overall lead, with John Davies nearly 6 seconds further back. He's being reeled in slowly but surely by James Ibbotson, although Davies did a personal best lap that time around. James Burrows is up to 5th, so 4 Minis in the top 5 now. He's ahead of Piers Grange. He's just taken Nathan Williams. What kind of lap times is the Mustang on at the moment? Yeah, that's the quickest car on track currently, but it is James Burrows who's done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:13.085, and he's down in 5th, the turquoise liveried Mini. There he is, ahead of Piers Grange, and the Mustang again into a slide. Having a big American car on wet tarmac like this, it must be like ice. Even on the Cooper straight there, Alan Greenall getting sideways. You just can't put any power down at all from a big V8 through your rear wheels. Fair play to all the drivers who are able to handle these cars in such difficult conditions. It'd be difficult to drive your road car, I think, around Brands Hatch in conditions like this, never mind race. Now here's the battle for 3rd. John Davies under threat from James Ibbotson in the 87. That's a beautiful Hillman Imp Super. He's going for an overall podium. Tries to get alongside Davies. He spent most of the race completely sideways. That's James Ibbotson. And again, there, look at that. Is he even using the brakes or just throwing the car sideways to slow down? The Shrigley Engineering tuned imp. They used to build the old space frame imps for special saloon racing. James Burrows still ahead of Piers Grange behind them. He's an absolute joy to watch, James Ibbotson. He's only a young gun. Barry Symes still with the lead, incidentally, ahead of Neil Bray. 2.5 minutes to go. They're coming up to lap the BMW of Nathan Beresford. Weatherkill still can't make up its mind what it wants to do. Couple of minutes to go, just over. Up Halewood Hill goes the number 87 of James Ibbotson, chasing down John Davies, or trying to, for third place. How sideways is he going to get through Druids? It's at Graham Hill Bend where he does a bit of showboating and kicks the tail right out. Let's see if he's going to do it this time. John Davies third. Here comes the imp. Yep, there he goes again. It's an absolute joy to watch him. There go the leaders, and these two not all that far behind them, mainly because John Davies has just done the fastest lap, 1 minute 12.279, so the top two may not be completely set as yet. Tim Dodwell being lapped there. He's being careful in his Mini because he's got to drive home tonight in that car. Neil Bray dodges round him. 1 minute 20 to go, so a couple of laps remaining for Barry Syme, justifying his long journey from Scotland. Here they come into Druids. It's about three or four mini lengths in it. And see how wet it is there under the trees. They lap Brian Bedford, I think that is in the Austin A40. Still the order the same further back. Another fastest lap for John Davies, 1 minute 12.202. It's 2.5 seconds down on these two. There is Davies in behind Brian Bedford's A40. Excuse me, he says. Comes through to lap him. There's Ibbotson still fourth. Burrows fifth. Grange sixth. Again, Barry Symes scrabbling for grip there around Clearways. It's looking like it is a clear run for him to the flag. One more lap to go. Straight through from the second row into the lead as the red lights went out. In our second race of the weekend for the Pultec Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. Are we going to see a last-ditch attack from Neil Bray? I don't think John Davies is going to catch them now. It looks like the Minis are going to lock out the podium. Into Druids for the last time. Barry Syme just needs to keep a cool head here on this final lap. Through Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Neil Bray sideways. Snaps from understeer to oversteer. He's not going to catch Barry Syme. John Davies in behind them. Ibbotson still throwing it as sideways as possible. Well, it was big V8 muscle power that scored in race one. That's no use in these wet conditions. Small, agile front-wheel drive cars prevailing. It's going to be a podium lockout for the Minis from Class C, and it's going to be a win for Scotland here at Brands Hatch. Barry Syme, number 25, comes in to take the victory in our Pultec Pre-66 touring cars. Neil Bray in second, and John Davies will complete the podium in third. James Ibbotson wins Class E with a brilliant fourth overall in his super sideways imp. Fifth goes to Piers Grange in the Mustang. I think, no, James Burrows did hang on. Transponder a bit late there on James Burrows' car. He's fifth. Piers Grange wins Class A in sixth place from the back of the grid. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment. Pole sitter Alan Greenall. Where did he end up? He finished in 9th place. Yeah, provisional results of that one then. Barry Syme the winner by 1.2 seconds ahead of Neil Bray. John Davies completing an all Mini Cooper top 3, fitting on the 60th birthday of the Mini Cooper this year. James Ibbotson a brilliant sideways 4th in his Imp winning Class E. James Burrows in his Mini 5th, then Piers Grange wins Class A and 6th in the Mustang. Nathan Williams 7th ahead of Andy Mesham. Alan Greenall taking 9th from pole position, and Pat Keneally wins his class in the Lotus Cortina in 10th. First of the Anglia's home was Kevin Swan in 11th ahead of Robin Slater. Luke Wilson wins his class in 13th. And 14th place went to Ez Walker. Tim Dodwell a good 15th ahead of Tim Scott Andrews in the second Falcon. Then it was Nathan Beresford in the BMW, Brian Bedford in the Austin A40. Keith Wright was the final finisher. We lost Martin Reynolds and Adam Gittings. They both pulled into the pits. Drivers heading back to Parc Fermé, then 2 races to go here at Brands Hatch today. Hope the weather clears up a bit further for them. We've got the Kumho BMWs and then the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category for their second races of the day. Grid for the BMWs based on the results of race 1, so we'll hopefully see Brad Sheehan out there trying to come through from the back. Grids for the Britcar race based on the second quickest time for each car from qualifying this morning. Okay, we can now head down to Parc Fermé to hear from our intrepid mini pilots with Ewan Dunlop.
Here in Parc Fermé with our top 2 sitters, Barry Syme and Neil Bay. First of all, Barry, how was that for you? You're all smiles at the moment.
Well, very slippery, but yeah, fantastic to start third and progress, and you got a good start. Obviously 2 rear-wheel drive cars off the line, struggled a bit more, and I just managed to squeeze in between them, so quite exciting. But mini space gap there, and I took it, and yeah, it was great.
And how was it with the slightly damp track?
Wow, it was really, really slippery. I mean, we tested on Friday and knew the track was very, very slick, but I don't know other drivers, but it was literally like driving on ice, so to really be careful and yeah, just play the sort of percentage game, make sure I didn't lock up a brake and go wide.
I think Brands Hatch is a lot of fun at the best of times, isn't it?
Oh, it's a phenomenal track. Yeah, it's everybody knows Brands Hatch, and a few good results over the years, but never a win. So nice to pick up a win.
Congratulations, and you held off this chap over here.
Yes, that was fun, wasn't it? I kept him awake anyway, didn't I? No, it was a bit damp, and I got a lovely start because we do trialling in the winter, and so I thought just ease it off the line, no wheel spin, and let's go. And into the first corner, I got a little touch, but that pushed me round into Paddock, so that was nice.
And second place, but silverware next to us, a successful weekend, isn't it?
It's lovely, no damage. We've had a fantastic time, and after yesterday, today's been super.
It puts it all in perspective, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, it does. No, and thanks to all the marshals and that sort of thing. They're absolutely fantastic, and without them, we can't have some fun. And I'll have to get them next time, won't I? So.
Well, you guys had fun. We had fun watching. Really appreciate your time. Congratulations.
Well, we respect each other, and so that's what it's all about.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Cheers, guys. And Dave, if you come back to us soon, I'm going to try and get James Ibbotson, Piers Grange and Patrick Keneally winners in the E, A and the F classes. But for now, back to you, Dave.
Okay, thanks very much, Ewan. The BMW is just making their way out to the grid. I would like to hear from James, Mr. Sideways Ibbotson there, after his quite superb drive there. Sideways permanently in the Hillman Imp. Let's have a look at the grid then for our Kumho Tyres BMW Championship based on the result of race 1. So it's Niall Bradley in pole position in car number 47. Alongside him, Michael Vitulli, the winner of Class A in race 1, number 89. Second row 32, James Card, number 76, Jason West. Row 3, 48, Darren Morgan-Owen, and 66, Paul Wood. Fourth row, Brian Branson, 26 and 78 of Ronan Bradley. On the fifth row, Kevin Denwood, number 7, and Trevor Ford, number 25. The sixth row, 37 of Cavan Granger and 74 Max Walton. Row 7, 190 Alan Lee in the BMW Mini. Brad Sheehan failed to finish race 1. We'll see him coming through from 14th. And Pete Miller, we'll have to wait to see if he's out there. I think his engine let go in the first race, so I don't think he'll be on the grid. You will notice that Michael Vitulli was given second place back again. The result was counted back a lap in race 1 after the red flag came out. So on count back, Michael Vitulli got second place. He spun, of course, at Graham Hill Bend after contact with a back marker and lost the second place overall in the class lead to James Card. But then the red flag came out. The result was counted back a lap and Michael Vitulli was awarded class win and second place. Up to the grid they come then. Race 2 of the weekend for the Kumho BMW Championship on a damp but slowly drying circuit. Pole position 47 of Niall Bradley, the green and white car, alongside the all-red M3 of Michael Vitulli. Silver machine of James Card on row 2. He could be potent in this one, but it's going to be difficult for all these rear-wheel drive cars. This will be a 20-minute race. It's going to be slip and slide, certainly, just as we saw in the previous race for the Classic Touring cars. Brad Sheehan on the back of the grid there. We don't seem to have the BMW Mini of Alan Lee. Pete Miller's not there. His engine blew up earlier on. So we get ready to get underway then. Lights out and down to the first corner. A great start by Niall Bradley. Takes the lead from pole position. Decent getaway by Ronan Bradley further back as well. See if the family can both get on the podium here. One car coming out of the pit lane there. Didn't quite see who that was. We'll pick up on that in a moment. Somebody starting from the pit lane, but it's Niall Bradley who leads from Michael Vitulli. Around the first lap then, James Card holding off Jason West, our earlier Classic Thunder winner, in fourth position. Then we've got Darren Morgan-Owen, Paul Wood, and the 78 of Ronan Bradley. I think it might be Max Walton who has started from the pits, number 74. We saw him go off in the first race. Yes, he's not in that group. We'll see if he's further back behind the other runners. Yes, it is Max Walton. He started from pit lane. So they're underway then. Darren Morgan-Owen under fire from Paul Wood. That's for fifth position. That's the more powerful BMW M3 E46s who have already pulled away at the front. Ronan Bradley battling with Brian Branson. Look at Branson twitching about there. That shows you how slippery it is. He's trying to put the power down on the straight, and he's all over the place, the orange car. Chased by Bradley Sheehan. Now he's already made up a couple of places, up to 9th from the back of the grid. Max Walton, of course, joined in from the pit lane. Fight is on for third place. James Card under fire from Jason West. It's Niall Bradley who leads the way, the locally based racer from Chatham here in Kent. Originally from Ireland. Second place is Michael Vitulli. Jason West giving chase to James Card. Then Darren Morgan-Owen. Consistency has seen him second in the points in Class A so far this year. It's Kevin Denwood who leads the championship overall, the Class B leader, number 7. Away goes Bradley. His lead was 1 second at the end of the first lap. It's now nearly 2 seconds, so he's almost doubled his lead around the previous lap, Niall Bradley. Those behind him don't really need to catch him, as we said earlier, though, because they're in a different class. They're all Class A scoring points for the championship. Niall Bradley in the invitation category. James Card still under fire from Jason West. He's already got one win today in the Classic Thunder Saloons. He wants another. Chasing James Card, whose late father Roger competed for many years in an E30 M3, the iconic BMW touring car. James and his family still own that classic E30. James does appear with it occasionally. Side by side there, a bit further back for fifth between Morgan Owen and Wood. Michael Vitulli a bit sideways there through Clearways. Hangs on to second place though. James Card pulls a length or two clear of Jason West. Still difficult to get the power down from these rear wheel drive machines. Start to spread themselves out around this Brands Hatch circuit then. 13 cars out there. Unfortunately, Alan Lee, a non-starter in his BMW Mini. Bit of damage from race one. Slip and slide their way through Graham Hill Bend. There is a dry line just beginning to emerge. It's a real test of these Kumho tyres. Kumho tyres are long time supporters of the BMW Racing Drivers Club Championship. We've seen some great racers take part over the years. I remember Rick Kerry, who made it to British Touring Cars for a season or two. Raced successfully in this series. Gary Whittaker, who went a season unbeaten a couple of years ago. I think he led every lap of the season. Multiple champion. Lucky Kera, we've seen earlier in Britcar in British GT as well, started his career in this series with an M3. Lee Frost as well, his teammate. The Hibbert family as well, very successful in this series. They went on to race Ginettas. Great way to build your profile in rear-wheel drive saloon car racing. Through Cooper Straight they go. They're not closing on Michael Vitulli here, the third place battle, Card and West. Niall Bradley leads. His lead was 2.3 seconds last time through. Coming through this time to complete lap number 5. Over the lights down to 1.9 seconds because they're starting to deal with back markers already. Cavan Granger, Trevor Ford and Kevin Denwood, the Class B leader, being lapped. Trevor Ford moves aside, lets them through. His son James has raced with him for a few years now. Michael Vitulli a bit wide there, running the nose wide into Druids. There's Kevin Denwood, the blue and orange car, leading Class B and the overall championship. Jason West around the outside, but as soon as you go off that dry line, you see him get sideways there. That's allowed car number 32, Class A runner James Card, to escape into third slightly. Tries to close back up again through Clearways. Still just under 2 seconds in it for the lead last time through. We'll see what it is this time through. Yeah, it's out to nearly 3 seconds now. So Niall Bradley opens his lead by another second on that last lap. Probably the reason Michael Vitulli closed up on the previous lap to that is because of backmarker traffic. James Card defending now from Jason West. This is a slightly drier part of the circuit. Got his headlights on Jason West. You can see them shining on the rear panel of James Card's car to try and intimidate him. Swing their way through the left at Graham Hill Bend. They're closing up on Vitulli now as well. The gap was 0.8 of a second. I would say it's less than that now between second and third. As we said, these drivers are probably likely to concentrate on battling each other. I don't think they're going to catch Niall Bradley, the invitation class car. 3.2 seconds is now the gap. And Card slowly starting to catch Michael Vitulli. Almost side by side there into the right-hand hairpin of Druids. Slip and slide their way through. Card holds on in third. Again, Jason West a little bit sideways. He's pushing hard here. Can't push too hard, else he'll spin himself out. There's Ronan Bradley, lapping the number 7 of Kevin Denwood. We've lost Paul Wood as well. The 66 car has pulled into the pits on the previous lap. Yep, there he is on pit lane, so something's broken there. He's only just made it into the pits. He's out of the race. We're down to 12 runners then. 8 laps completed, excuse me. 3.36 seconds, the lead margin. 1.6 seconds covers the next 3. James Card is being kept busy defending from Jason West. He can't turn up the attack and go after Michael Vitulli for second. Darren Morgan-Owen is still 5th. He's 13 seconds back on these 3. Ahead of Brian Branson by a couple of seconds. Then Brad Sheehan. We haven't seen him make the progress he did in race 1. He's up to 7th though. Closing in on Brian Branson. Let's have a look at his lap times. Currently lapping in the high 55s. So he is the fastest man on track currently. His quickest lap time only a 10th off the fastest lap of all, recorded by race leader Niall Bradley. Bit of tyre squeal in the background. Got a spinner somewhere. It's Cavan Granger, the number 37. Sponsored by Bisley Removal Services, and he certainly removed that one onto the grass, but gets it going again. Running down in 12th place. In fact, I think we've had a change for the lead in Class B as well. Trevor Ford has taken over from Kevin Denwood, looking at the timing. So Trevor Ford takes the lead in Class B. Through Surtees onto McLaren. 3.3 seconds was the lead gap. Fastest lap of the race has just been done by Brian Branson, 55.206. Where's that come from? From the man in 6th place. That's impressive. That's over half a second quicker than anything anybody else has managed so far. See if they can match that this time through. Here's the leader, lapping Cavan Granger, recovered from his spin. The 32 James Card, sponsored by Mike Brewer Motors. Is he a bit of a wheeler dealer, I wonder? There is the 47. Niall Bradley out front. Lead gap has come down though, and now Brad Sheehan has done the fastest lap of the race, 54.857. Now, how far behind Brian Branson is he? Just under a second. He's 18 seconds off the leaders with 9.5 minutes to go. So I don't think he's going to catch our lead group. He might get up into the top 5 though. There's the Class B battle. Trevor Ford ahead of Kevin Denwood. They're 10th and 11th overall. Here come your leaders into Druids. Great stuff from Niall Bradley, looking for his 2nd overall victory. Goes to the left, then the right at Surtees. McLaren then into clearways. Leader coming up to lap Kevin Denwood for a 2nd time. Still just the one retirement, Paul Wood having pulled into the pit lane. The sun comes out again here at Brands Hatch. If any of them did start on Kumho wet weather tyres, they'll have to be careful in the closing laps. There's still 8.5 minutes to go. They don't want their tyres to start shredding. Going up to lap Trevor Ford. He leads Class B. No entries in the BMW Mini class in this race. Alan Lee, a non-starter. Rob Austin was meant to be the other entry. Not to be confused with the former British touring car man of the same name, incidentally. But Rob not here, unfortunately. Through final part of lap number 13 for Niall Bradley. He's raced in several BMW series, also in the modified Saloon series at Brands Hatch in the last few years, now run by the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club. All the Bradley family have raced in BMWs over the last few years. Just under 7.5 minutes remaining. There is Michael Vitulli, still leading Class A in second overall. He's a second up on James Card. Joint fastest laps of the race recorded by Brian Bransom and Darren Morgan-Owen. They both did 54.070 on that last lap, exactly the same lap time from them. Now, are they closing on Jason West for fourth? No, 6.5 seconds down on him. Well, they last lapped in the 54s, as did Brad Sheehan. The four lead group all lapped in the 56s. So it could be closing up very slowly here. Now, where's Darren Morgan-Owen? Where's Brian Branson? There's Darren, number 48, the white car. There's Brian Branson, and there, with his headlights on, is Brad Sheehan. Here's the fight for second place. Morgan-Owen's gone quicker again, 53.461. He's by far the quickest car on the track at the moment. Darren Morgan-Owen in fifth, as Michael Vitulli makes a bit of a mistake there. Slides wide, holds his class lead though. James Card moving up to attack as a result of that loss of momentum. Here he comes, James Card, having a look. Fight for second comes over the line. There's a couple of car lengths in it then as the Silver Machine attacks. Vitulli still second, fourth is Jason West. There's Darren Morgan-Owen. Look at the way he's closing the gap down to Jason West. There is the 48. Now Darren Morgan-Owen, quickest car on track at the moment. His last lap was nearly 3 seconds quicker than that of Jason West. He's caught them, look. He's caught this fight for second, third and fourth. This is great stuff from Darren Morgan-Owen, the man who's second in the points in Class A, but it's been more by consistency than out-and-out speed so far this year. But suddenly he has found some speed. There's still just over 5 minutes to go, and he's going for Jason West here for fourth place. Seems to be coping with the conditions much better than those ahead of him. James Card runs a bit wide there at Clearways. Now there's four of them line astern. Can Darren Morgan-Owen pick this lot off and get into the top three maybe? West to the inside, Morgan-Owen to the outside. He's going to drive straight round the outside of him, surely. Unless West's late on the brakes. No, Morgan-Owen's got him. He's now going for James Card. Darren Morgan-Owen is absolutely flying. He must have got the setup right for these changing conditions. Did he start on slicks, I wonder? Here he comes, and here comes, look behind them, Brian Branson and Brad Sheehan as well. It's going to be 6 of them for second place very shortly. Bradley's out in front. He's pulled away as a result of all this battling. He's over 6.5 seconds up the road, though. So Niall Bradley is going to head for victory once again. But it's 6 cars battling for second. Suddenly, in its closing stages, this race coming alive. Card has a look at the back of Vitulli. Here comes Darren Morgan-Owen. I can only think that he's started on different tyres to the others, because he's suddenly coming on strong. Here he comes, round the outside, 3 wide behind them. Jason West drops behind Brian Branson. Jason West's on rain tyres, and they're starting to go off now as the track dries. Here comes Brad Sheehan as well. Darren Morgan-Owen's got through into third place. He's going for second. Michael Vitulli is surely going to be powerless to stop him. Into Druids, they're side by side, a little bit of a rub there, and Morgan-Owen is through. Up into second place. Now surely he can't catch Niall Bradley out in the lead. 8.8 seconds in it. Let's look at their lap times. Yeah, Morgan-Owen, his quickest lap, over a second quicker than the fastest achieved by Bradley. Now Michael Vitulli's tyres are starting to go off because James Card has gone through into third place. Brian Bransom's in there as well. They must all be on different tyres, because now Sheehan's got past Jason West. Jason West's on rain tyres. You can see the different wheels, the silver wheels on his car gives it away. I think Michael Vitulli must be on rain tyres as well, and his tyres now going off as the track dries. There's everybody streaming past him. Yeah, Sheehan's got through as well now. Bransom's already gone through. It's all change for second place in the order. Brian Bransom's going to have a go at James Card now. Niall Bradley leads, but Darren Morgan-Owen is going to try and close on him. I don't think he'll catch him with only 2.5 minutes of the race to go. Bradley leading by nearly 9 seconds. Brad Sheehan is catching Brian Bransom, though. Michael Vitulli has now dropped to the back of that group. It's Card from Bransom. This is the fight for third place now. And look at Brad Sheehan going round the outside of Bransom. They've come through the field together. Looks like there's a bit of damage on the front of the pink machine there as he goes to the outside. James Card moves to defend. Over the line, round the outside goes Brad Sheehan. Can he make it stick ahead of James Card? Yes, he's got him up into third place. New fastest lap of the race for Darren Morgan-Owen, 53.422. Now, what was the last lap for Bradley? He's done a 53.763. Still 8.5 seconds clear. So Niall Bradley's heading for victory. There's Darren Morgan-Owen. Look how clear he's got there. They're going past a back marker, Cavan Granger. It's Sheehan third. Side by side, Brian Bransom's going past James Card. Has James Card started on wets as well, I wonder? Because Brian Bransom certainly hasn't. He's on slicks. He must be. So Class A is now led by Darren Morgan-Owen. This is going to help his championship cause. Unless he's going to be caught by Brad Sheehan. Sheehan does the fastest lap, 53.277. There'll be one more lap to go after this one, I think. So there was a minute left on the clock as the leaders came through. There's your... No, that's not the leader. That's Ronan Bradley, sorry, number 78. He's running down in 9th place. It's Niall Bradley who's leading. Where's James Card? He's under fire from Jason West now. They are floundering on rain tyres, I think. Sheehan's done a 53.277. Here comes our leader. Into his final lap he goes. It's going to be a double for Niall Bradley. But second place, and more importantly, the leading points in Class A are going to go to Darren Morgan-Owen. He's just done 53.200. Bransom does a 53.125. The lap times are tumbling as the track dries out. It's all about a gamble on tyres for everybody, and for some it's paying off. Ronan Bradley slides out of the way to let Niall through. The battle's still on in Class B as well. Looks like it's going to be Trevor Ford in Class B. They'll have one more lap to run. Oh, and it's definitely going to be Trevor Ford now. Kevin Denwood's gone off. Off he goes over the grass. His tyres might have gone off as well, but this man certainly haven't. It's going to be a double victory for number 47. Here he comes, Niall Bradley. Comes in to take the win. Now, who's going to be second? It's going to be Darren Morgan-Owen. 5.8 seconds he got the gap down to at the line. Brad Sheehan is going to take third place from the back. Fourth is Brian Bransom. They got the tyre choice right. The next few didn't. James Card is fifth. Jason West sixth. Michael Vitulli, who was second for so long, is going to come home in seventh. Great drive by Darren Morgan-Owen. He wins Class A. That'll help his championship cause. Second overall. A disappointed Michael Vitulli, seventh. Eighth, it is Max Walton. Ronan Bradley, ninth. And Trevor Ford is going to come through to win Class B in 10th place. Well, congratulations to Niall Bradley. 22 laps completed, 20 minutes, 29.697. Let's have a look at the result then. Niall Bradley the winner by nearly 6 seconds over Darren Morgan-Owen. He wins Class A with a great drive through the field. Brad Sheehan and Brian Bransom getting the tyre choice right to finish third and fourth. James Card dropping back to fifth, then Jason West in sixth, and Michael Vitulli, the long-time leader in Class A, finishes seventh. Max Walton eighth ahead of Ronan Bradley. Trevor Ford wins Class B in 10th place after a late off for Kevin Denwood. And Cavan Granger, the final finisher. Paul Wood was a retirement. Two non-starters in that one as well, Pete Miller and Alan Lee. One race to go then here at Brands Hatch today, the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy, sponsored by Goodyear Tyres. On a drying track, I imagine we'll see most of the cars out on slicks for a 50-minute race with mandatory pit stops. There are pit stop penalties as well, which we'll remind you of when we do the grid. And we'll hopefully have some starting drivers soon as well. Yep, they have just had the starting drivers through. Thank you to Stephen Wood from Britcar. So I'll make a note of those, and hopefully we'll shortly hand down to Parc Fermé with Ewan for a few interviews. Okay, we can now head down to Parc Fermé and hear from our Kumho BMW runners.
Parc Fermé with Brad Sheehan, car number 28, second in class, third in race number 2 today.
Yeah, thank you. A bit of an improvement from race 1, but we actually took a bit of a gamble there and went for slicks, even though it rained quite hard just before we went out. So it took a bit of building up. But the slicks from the first race, I had a big off coming to 30s here, hitting oil, and I flew across the grass and damaged some. My newer slicks have been damaged. I've had to put some really old ones on, which took a bit longer to get some heat into. But it's good fun. It got close racing, to be fair, because you couldn't come off line to overtake. That's what made it so difficult. I was being held up for most of the race, but the pace was at a pace where you couldn't lunge on them because you would have crashed.
Absolutely.
So it's just being a bit smart.
I'm just looking around other cars in Parc Fermé. There's not many other slicks. What made you make that decision when you knew it was going to be pretty greasy?
Well, I didn't think it was going to rain again, so I thought let's just take a gamble. I was starting from the back of the grid, so I had nothing to lose really. To be fair, Darren, who just beat me then, he was on slicks as well, but he got past a couple of back markers before me, and I got a bit behind, and then slowly caught him up again. But it was good fun. I just wanted to keep it on the black stuff, to be fair.
So in terms of your weekend, 1 DNF, 1 third place or second in class, is that a good weekend?
Not for me, no. I normally win both, but there you go. You can't win them all, as they say.
You gotta be honest.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Normally I get a good qualifying and get a good start in race 1. And race 1, for some reason, I got the worst start I've ever had. Missed second gear, couldn't get second gear, and started from the back again. And then making my way up to 4th place, decided to throw it off over here. So that was my own fault there.
Well, look, third in the race, second in class. Really appreciate your time. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, Brad. Right, we're going to grab. Can we find Darren? Can we grab you for 2 secs? Can you get back out? Yeah. Can you squeeze back out for us? I know you're keen to get off, end of the day and all. First in class A.
Yeah, absolutely. What a result. Took a bit of a gamble at the beginning. We all sat around in the pit saying, what's it going to be, wet, dry? A couple of the guys in the team were just, I suppose, a couple of guys in the teams went for the wet tyres, and I thought, well, I've not had a great result this weekend with qualifying in the first race, so I thought, got nothing to lose really. Stick the slicks on and see what happens. Very slippery out there to start with, but after a few laps it started to come in, so starting to catch the guys, and I could see them as I was coming down this good straight here, going around clearways, and I'm thinking they're getting closer, I can't see them this time, and just went for it really.
Because Brad said he was on slicks as well, so it was a really tight, close race.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Brad might have come up behind me and caught me. He was starting from a bit further back on the grid, but yeah, it's a great race, really enjoyed it.
Niall over there on the invitation, can't catch him, can we?
No, not this time. Next time.
They might not invite him back.
Well, you know, it's always good to have a good driver out there, and he is a great driver, so, you know, hats off to him.
Well, look, rain stops, sunny's out, it's glorious. Congratulations on a great weekend.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot.
Guys.
Cheers.
Cheers. See you.
Dave, back to you.
Okay, we move on to our next race then, the final race of the weekend, race 2 for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship, the trophy category. Cars are heading out to the grid, so we'll bring you the grid very shortly. We'll bring you the starting drivers and also the details of pit stop penalties for the top 3 in each class in race 1. This grid is based on the second fastest time for each car in the qualifying session that we had this morning. Okay, I'll have a look at the grid then. And in pole position it is the number 10 BMW of Woodrow Motorsport. It'll be Simon Baker taking the first stint this time. Kevin Clark will take over. Alongside him, number 74 Mark Lee in the SVG Ginetta. Second row, Axel van der Veen driving solo in the Datum Motorsport car. The two Ginettas have pit stop penalties for their top three in race one. 74 will serve an extra 10 seconds. 111 an extra 15 seconds as the race winner. No pit stop penalty for the BMW. They will start as favourites as long as they run problem free. Alongside though on the second row should have been the 98 car of Lee Frost and Lucky Kera. I don't think that car's taking the start after the problems they had earlier on, unfortunately. Row 3, number 2, which is the Ginetta of Peter Spano and Andy Bentley. Andy Bentley will take the start this time. Alongside number 15, Richard Higgins in his Porsche. He will have a 15-second pit stop penalty, won Class 2 in race 1. The fourth row, number 14, Terry Stevens, he'll have a 5-second pit stop penalty in the Peugeot. And the Team Brits, number 70 BMW, Andrew Tucker starts, will hand over to Charles Graham. No penalty for that car. On the fifth row, the Mac G Racing Mazda RX-8. I'm not sure if that car's coming out for this one. We don't as yet know the starting driver. I'll double check that one in a moment. Alongside them, number 40 from Simon Green Motorsport is Jasvir Sapra and Brian Branson. Jasvir Sapra is going first. On the sixth row of the grid, 308 Steve Rothery. He got a grid penalty according to the grid sheet I've got, so we'll double check the reason when I can. Alongside them, 177 the Preptech Clio. It'll be Ryan Firth going first, sharing with Andy Mollison. They have a 10-second success penalty. Row 7, number 199, which is the RKC Honda Civic. Ricky Kuma, the car owner, going first, sharing with Mark Simmons. Alongside them, number 41, which is the first of the Clios, the Thompson family. Aaron Thompson will start, Steve will take over. They have a 10-second penalty for second in class in race 1. The 8th row, number 19, which is the Reflex Ginetta. Not the best of races for them in the first race, the Class 3 points leaders. Jamie Vinall-Meyer will start that car, Steve Griffiths will take over. Alongside them, the Anton Spires Clio. It'll be Anton driving second in this one. Darren Gerhardt is taking the start. Row 9, number 27, Charlotte Birch in her Ginetta. Starts alongside number 45, which is Arthur McMahon in his Honda Civic. He's got a 5-second success penalty. Row 10, number 67, with a 15 success penalty, James Black. He won the Clio class in race 1. Alongside number 35, the Chandler Motorsports VW Golf. Andy Wheatley taking the start. Stephen Chandler will take over. They have a 10-second penalty at their pit stop. Row 11 is number 11, which is the Motus One Clio. That's got a 5-second penalty. Steve O'Brien starts. Matt Cherrington takes over. Number 62 alongside them is another Westbourne Motorsport Clio. Started this time by James Colburn. That car went off in race 1. Tony Davies will take over. Row 12 is number 80, which is Anthony Hutchins in his Porsche Boxster. And number 46, Robert Taylor in his Golf. Row 13, number 34, which is Alistair Lindsay Seat. Hopefully he's been able to get that back out after going off in race 1. Number 71 won't be starting. That's Bobby Trundley and Luke Pound's BMW. Accident damage from race 1, putting them out. They won't be on the grid. Row 14 is the Class 3 winner from race 1, number 57. Barry McMahon takes the start this time. Paul Plant will take over. They have a 15-second penalty. 47 alongside them. Stuart Gibbons starts. Jamie Vinall-Meyer takes over the Ginetta. They will swap cars midway through. And the final row, number 83, which is the Cook family. Edward Cook going first. Steve taking over the Honda Civic. And completing the grid, number 119, James Chase in his Mazda MX-5. They're already rolling behind the pace car then. A 50-minute race. The pit window opens after 20 minutes. Simon Baker in the BMW. Mysterious problem hit them halfway through race 1 and forced them to pull up and do a quick reset. They'll aim for a victory this time. No pit penalty for that car. One we missed out there, Anthony Hutchins. He has a 5-second penalty in the Porsche Boxster, third in Class 2 in race 1. The Mazda RX-8 is out there. It's Josh Tomlinson taking the start. We didn't get the starting driver for that one initially, so it is Josh at the wheel for race 2, first stint. Pace car is in pit lane then. Here we go with race 2 for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. 1 or 2 gaps on the grid. We are underway with Simon Baker in the BMW taking the lead down towards the first corner. Mark Lee into second place. Axel van Nederveen is third. And a good start by Andy Bentley in the Class 2 Ginetta up into fourth place. One car that was missing was the Lee Frost and Lucky Kera BMW. That's not there. Not sure if Steve Rothery's Peugeot is there as well, as the Simon Baker BMW leads them round the first lap then, but a long way to go yet. Second place is Mark Lee. That's 2 more Ginettas behind them. Great to see Andy Bentley up there in the smaller Ginetta, the Class 2 machine, the G40. Steve Rothery is there. There's the Peugeot. Apologies there. Alistair Lindsay's got the Seat back out as well. He's repaired his bit of front-end damage. Hopefully a good, clean race this time. 20 minutes before the pit window opens. It's Simon Baker who leads for Woodrow Motorsport. Good start by Richard Higgins as well in the blue Porsche, up there in 5th position. 6th behind him is Terry Stevens. And then we've got behind him Jasvir Sapra at the wheel of the number 40 BMW, shared with Brian Branson, who we saw out in the last race. Busy weekend for Brian. Normally see Jasvir Sapra in the Kumho BMWs as well, but concentrating on Britcar this weekend. There he is, the grey car ahead of Terry Stevens. Now he's got ahead of the Peugeot up into 6th position. Behind them is Andy Tucker for Team Brits, and Sapra going past Richard Higgins. The Porsche ran wide there through Graham Hill Bend. Next in the order behind Andy Tucker is Steve Rothery, then Ryan Firth in the Clio. Now if Simon Baker and Kevin Clark's car runs problem-free here, it should be win number 5 of the season for them, but you can never predict anything. Anything can happen in motorsport. Here at Brands Hatch, it generally does. Baker leads from Lee, Van Nederveen, Bentley, Sapper up to 5th. He's ahead of Terry Stevens and Richard Higgins now. Clio class leader is Aaron Thompson, number 41, a bit further back. He's in 11th place. Nice steady start on this damp but drying track. Down the hill into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Steve Rothery in the Peugeot was taken out in a collision with Bobby Trundley in race 1. Repaired the Peugeot. Sadly the BMW beyond repair. Good to see that James Colburn's car is back out after its damage in race 1 as well, sharing with Tony Davies. James taking the start this time, so at least he gets some laps in. Didn't get out in race 1, unfortunately. Baker leads by just under a second from Mark Lee. Andy Tucker having a go at Richard Higgins. It's Andy Bentley's Ginetta leading Class 2. Class 3 is being led by Jamie Vinell-Meyer in the blue at number 19 Ginetta further back, and it's Aaron Thompson that leads the Clios. A couple of invitation class runners as well. Well, actually only one. James Chase in the MX-5 running in Class 3 invitation. Because the only other invitation class runner, Lee Frost and Lucky Kera, didn't take the starts. Baker leads. About 3 or 4 car lengths clear of Mark Lee in the Ginetta. They've been battling at the top all season long, but an interloper arrived at Silverstone in the shape of Axel van Nederveen, sharing with Adriano Medeiros at Silverstone, driving solo this weekend. They're already lapping James Chase in his MX-5. Lead gap 1 second. The BMW's done a 52.808. I would love to see that car, as they hinted earlier today, out in the endurance category against the bigger GT cars. A very potent machine that Woodrow Motorsport have built. Jasvir Sapra's up into 4th place now. He's got ahead of Andy Bentley's slightly less powerful Ginetta. Andy Bentley under fire there from Terry Stevens in the Peugeot. Steve Rothery's Peugeot moving up the order as well after a brief grid penalty. Lead gap of 1.25 seconds last time through. The BMW still with the fastest lap of the race, but Jaguar Sapra's going well. Only started racing about 5 years ago, but has learned very quickly indeed. Taken several wins in his BMWs over the years. Trying to close on Axel van Nederveen for third place. Still leading Class 2 is Andy Bentley. Second in Class 2, Richard Higgins, and it's Ryan Firth's Clio third. There go the leaders, and if anything, the gap has come down slightly. Jaguar Sapra still there in fourth place. Bentley coming under fire from the Peugeots now. Class 2 car doing extremely well, running up there with the Class 1 machines. Next final race of the weekend for the Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category. Class 1 cars leading through. You can tell the cars' classes by their sun strips. Class 1 have a red sun strip on the car. Class 3 have orange. You could see the Cook family Honda being lapped there. Class 2 have green, as evidenced by Alistair Lindsay's car there. In the case of the number 47 Ginetta, that doesn't have anything, any sun strip at all, because it hasn't got a windscreen. Blue flags waving from the marshals to the back markers. Axel van Nederveen is getting aboard now, trying to attack Mark Lee for second place. Mark is desperate for a race win. Not letting the BMW get away here of Simon Baker. Over the line they go, 8 laps completed, 1 second in it for the lead. That sky's going dark again. I hope we're not going to have another cloud burst. Sapra some 4.5 seconds back on Van Nederveen in fourth place. So they come up to lap the Mazda RX-8 with Josh Tomlinson on board. At least getting some laps in. The car retired at its pit stop earlier on. Moves offline there to let them through. It's a new car. The team's still fine-tuning it. Axel van Nederveen still on the tail of Mark Lee for second place. He wants win number 4 this season. The BMW crew wants win number 5. Mark Lee wants win number 1. Over the line they go. Top 3 well clear. What's the gap back to Sapra now in 4th? 4.6 seconds. Andy Bentley still 5th and leading Class 2 in the Ginetta. Terry Stevens' Peugeot is 6th. No, Steve Rothery's come through past both of them. So Steve Rothery is up into 5th place further back. He's come through on the timing. Andrew Tucker is 8th for Team Brits. Richard Higgins down to 9th in his Porsche. And Ryan Firth's Clio rounds out the top 10. Certainly going dark again out there, but I don't see any windscreen wipers on yet. Now, back marker traffic coming into play. James Chase and the Alfa Romeo, number 57 of Barry McMahon being lapped. Barry McMahon unbeaten in terms of overall race wins in the Alfa Romeo Championship this year. That's with his almost touring car spec, Alfa Romeo 156. The Irishman. Jaguar Sapra trying to menace up behind the top 3. He's got it down to 3.5 seconds now. The gap to Van Nederveen ahead of him. So Jaguar Sapra's on the move in that BMW. Still 10 minutes away from the pit window opening. Clio's to be lapped. There's James Black, the class winner from race 1. Now, where is he? He's down to 5th in class. He's struggling a bit here. Through goes the BMW. Just ahead of him is number 11, which is Steve O'Brien. Mark Lee is trying to close up on our race leader now. He has dropped Axel van Nederveen. There's the white Ginetta as they lap the Clios. Somebody running wide there. That's Paddock. That was Anthony Hutchins and the Porsche Boxster. Mark Lee dodges his way through back marker traffic, still chasing Simon Baker. 1.2 seconds was the gap. Through Graham Hill Bend goes the leader. It's under 40 minutes of this race still to go, so a long way to go yet. Still blue flags being shown everywhere. Anthony Hutchins, who raced in the one make series for Porsche Boxsters and for 924s in the past with that car. It's the lead gap this time. 2.2 seconds, so Baker pulling away by just over a second on that lap. A nice steady race at the moment. Steve Rothery is dropping down the order on the timing screen as he had a problem somewhere. It's not showing us having gone into the pits, so I think Steve Rothery has either pulled up or gone off somewhere in the Peugeot. It's not been his season at all. He had trouble at Silverstone. He has now made it into the pits, so Steve Rothery has got a problem. The pit window is not open yet, so Steve Rothery's Peugeot in trouble. There go the leaders. It was 2.2 seconds. It's less than that now. Mark Lee's just on the fastest lap. No, Van Nederveen does the fastest lap. 52.272. Lead at a 52.281. Baker's last lap was a 52.9, so they're closing him down again. Fascinating battle. BMW versus Ginetta has become the theme of Britcar Trophy this year. Coming up to lap Rob Taylor in the Golf. Driving solo for the first time this season. There's Jasveer Sapra. Now, is he closing on Van Nederveen? A bit slower on that lap, but he's got the gap down to 3.5 seconds. Van Nederveen's all over the back of Lee there, through clearways. So they lap Rob Taylor's Golf. 37.5 minutes still to go. A long way to go. Things could change in the blink of an eye, though. Are we going to see another shower of rain? Who knows at Brands Hatch today. The circuit is still slightly damp. Let's take a look at the class lead as well. Andy Bentley still leads Class 2 in his Ginetta ahead of Richard Higgins and Ryan Firth. Class 3, that's led by Steve Griffiths and Jamie Vinolmeyer. It's Jamie on board the number 19 car for the first stint. Andy Wheatley in his Golf in second, and Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic in third. The Clio's led by Aaron Thompson. It's James Colburn second, and Darren Gerhardt's is third in the Clio division. And of course, one invitation class runner, James Chase, at the tail of the field, the newcomer in his Mazda MX-5. Now, has Steve Rothery rejoined in the Peugeot? Yes, I think he has, so he's come in with some sort of an issue. He will have to come in again when the pit window opens, of course. Here are some of our Class 3 battlers. Edward Cook in his Honda Civic. Arthur McMahon's similar machine. Just going a lap down there to Simon Baker, and Mark Lee closing up. He's getting closer and closer now as they come up on Andy Wheatley. Newest co-driver for Stephen Chandler in the Golf. Oh, and Axel van Nederveen spun. Coming through Graham Hill Bend. He's on the grass. That's the third place man gone. So Jasveer Sapra goes through into third. Can Van Nederveen rejoin from there? He's on wet grass, so he's going to struggle. Trying not to bog it down. He's wheel spinning there. Andy Bentley goes through to fourth. It's Andy Tucker up to fifth in the Team Brit BMW. Terry Stevens sixth. Poor Axel Van Nederveen, the winner of race one. Rejoins. He got it going. It's uphill there. You could see he was trying to spin the car around and struggling with wheel spin, but he's got it going again, but he's quite a way down the order. He'll have to try and score on pit stop strategy again now. Meantime, Mark Lee wants to take the lead of this race. He's trying to close down Simon Baker. Here they come onto Cooper Straight. There's only a couple of car lengths in it. Lapping Alistair Lindsay, the ex-VW Golf racer in the Seat. Stuart Gibbons goes a lap down as well. Now, where has Van Nederveen come through? He's in 10th place. Disaster for the Dutchman. Didn't see whether there was contact there at Graham Hill Bend or whether he just looped it. Whether he clipped a back marker maybe. Lead gap is 1.2 seconds, so Baker pulls away a little in the aircon for home BMW. Coming up on Colburn in the Clio. 4.5 minutes until the pit window opens. And the Ginetta has pulled up. Axel Van Nederveen, has he had another spin? Or has he got a problem? He's getting going again. He may have spun again, I'm not sure. He's now a lap down on the leaders. This is a disaster for the race 1 winner. Is he heading for the pits? We'll wait and see. There go the leaders. It's close again this time. They're coming up on the 62 of Colburn, the Clio. And Mark Lee is getting ready to make a move here, I think, to try and take the lead of this Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy race. Over the line they go. 0.6 of a second in it. Up towards Druids. Really putting him under pressure now. A lock up there from Mark Lee. That'll lose him a bit of momentum. Maybe trying a little bit too hard here. He doesn't want to wreck his tyres. Jasvir Sapra still third. He's nearly 7 seconds back on these two now. Class 2 still led by Bentley. Class 3 by Jamie Vinelmeyer in the 19. Don't forget he takes over the number 47 car. He'll swap Ginettas at the pit stops. Through clearways they come into Clark Curve, and Mark Lee almost alongside the BMW there. As into the pits comes James Chase. The MX-5 has come in. Wasn't the tail of the field. Steve Rothery's back in the pits as well. Looks terminal this time, sadly. Mark Lee's all over Simon Baker here. Just wants to lead a race here today. He's sideways there at Druids. He's really starting to push on. Maybe trying to unsettle Simon Baker. Down to the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. About 1.5 car lengths in it between the two of them. Ginetta tries to close up again. They're coming up to lap Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda RX-8. Half a second between the two of them. Couple of minutes till the pit window opens as well. Tomlinson lets them through. Up onto the main straight once again, the Sir Jack Brabham straight. Got another car in pit lane, Alistair Lindsay. Problems with the Seat, possibly a legacy of his off in race 1. 2 minutes till pit window open still. Up the hill towards Druids. Baker defending now. Mark Lee to the outside. They don't need to go all out just yet. The pit stops are still to come. That could change everything. The BMW doesn't have a success penalty either. Mark Lee has a 10-second success penalty at his stop. There's Van Nederveen, who's down in 12th position, a lap down. And of course, he's still got the 15 seconds to serve from race 1. And nose to tail now for the lead. Mark Lee, here he comes. What can the Ginetta pilot do here? Again, the BMW has the straight line speed advantage. Simon Baker pulls away. Van Nederveen, it looks on track as if he's still third, but he is a lap down after spinning earlier on. Into Druids go the leaders. Coming up to lap Jamie Vinelmeyer in the blue Ginetta. There's our third place man. There he is, the grey BMW. Jasvir Sapra from Warwickshire. Well clear of 4th place to Andy Bentley by about 18 seconds now. The Class 2 leader still up there in 4th overall. Great effort. Second in Class 2, Richard Higgins. Ryan Furr third, so no change there. Aaron Thompson leads the Clios ahead of James Colburn and Darren Gerhardt. James Black, the race 1 winner, only 4th. Class 3, it's Vinal Meyer who leads there ahead of Andy Wheatley and Arthur McMahon. So no change in Class 3. Arthur McMahon just had a moment at Clearways onto the gravel, but he's rejoined. The pit window opens now. Pit window is open. Time to make their mandatory 2-minute stops, well, for most cars, but except for those carrying success penalties. There's a dozen of them doing so. Who's going to be the first to come in then? And another spin for the Ginetta. What has happened to Axel van Nederveen? Has he damaged his tyres when he went off or something? Has he got no grip? Stuck there on the outside of Clearways. And I hope he can get going, otherwise we will have the safety car that we inevitably seem to have every time the pit window opens in Britcar. Can he get it going again? Has anybody come in at the moment? It doesn't look like it. The only pit visitor we've had is Steve Rothery, and that's to retire. Baker leads it from Lee. 1.25 seconds in it at the timing line. Sapra's got the gap down now. He's got it down to 4.4 seconds to the man ahead of him, Mark Lee. Goes for the outside, and that's because the leader comes in. So the leader in at an early opportunity, Simon Baker, to hand over to Kevin Clark. Van Nederveen has made it to the pits as well, so no safety car needed. Okay, the leader is the first to stop effectively along with Van Nederveen. Darren Gerhardt's brought his Clio in as well to hand over to Anton Spires. They were running in the top 3 of the Clio class. So your leader is Mark Lee ahead of Jasveer Sapra by just under 5 seconds. There is Mark Lee. Can he finally take his first win here? He's got a success penalty. Remember, the BMW hasn't, because of those problems in race 1. Finished outside the top 3 in the class. Terry Stevens has brought his Peugeot into the pits as well. Have we had any other pit callers? Yes, Charlotte Birch has come in with the Ginetta. Mark Lee comes in as well. Gives up the race lead. Now, is Jasveer Sapra going to go on? Yes, Jasveer Sapra will take the lead on track in the BMW. So quite a few cars in pit lane already, taking an early opportunity to stop. Another one coming in there. I think that might be the Alfa Romeo that's making its way in. Let's wait and confirm who that is coming in. There's your leader, Jasveer Sapra. He's nearly 20 seconds clear of Andy Bentley in the Class 2 Ginetta. We'll see where the other leading runners slot back in. There's the Alfa Romeo, so it's not that car that's in pit road. It was Andy Wheatley's Golf. He's handing over to the car owner, Stephen Chandler. Sapra continues to lead. The BMW goes back out as Axel van Nederveen goes out as well. Disastrous race for him, 3 spins. He's at least a lap behind our race leader, now piloted by Kevin Clark, and we saw what he can do in race 1. He was lapping, getting on towards 2 seconds quicker than everybody else in his stint in race 1 until the car developed a problem. And that car is the one to beat. Jasveer Sapra leads them. Mark Lee is in pit lane. There is the 74. Team ready to push him back out. SVG Motorsports. Waiting for the time to elapse. They have to stay stationary for 2 minutes or 2 minutes 10 seconds in Mark Lee's case, with the extra success penalty for second in class in race 1. Now he goes back out. Where is he going to come out in relation to the BMW? The BMW, I can tell you, is just coming out of Clark Curve now. Is Mark Lee going to stay ahead? I don't think he is. Comes out of pit lane. Where's the BMW? I think he's already gone through. Yes, the BMW is coming through towards Halewood. So Kevin Clark, there's the gap, has stayed ahead of Mark Lee. Meantime, Jaguar Sapra has come in. So Andy Bentley in the Class 2 Ginetta now leads this race ahead of Richard Higgins. Andy Tucker's Team Brit BMW is third, and Ryan Firth's Clio up to fourth. Ricky Kumho's Honda Civic is up into fifth position and fourth in Class 2. So we've got 4 Class 2 cars in the top 5 at the moment. We can now head down to the pit lane where our ace interviewer has got hold of Simon Baker.
So we're here in the pit lane with Simon Baker currently leading the race before the pits. Not so good in race number 1. What happened?
No, I think literally we had a bit of a gremlin. So when Kevin was out, the car stopped. So it cost us a lot of time. But I was battling a few people, but we got stuck in a little bit of traffic. And obviously the safety car was way too long.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. But your stint in race number 2 did pretty well.
Oh yeah, really enjoyable. Obviously, I was concentrating on the start and didn't want anyone to get past me. I have done in the past, but obviously every race I'm learning, just more and more confidence.
But
in the car especially. So.
2 pole positions, they're hoping to convert the second one into a win.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we need some more points now just to keep everything, looking good. So hopefully Kevin will bring it out.
Fingers crossed. Great work on station number 1. Dave, back to you.
Good to hear from Simon Baker. So it was an electrical gremlin that befell the car in race 1. Now Kevin Clark doing a grand job out there, staying ahead of Mark Lee. He's ahead of the Ginetta by 5 seconds now. Success penalty making the difference at the moment. More cars pouring into the pits. So we've got the Thompsons in the Clio in, Steve Thompson taking over. Jamie Vinnell-Meyer has brought his Ginetta in. Steve Griffiths will take that car over. And Rob Taylor's in the Golf. The Alfa Romeo Giulietta's in as well. Paul Plant will take over at the wheel of that car. Who else is in? The number 11, Steve O'Brien in the Clio. Matt Cherrington will get in that car. The Cook Honda is in as well. Edward Cook handing over to Steve Cook. So Andrew Bentley continues to lead this race on the road. He's yet to stop. Ricky Kumho's brought the Honda Civic in. Mark Simmons taking over. Just under 23 minutes of this race to go, so we're past halfway now. About 8 cars have yet to come in. 9 cars, I should say, have yet to come in. So Bentley leads, he's yet to stop. First of the cars that has stopped is the BMW of Kevin Clark, staying ahead of Mark Lee by 5 seconds. And in behind them should be Brian Bransom at the wheel of the car started by Jaguar Sapra. So looking at the live timing, we'll have to keep an eye on them. Steve Cook being held there for a safe release. Make sure he gets out behind Rob Taylor in the Golf. We don't want any incidents in the pit lane. The team member just holding them out. Car run by the McMahon family, the Honda. 46 Rob Taylor run by TSR. There goes the leader. Now is he increasing the gap over Mark Lee once again? Yeah, he's up 7.5 seconds up now, so Kevin Clark is already pulling away. Axel van Nederveen in 21st place now after his stop. He's still got the fastest lap of the race though. A bit of a lock up there from Kevin Clark. Getting acclimatised to the car once again. That is your de facto race leader, the first of the cars that has stopped. It's Bentley that leads from Higgins. Andy Tucker third for Team Brit. Then it's Ryan Firth. James Colburn leading the Clios. Who's leading Class 3? I think all the Class 3 runners pretty much have now stopped. Yeah, the only one that hasn't is Arthur McMahon. He leads Class 3. Ahead of the Gibbons Vinnell-Meyer Ginetta, the Griffiths Vinnell-Meyer Ginetta. Class 1 is currently led by Andy Tucker for Team Brit, but he hasn't pitted yet. One cart's come back in, James Chase. He's having some problems with the MX-5. He's made 2 stops. Now James Colburn comes in to hand over to Tony Davies. carving through the back markers there, Kevin Clark. Time for another Woodrow Motorsports virtuoso performance by the look of things. The only spanner that could be thrown in the works here is if it rains again. Anthony Hutchins has brought the Porsche in. There it is, the number 80. Windscreen being cleaned on the Boxster, run by Team IP with Antac. There's the Colburn Davies Clio in the background, repaired after a bit of an off in race 1. There's the leader. Well, actually in 6th place in the classification at the moment, but effectively the leader, because it's the first car that has made a pit stop. One of the Ginettas coming in there. Charlotte Birch coming in. That's her second stop as well. So she may have a problem. There's Brian Bransom. He's 10 seconds down on Mark Lee. Mark Lee a long way down on Kevin Clark now. Tony Davies heads back out in the Clio. Arthur McMahon has pitted from the lead of Class 3 in the number 45, so there's only 5 cars yet to come in. That's Bentley, Higgins, Tucker, Ryan Firth and James Black. They're the only cars that have yet to stop. There is the current race leader. We caught a glimpse of the number 2, the car there of Andy Bentley, trying to stay out as long as possible because he, with all due respect to Peter Spano, Andy Bentley is the quicker of the 2 drivers in that car. He's 11 seconds up on class rival Richard Higgins. Ryan Firth has now come in the Clio to hand over to Andy Mollison. So 4 cars yet to pits. There is Mark Lee. He's about 21 seconds, I think, now down on Kevin Clark. Well, there is Clark. BMW looking for win number 5 this year. Somebody else into the pits there. That's trying to work out who that is that's just come in. I thought it was the Honda Civic coming back in again. No, there's the 199 car of Kumho and Simmons. The BMW has just come in of Andy Tucker from what was 3rd place and leading Class 1. So Clark will take over the Class 1 lead. Just on a 51.837, fastest lap of the day. James Black is in with his Clio. Won the Clio class in race 1. Timed it right with the pit stop, but he's struggled a bit in this one. Was of course leading the Clio class when he came in, but that's because he was the last to stop. Let's see if it works for him again here. Richard Higgins has just brought the Porsche in as well, so the only car that hasn't come in is our current race leader, Andy Bentley. What's his margin over the rest of the field? We'll see as Clark comes through, because I think he'll go up into 2nd place at the line. No, he goes 3rd because Richard Higgins is still in the pit lane. You effectively lose 2 laps when you're in the pit lane here with the 2 minutes mandatory pit stop. It's a level playing field for everyone, as Kevin Clark continues to effectively lead the race. I think the leader has now come in. Yes, Andy Bentley's in pit lane. We can see him there. Coming in to hand over to Peter Spano. 1 minute before the end of the pit window. There we can see Team Brit are in. Richard Higgins, the Ginetta of Andy Bentley, the number 2 from Rahman Racing and SVG Motorsports. The MX-5 is going back out of James Chase, run by Paul Sheard, former national hot rod racer for many years, now one of the country's top MX-5 preparers. James Black still in pit lane as well. Is that another Clio down there with him? No, it's Alistair Lindsay back in with the Seat Leon. More issues for that car. Well, Kevin Clark about to take the lead on track with Bentley and Spano in pit lane. There goes the BMW. 15 minutes to go, near enough. Stop-go penalty being given to car 41. That's the Thompsons for a pit stop infringement. So Steve and Aaron Thompson, 11-second stop-go penalty. That must mean a short pit stop. So they've got to come in and stop for 11 seconds. The pit window has now closed, incidentally. One car that's not come back out is the Team Brit BMW of Andy Tucker and Charles Graham. They've not re-emerged. So whether they've spotted a problem with that car, I'm not sure. Well, Clark is now back on top of the timing screen. Yeah, there's the Clio, number 41. Steve Thompson slowing because he knows he's got to come in, I would imagine. Clark lapping in the high 51s. His quickest lap of the race, 51.837. The BMW surely heading for victory. 36 seconds up on Mark Lee. There's the Spano Bentley car back out a full lap behind our leader. In fact, I think there might be only 3 cars on the lead lap now. Such is the pace of Clark, Lee and Brian Branson. So with the class battles we'll try and concentrate on. We'll see where Peter Spano slots back in relation to the other Class 2 cars. The Clio has come in, Steve Thompson to serve its penalty. Yes, Team Brit still haven't rejoined, so the number 70 BMW in a spotted bother. Number 11 is lap there, Matt Cherrington in his Clio. Just over 13 minutes to go for Kevin Clark, heading for win number 5, surely this season for this car. Ollie Rubin has been in the car in place of Kevin for some of them. I think we can hand down to the pit lane in just a moment, where Ewan Dunlop is talking to the man who's just got out of the number 2 car, that is Andy Bentley.
Here in the pit lane with Andrew Bentley of Raymond Racing in the car number 2. Just hand it over to Peter. How was your stint?
It was really good. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Peter went first in arguably the harder conditions for sure. So he had to contend with the rain on our dry tyres. And I had a great run of 30 minutes or so in the dry with no safety cars. So yeah, I was able to stretch the legs of the Ginetta, punching above its weight as usual. So yeah, it was really good fun. I hope Peter has a good stint as well. And
talk to us about track conditions at the moment.
Yeah, they were really good actually. In the first race, I race some historics every now and then as well, and the track conditions are normally better in historics than they were in the first race. There was oil everywhere and sort of people driving around without radiators and stuff like that. So yeah, now they're really good. I saw some big dark clouds on the horizon, but they didn't come to anything.
You qualified in pole in Class 2 for both races, converted the first one. I'm going to say only a 4th position. What have you got to do in race number 2 now? What's Peter got to get up to?
Yeah, I don't know what gap I've given him. It's all, I get really confused with endurance race. I have no idea how it all works. Yeah, out of the car, you're in the lead, and then next thing you know, you're like 2 laps down. It's like really confusing. But no, I think we've given him a good lead in class. Peter's driving really well this year. I hope he just enjoys it, gets into it, keeps his pace up, and yeah, has a really good race.
Congratulations on your stint. We'll look forward to seeing Peter and yourself later on this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Just want to say thanks to all the marshals as well. You know, difficult weekend for them. The Orange Army is strong, so we're all a big family, and we definitely can't do without them. So if you're into motorsport, come and join up and be a marshal.
Thanks, Andrew. Cheers, mate. Back to you, Dave.
Good to hear from Andy Bentley there. We'll see if the Ginetta can hold on for a Class 2 win as the leader runs over the curb there, but such is their advantage. I've got a feeling this BMW is going to finish an entire lap ahead of everybody else. 42 seconds up on Mark Lee now in the Ginetta. The gap between Lee and Branson is about 4 seconds. Yeah, 44 seconds is now the lead gap, so that's near enough a full lap of the Brands Hatch Indy circuits between Clark and Lee. The battle for second, yeah, 4.75 seconds in it between Mark Lee and Brian Branson, so we'll try and pick up on the second place fight when we can. I think Terry Stevens is now in 4th in the Peugeot. He's 18.5 seconds down on Branson. Where's Axel van Nederveen running? He's in 9th place after a couple of spins earlier on. There is car number 2. They're running 5th. Now, I was about to say their nearest challenger in Class 2 is the Kumho and Simmons Honda Civic. That's just come back into the pit lane. That's a second stop, so whether that's a penalty or whether they've got a problem, I don't know. They've got a penalty. The 199 car, 21 second stop-go penalty, pit stop infringement. That will mean a short pit stop for the 199 car. So they were looking to challenge for the lead in Class 2. So, car number 2, Peter Spano, leads Class 2 by 3.6 seconds. There's his nearest challenger, Richard Higgins in the Porsche. So we've got a battle on our hands in Class 2. Andy Mollison's 23 seconds down in third place. Class 3 is being led by the Golf of Stephen Chandler and Andy Wheatley. What's their gap over Steve Griffiths' Ginetta? 4.8 seconds. That's the car leading the championship. Meantime, there's a challenge on for the lead of Class 2 into Paddock Hill Bend. Richard Higgins, he goes through. Richard Higgins takes the lead of Class 2 from Peter Spano. So that's a change in position for the class, and Richard Higgins, that'll help his championship lead in Class 2. And he's up into 5th overall as a result of that as well. First non-Class 1 car. There's the 199 car. It's got to come in. That's been in to serve its penalty. Just caught a glimpse there of the Class 3 leader as well. There it is, the white Golf. That is Stephen Chandler, the ex-junior saloon car racer. He is running in 10th place overall. A couple of laps down, leading Class 3. Now, where is the second place car in Class 3? The Griffiths Vinolmeyer Ginetta, waiting for that to come through. Yeah, about 7.5 seconds down. Well, Chandler and Wheatley have yet to win in Class 3 this season. Past the number 2 car. Less than 8 minutes of this race day here at Brands Hatch to go. This is the final race. Chandler Motorsport. Stephen Chandler started his career on the short ovals. I think Ringwood Raceway in Hampshire was his home track. Who's leading the Clio class? It's the Colburn Davies car. Of course, no pit stop penalty for them because they failed to finish the first race. They're ahead of Spires and Gerhardt by about 18 seconds. Third in that class are the Thompsons. They, of course, had to serve a stop-go penalty, in addition to their pit stop penalty of 10 seconds. Anthony Hutchins has come back into the pits in the Porsche Boxster. Has he got a penalty as well? Yes, he has. Stop-go 1 second for a pit stop infringement. That's literally stop and go. So a few cars with short pit stops having to serve penalties. You must stay stationary for the exact minimum 2 minutes, plus any penalty you have from the earlier races. Now the leader, car number 10, the BMW, is coming up to lap Mark Lee now. There they are. He's already lapped Brian Bransom, the third place man. There are the 2 BMWs. And it looks as though Woodrow Motorsport are going to win this race by a full lap. The MX-5 back into the pits again, a troublesome race for James Chase. Black and white flag for car 34 for exceeding track limits. That's Alistair Lindsay. He's already had to make a couple of pit stops. Well, a couple of retirements so far. Steve Rothery out of the race, and the Tucker and Graham BMW from Team Brit. They must have spotted a problem at their pit stop because it never rejoined. There's our Class 3 points leader, number 19, now being driven by Steve Griffiths. That's second in class, about 10 seconds behind the Golf of Stephen Chandler. Arthur McMahon is lapped, and yeah, there's the second place car about to go a lap down to runaway leader Kevin Clark. No pit penalty for the BMW, no electrical gremlins so far this time. There's still 5.5 minutes to go, so I won't say that too loudly. I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. There's the number 2 car, the erstwhile leaders of Class 2 in the early part of the race. They led it overall during the pit stops. They were the last to stop. They're about to go 2 laps down. In the closing stages now, less than 5 minutes of this Goodyear Britcar Endurance Championship trophy category race to go. It's going to be a win for Kevin Clark and Simon Baker, barring any major mechanical malady or any other gremlins. Just got to keep a cool head here. The vastly experienced Kevin Clark started his career in Saloon stock car racing. Moved on through lightning rods with a Ford Sierra on the short ovals, then to Eurocar, then onto the circuits by the pickup truck championship on the Mallory Mile Oval. There could be a challenge for second place here because Brian Bransom is keeping Mark Lee in his sights here. They're on the same lap. The car in between them is lapping them, the race leader. So it's second, first, third, these three at the moment. Slightly unusual, I know. And in fact, the leader lets Brian Bransom through there. At least I think he's let him through. Don't tell me that BMW is in trouble again. Is he just easing back, taking it easy here and letting Mark Lee and Brian Bransom battle for second place? The Sapra and Bransom car run by Simon Green Motorsports coming up on the SVG Ginetta of Mark Lee. Maybe he just doesn't want to get in their way here, Kevin Clark. Maybe he's just taking it easy in the closing stages. The BMW team did that at Snetterton and Mark Lee nearly caught them. I don't think there's any danger of that here. Caught them and went past into the final corner, but then the BMW team took the win back before the finish line. Now, in the closing stages, 2.5 minutes to go. This battle for second is not over yet. Maybe Kevin Clark's trying to push Brian Bransom here to try and get him up alongside, but Bransom sideways there out of Druids, try and get him up alongside Mark Lee. A lock up from Kevin Clark as well there. Can we have a BMW 1-2 here, or is the Ginetta going to hold off Brian Bransom? I think it's the first time Brian's raced this car. Jasvir Sapra's grey BMW. Clark just shadowing them here. Lapping in the 53s now. Couple of laps to go. Yeah, maybe Clark just keeping out of their way, making sure we perhaps get a race to the line for second place. Terry Stevens is still fourth in the Peugeot. Richard Higgins is going to win Class 3. He's pulled away from Peter Spano now. And Ryan Firth and Andy Mollison. Mollison on board as Bransom had a look there coming out of Druids for second place. Wasn't close enough. Andy Mollison 7th. Van Nederveen is 8th in the Ginetta. 9th is the Kumho and Simmons Honda Civic. And rounding out the top 10, Stephen Chandler's Golf, the Class 3 leader. Just behind this lot at the moment. Clio class led by Colburn and Davies, the black Clio. Mark Lee actually pulls away a little bit, coming towards Clark Curve there. Is it going to be second again for Mark Lee? He's becoming a bit of a habit finishing second for him. I'll surely get a win this season. Kevin Clark has backed off. He's lapping in the 54-second bracket now. These two still racing on the limit, though. Brian Bransom trying to catch the 74 car for second. Now, will it be checkered flag this time? There's only 20 seconds left on the clock, so I think it might be. But, of course, if Kevin Clark hasn't lapped these two, they're going to have to go round again. as Kevin Clark is going to win this. I think it's going to be checkered flag this time for the Woodrow Motorsports BMW. Started by Simon Baker. Kevin Clark is bringing it to victory. Is it going to be checkered flag this time as he comes along the Brabham Straight? Yes, the checkered flag goes out. Baker and Clark take win number 5 for Woodrow Motorsport this season. What about the race for second place, though? Because it's still up for grabs between Lee and Bransom. There they are now. They're free to race. They're coming out of Druids now, Mark Lee. Here they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Can Brian Branson make a late move? Nearly everybody else has crossed the line. We'll pick up the rest of the classes in a moment. We've got a race to the line for second place. Through towards Clearways. I think Mark Lee has done enough in the Ginetta. Brian Branson will have one last effort down the straights. They're going to finish on the lead lap. There are going to be only 3 cars on the lead lap. Here they come. Mark Lee is going to hold on in the Ginetta for second place. Brian Branson brings home the car started by Jasveer Sapra for third. We'll give you the rest of the results shortly. The class winners. Richard Higgins won Class 2 in 5th position. Second in Class 2 was the Spano Bentley Ginetta. Class 3 was won by Chandler and Wheatley in the Golf, their first class win of the season. Well done to them. And 25 of the 28 starters went the distance, which is good to see. We'll get the provisional results up in a second. Simon Baker and Kevin Clark, the winners, completing 54 laps. Two other cars finishing on the lead lap. Mark Lee second again in the Ginetta, and Sapper and Bransom's BMW third. Terry Stevens' Peugeot was fourth, and Richard Higgins, the Class 2 winner, taking fifth. Well done to Axel van Nederveen, recovering to take sixth overall. Seventh went to Spano and Bentley's Ginetta. Eighth went to Andy Mollison, sharing with Ryan Firth in the Clio. And Kumho and Simmons, despite a stop-go penalty, finished ninth. Rounding out the top 10, the Class 3 winner, Chandler and Wheatley in the Golf. And the Clio class winners were Colburn and Davies, finishing 11th overall. 12th, the Griffiths and Vinal Meyer in their Ginetta. That'll help their points lead in Class 3. Anton Spires and Darren Gerhardt's in their Clio were next. 14th place for the new Mazda RX-8 of Johnny Mack and Josh Tomlinson. The Thompsons finishing 15th. Their race spoiled a bit by a stop-go penalty. 16th behind them went to Rob Taylor's Golf, then Charlotte Birch after a couple of stops in her Ginetta, the O'Brien Sherrington Clio, James Black in his Clio, the success penalty harming him this time, then Arthur McMahon's Honda Civic, the Gibbons and Vinal Meyer Ginetta, Anthony Hutchins after a stop-go penalty in his Porsche was 22nd, 23rd for the Cooks, McMahon and Plant in the Alfa Romeo were next home, and the final finisher Alistair Lindsay. We lost Tucker and Graham at the pit stops halfway through. Several stops and eventually a retirement for James Chase's Mazda, and Steve Rothery an early casualty in his Peugeot. So that's the final on-track action for today. We'll try and get some interviews with Ewan Dunlop down in Parc Fermé. And then we will sign off for the day shortly. So we can head down to Parc Fermé then and hear from our winners.
Not 100% sure what they were, and we were just hoping they didn't reappear, which they obviously didn't, so grateful for that.
And Simon set you up well, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Simon did a fantastic job, you know, off pole, and he held his own and pulled away a little bit when he you know, when the pressure was on, which is brilliant. You know, I was really pleased with that.
I mean, it was more than a win, it was pure dominance, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the car's a great car, you know, Woodrow do a fantastic job. It's you know, you can't ask for any better, it really is good.
Really mixed day between races 1 and races number 2. Obviously, we know about the big differences. Where do you go from here into the next set of races?
Oh, I think we've just got to keep collecting those points, but obviously we're learning. Well, I'm learning off Kevin, obviously, you know, with his experience every race, so we're just getting stronger and stronger. So I can't see you.
And you're
I don't think there's any going back, to be fair.
Great end to the weekend. Congratulations, chaps.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak to the man you held off. It's 2 second places, in fact, for the car number 74, Mark Lee. Yeah. Mark, we're coming over to you if that's okay. So,
Right.
Mark Lee here, second in both races today. Is that hugely frustrating or hugely satisfying?
I'm not tracking out this time. That's why my pace dropped off.
You're not tracking out?
I couldn't turn. I'd struggle to turn right, so Paddock hill quite important.
I mean, yeah, on any race track, not being able to turn right is a bit of a challenge.
So I think I'm losing 3-4 seconds a lap.
Do you think you could have caught them if that wasn't an issue?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, they've been there or thereabouts. I think we had the pace, but yeah.
And moving into the next set of races, anything you change whatsoever, or is it just sort of keep plugging away?
More power would be nice.
Wouldn't it be lovely? Look, really appreciate your time, all you spent with us the last couple of days.
Yeah, no worries.
Great weekend, 2 second places. I'd love to see you big out a win. I know a lot of people watching at home would like that as well, but you can't go wrong with 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Cheers for your time.
Cheers. Thank you.
Now, I'd love to speak to Richard Higgins of the car number 15, but be honest, Dave, not many cars have come back to Parc Fermé, so we might go for a run down the pit lane. I'm going to throw back, and we'll let you know if we can grab anybody of the other class winners.
Okay then, thanks very much, Ewan. That concludes racing today here at Brands Hatch, so we'll say well done to all our competitors and to their backup teams as well. Thank you to them for their entertainments today. And thanks to all the medical staff, recovery crews and other officials here at Brands Hatch today. Hopefully we're going to hear some more interviews in a moment. We will be back in action soon here on BARC TV, as well. We'll sign off properly when we've hopefully heard from some more of the drivers in a few moments' time. Full classified results will be confirmed on TSL Timing's website. Hopefully we can hear from some more of our Britcar racers in a few moments' time. I think, looking over the pit lane, we may have found our Clio class winners, so we'll try and have a word with them, I think, in a moment. Now, let's head back down to Ewan in a moment. Yeah, we've got the Clio class winners down there. We'll hand down to hear from them.
Here with James Colburn and teammate Tony Davies of the car 62. Congratulations, great end to the weekend for you.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, after unfortunately race one, we unfortunately ended up in the wall. Got the team, fantastic job. We got it repaired, Team Westport Motorsport. Got the car repaired and we were back out and obviously from 22nd on the grid take class win.
A fantastic result was there. What was the damage that you took in the first race and how did you repair it?
So again, just cosmetic damage. Primarily, we were still racing with a bent hub on the left front, so we were suffering a bit of handling difficulties, but we both worked around it really well. Tony's first weekend in the car actually, so did a phenomenal race weekend.
And Tony, do you want to come in? Here is Tony, first weekend, and you brought home the win as well.
Yeah, interesting learning curve. First time I've ever raced in 42 years in a front wheel drive car, which caught me out in race one. But we made up for it in race two, and fantastic teamwork from Team Westport Motorsport. I mean, we did a bit of damage to the car, but they got it fixed and we got a class win.
And where'd you go from here? Are you in the driver's seat next race as well?
We'll have to wait and see.
Is he in the driver's seat?
More than likely, along with many other things, hopefully.
Really appreciate your time, guys. Congrats on a great end to your weekend.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Okay, good to hear from a couple more drivers there. I think that's possibly the same Tony Davies who was in the Vauxhall Firenze earlier on in the Classic Thunder race. But that concludes our action here at Brands Hatch today. And we're going to say one thing to sign off today. Thank you to our volunteer marshals. Today was for them, for the Orange Army. And again, our thoughts are with everyone after the incident here at Brands Hatch yesterday. Thank you to all our volunteer marshals, not only here at Brands Hatch, around the UK and around the world. Volunteers who have come from all walks of life, give up their time, and without whom there would be no motorsport. Thank you to each and every one of them. Thanks from me, Dave Goddard. Thanks for watching and for listening. We'll see you back on BARC TV soon. From here at Brands Hatch, goodbye.